It's been easy drinking.
Your cousin from Boston.
For beautiful, for spacious skies, for
New Sam Adams American Light.
We're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph page 57. Now, doctor, this is not before you at the current time. It's currently marked as Exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions, Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what kind of role did that play as far as your determination as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2860. Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have a photograph 2865. And Dr. Scortivello, if you could, again, using the ways to point out direct jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you note in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I have photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance you observed in this one.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Saying, Dr. Scotti-Bell, if we could, using the way the point direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And Doctor, we get out the lights. Thanks. Now, Doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding, bleeding under the scalp, is that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side? Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified yesterday about a blunt object's injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head and leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now that blunt object, what if anything can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection. Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what if any significance did that have to you as far as your exam?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority, we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the thickness of the skull bone, what if any significance, or what if anything you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection.
Overruled.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
I have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Spartibello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you've testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum. Yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper, is that correct?
Correct. At a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, are, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Sorry, Elizabeth Little, but you're not going to get an ME to say it's inconsistent because he was clipped by the car, not hit dead center. The ridiculous theory that it's inconsistent is just stupid. Like,
I'm baffled by the declaration that dog claws are blunt objects.
they're
I
not
mean, they're
blunt objects.
blunt. They're blunt, but they're not blunt objects that could fracture a skull.
So we're
That
going to say dog paws
threw me.
fractured his skull. Do you know how no jury's going to believe that? Sorry.
Dog paws. Oh
Paws
my.
can't
Yes.
fracture a
You
skull.
observed no significant bruising,
What happened? Did it go
Correct.
back?
no fractures,
What the hell?
Correct.
and no broken bones.
Correct.
I'm confused.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face.
Okay.
You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2. Yes.
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
Correct.
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
Correct.
no matter how small.
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that
Correct.
If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
I'm just not so sure I'd use such a young, inexperienced attorney to cross-examine the coroner, you
Do you
know?
recognize that photograph?
I
You mean
do.
someone who forgets
my
to
God.
show
And
the
is that photograph
prosecutor?
Totally.
taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know why
Yes,
they
it
let her
was
do this.
taken at the time of autopsy, after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the two abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had one laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that a little
Yes.
bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
Well, heck, the moon could be blue. I mean, anything's
Describe the
possible.
open wound to
That's why
head
she keeps
as
saying it's possible.
a
And
laceration,
Lally on
which is sort of a
redirect.
blunt force injury
It's going
that's
to be
not
like,
the
is it
result of
consistent
sharp
with
force
this?
trauma.
No.
Is that right?
Thank you.
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
In other words, it was a dog wielding or a dumbbell wielding
I'd like
German
to sort of
Shepherd.
circle
Barbell.
back to those
Yeah.
injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury as opposed to confluent where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay.
And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call them
Yes.
pattern abrasions, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career.
Not typically.
And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Nobody said it road
Blunt
rash.
force trauma
I say whoever
includes
said he had
injuries
road rash.
to various
Yeah, I've
objects,
never heard that
as you
before.
testified, including
No
an
one
animal
ever said
paw.
he had road rash
Correct.
ever.
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear tail light at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I can't. By a
Okay.
smooth, no.
All right, next question.
By a smooth rear tail light, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
She said she couldn't answer it, Liza.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant.
But it wasn't a
scratches.
smooth light. It was, it broke.
I do not.
From my head to your fingers, delete.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure.
She's trying to play Alan's little word games, but she's not nearly as smooth at it.
Not good. Yeah, I don't know why they let her do this, to be honest.
Yeah, I really thought one of the guys, the seasoned attorneys, were going to handle this.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lally.
That's twice she's forgotten to show the prosecutor the evidence.
Yeah,
Convenient.
come on, this is what I mean. Like, she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing.
Do you
I,
recognize that
she's
photograph?
gotta be.
I do. It's a
maybe
photograph of
late 20s,
Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
maybe early 30s tall.
May I mark that as the next order?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Why are we introducing new photos when we already have the autopsy photos? Why does the defense? Yeah, if the defense is introducing new photos of the autopsy,
can't.
why?
Yeah, they can't. Well, not only that, there's no, all the autopsy photos have
Oh my
been shown.
gosh, look at his brother. I feel so bad for him. That must
a
be
rock
horrible
star.
to have to sit there and watch all this day after day.
Are
and
they,
hear all this.
Molly? Like, uproar about the fact that it's, like, sucks and Liza sucks at her job? Like,
Yeah. When I shared your stream out, I should have put "Come watch the newbie fail."
Right. Shit, bro. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, anything is possible. So to get the medical examiner to say it's possible, once Lally gets her back on cross, it's going to be, is it consistent with this? No. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. Have a nice day. Like,
Yeah.
that's
I mean, it's
Like-
possible that I'm an alien, but you know.
right. It's
Oh
exactly-
man,
It's fucking
The look-
possible. I'm drunk at 9 a.m., but
Yeah.
not a thing. So
the look Paul was just giving her, and
Yeah.
I mean, their reactions when the photos of John's face were up. Peg was crying. Paul had his hand up over his eyes so he couldn't even see the shadow of that screen. Karen looked bored.
Yeah,
She's
she looked bored
sighing.
and totally uninterested and didn't care.
I'm
Yep.
sorry. I had therapy this morning on Zoom, so I was trying to do both, and I was failing at it. My bad.
No,
You
it
gotta
just
deal with-
it was very telling that like she's
Like,
supposed to
therapy,
love him
period.
so desperately.
Because I have CPTSD, so you got to stay on top of that shit, dude. You know, hyper awareness, all that fun stuff that comes with CPTSD. You know,
Mhm.
so I still do my weekly therapy, no matter how many years it's been.
I don't care if I'm on trial for my life or not. If I
She's a partner.
accidentally did this and I killed the man I loved, there's no way I could sit there and look at those pictures and
You
are And-
unmuted.
be so cold.
She's been practicing for 9 years. She's a partner and she can't remember to show the prosecutor the evidence before she takes it to the witness.
Not
Yeah.
only that, but she's like, her voice cracks. She's clearly nervous. Like, I don't know. I don't, it's hard. I mean, if she's a partner, I think she's only a partner because Jackson thinks she's pretty, because it's not for her skill set.
Yeah. And she probably bought in. It was probably a big chunk of money to buy into the partnership too.
No offense, but I could do this cross with my hands tied behind my back confidently.
Say Camille Vasquez was made partner after Johnny Depp because she proved how masterful she was at lawyering.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first.
I wish, dude. If I could finish law school, dude. If I could finish.
For God's sake, it's not even marked yet.
It's appropriate.
So they're now allowed to add new photos in?
No.
But they're doing it.
But yes, you can publish. Is it?
What?
also
They're marketing,
appropriately?
yeah, she's trying to go straight to publishing without marking it. They're letting it in, whatever it is. But she immediately went to exhibit. She wanted to exhibit it and it hadn't been marked
Indicated
yet.
on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises.
It's from the
on
IV, you
Mr.
idiot.
O'Keefe's right hand
See the
could
insertion mark.
potentially be attributed.
That's a
Yeah, I
blown
said
vein.
that from the beginning when I first seen the photos. I'm like, those are IV starts.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through.
But there's many attempts before you go to the shin. Trust and
And
believe
That's an
that.
bruising to the
That's
back
an
of the
infiltrated
hands
vein.
is also
Uh-huh.
consistent with defensive wounds.
No.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are
Not a
actually
defensive
four
wound,
separate
sorry.
distinct bruises outside of
Who
the
did he
one we
punch with the
discussed
back
earlier
middle of his
on Mr.
hand?
O'Keefe's,
Right.
Correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And
trying
you
to say that's a
testified
paw.
yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we
on-
take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, ma'am.
Defensive as in he put his hands up and someone's punching him, basically. Like it's a defensive wound, as in like
You testified
Okay,
on
be-
direct examination
yeah.
that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose. Yes, Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes,
Which could have been the cause from
You
being
noticed
struck
the contusions on the
By the
back of his
head.
right hand.
correct.
in the
The
head.
injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you
Yes,
just
delete it,
testified,
did.
on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So
The
in
back of that
fact,
hand
if you
dented
have
the
a body
tailgate.
That presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a
morning Val.
laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue. These injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Same
Your Honor,
question.
Sure.
She didn't change the question. Like what?
Not at all. And as far as the IV attempts, do you know when you're running a trauma, how many times you're going to try before you go to that shin? That is
Right.
not the go-to, okay? I've done it, been there, done that. That is not a go-to.
Right. Hello, Val. If you guys haven't checked out Val on Twitter, you should. It's Valerie McGilvery, and she's awesome. So
That
if you
big
haven't
one,
Given her a
right?
follow, please do.
That big one right in the middle, that is them getting that big vein in the back of his hand and infiltrating it.
Right.
And the two that go up go into the bruises that would have been
Mhm.
left by his knuckles hitting the back of the car. But
Yeah,
it's that same
consider-
vein. They
Yeah, he-
infiltrated it.
Right, he was frozen, so You know, they went right through it went right through the damn vein. Number one, they should have used a Peds needle, but I wasn't
Oh,
there.
I have scars on my hands from them doing that.
Oh yeah, I got them on my arms.
You are unmuted.
Shifting gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination.
'Cause you can't ask that
reviewed some
question.
Photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Can't
I
testify
remember
about
correctly,
footprints. She's
it
not a
was the
footprint
area
expert.
of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seemed to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
Anything's possible, but that doesn't mean it happened.
That the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your expert medical opinion, is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
Ooh.
If I can have one.
Sure.
All of this possible is going to be cleaned up immediately by Lolly going, yeah, but did it happen here? And she says, no. It's not consistent with everything else because she's a big picture kind of person.
Can I see the exhibits that were listed,
Here.
Your Honor?
I hope he handles it right.
I mean, that's what medical examiners do. They take all of the little bitty pieces and then put together the big puzzle.
Previously, that was Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Dr. Squirtyville, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
We have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at individual pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, you're going to think you're putting together a puzzle of a bunch of eyeballs, and then once you get it together, it's a waterfall.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
2853.
I mean, it's possible that Zeus came down, threw a thunderbolt at him, turned into a cow, stomped on his head, and flew away. But for God's sake.
Showing this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom?
See, I couldn't even look at those photos
Yes.
if that was a man I loved.
What is that?
That is livor,
Lividity?
lividity. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body.
Yeah, you guys
after,
scrubbed out to show the
someone
picture
is deceased.
to the goddamn
So even
public.
though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes, it goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, the lights, please. Thank you.
It's from an injury inside the
Mr. Allen?
body, but not outside.
Dr. Squartybell, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
We're asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
It could be under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct. Yes.
Now, as far as the abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from drag, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of the laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts or, as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
So I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be. Yes.
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also includes breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally, sustained.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries. Yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the
That
skull
settled that
fractures and bleeding in the brain. what is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again, just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and the bleeding.
Objection.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in this room?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing in the brain and the skull.
Thank you. I know that.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you very much.
The right hand definitively, she said, are blunt object injuries. So that takes out their defensive wounds theory completely.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Call them off the rest.
All right.
Your Honor, the defense would move the court for,
So I'm going to stop you right there.
Mm.
A short recess.
if the court needs one.
I don't need one, but I will see you at sidebar.
Oh, let's we moved to have it dismissed, right? Yep, that's what you're gonna do. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, she cut off his motion to dismiss. She doesn't want him to argue
Yep.
that in front of the jury right now.
Well, you're not gonna argue it in front of the jury. That you can't argue it in front of the jury. So, like, common sense. Like, he knows that though. Also, sorry, but you have no grounds for a motion to dismiss, bro. Sorry, 0 grounds.
Yeah, that's SOP. So is the denial.
Yeah, there's literally 0 grounds for that. Like, I knew they were gonna try it. I mean, it'd be bad attorneys if they didn't, but they want the case thrown out. I mean, I knew they were gonna attempt it, but it's not gonna happen. So they're living in La La Land, Delulu land.
Yeah, the motion to dismiss between the two cases in chief is standard. It's in every criminal trial.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them do it. Like, oh yeah,
I can't believe-
I mean, I'm guessing that's what they're moving for right now is a motion to dismiss, which is to dismiss the case. Blah blah blah. Not going to happen. But I mean, if they'd be bad attorneys if they didn't attempt it because they don't got shit to go on. So up there's Fanny and.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Why are we on a break already?
Hey there, Karen Reed.
The first one
the
wasn't an attempt to
prosecution-
dismiss the court, just an attempt to dismiss the charges, wasn't it?
No, it was an attempt to dismiss the entire thing.
Ah,
The entire thing. Oh,
Yeah,
hold on.
I missed what happened because I was feeding the
Alright.
squirrels to get them off my screen.
Go,
Didn't
beat
run.
him. Go, beat him.
Go.
Well, basically, as I would say, she basically did not know the matter of which the injuries were. So she basically said, yeah, it could be anything. It could
be
any one
anything,
of
right?
these-
Could
Yeah,
be
and
fucking
that-
anything.
And that is not great for the Commonwealth. It's not
Yeah.
fantastic because honestly, it's like that needed to be an ironclad witness that basically pointed out that this was. But I think
Well,
it's
she
more
finished
likely,
with it was consistent with the fall. Every injury in the
Yeah.
brain would cause that. So
But you know that should have been the thing is that they kind of proud out. She should have probably. The problem is, it's like yes, she said it was consistent with the fall, but she should have not been like entertaining punches, stuff like that. I mean, but it was good cleanup by Lally, basically saying there would be more bruising to the forearms,
Right.
and things like that. I mean, the problem lies in the fact that they are, unfortunately, it seemed like the accident reconstruction person and the medical examiner just basically didn't communicate with each other and figure out what the hell
Right.
happened. And I think that is a problem in this case. It seems like these, like the two essential experts should have communicated with each other to figure out what caused him to die. And that is a weakness.
I don't
of
think
this
they're allowed
case.
to. No,
But you know
I don't
what?
think they're allowed to.
I think they could have. It could have been helped if she would have went to the scene and looked at the car and figured out, something to that degree to get an idea.
See, that's the problem here in Mass is they don't do that shit, and it's like you need to. You need to. What
Yeah.
do you mean?
Yeah,
You need-
because actually, here's the thing that just occurred to me in my mind as a layman sitting here, just thinking back over the things that the defense has brought out. Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, even Colin Albert. Their contention is that 3 air quote trained boxers beat this man to death. Where are all the body shots?
right, right. Right.
Yeah. So I mean, like with that said, I think, in my opinion, I don't think the Commonwealth met their burden for their second degree. They didn't really show how she covered it up or anything too much. I mean, they tried. I think they met their burden for manslaughter and leaving the scene of an accident. I just don't. The problem
We have to
is,
remember, second degree in Massachusetts only requires that she knew that DUIing in the snow at night could cause bodily injury or death to someone. That's all it requires here in Mass.
I'm going to be neutral. I'm just, I'm not, I clearly think she's guilty, but I'm just trying to be like very much neutral to the thought process that the jury's going to listen to those recordings and they're going to think to themselves,
yeah,
okay, did she know that she hit him, or was she basically didn't know that that was a result of that? Was the cover up? I mean, that's the thing that's going to probably enter the minds of the jury. I think the most damaging evidence against the defense is the GPS data. It shows he never entered the house. And the whole defense theory is beat up, attacked by dogs. I'm kind of shocked that the medical examiner said it could be claws, and she smiled. And I said to myself, why don't you just say it can't be? Because, you got to be different. Like, I'm shocked that no one actually said to this lady, how many times have you seen claw attacks from dogs that go through clothes? That would be like one of the questions I would probably ask her, be like, how many of those? And she'd probably say 0, because claws don't do that. It's just not.
Right. And they keep saying there's no way that the plastic could have cut his arm that badly and leave just those little bitty holes in his shirts. Do you have any idea what a German Shepherd's claw would have done to that, and teeth would have done to that shirt?
Let's
leave those behind?
But let's remember that Lally does have one more witness. Even though they rested, they have one more witness because the defense decided they wanted these people in last minute. So he has a rebuttal witness for the dog lady. If the dog lady's going to be allowed to testify, he's going to have a rebuttal witness for that. So remember that. That's the person who would ask those questions to.
That brings me back to what Alan said outside yesterday and what I asked you. He told the reporters that there are 2 medical examiners left to testify after this one. Is he seriously telling people that ER doctor and that biomechanical engineer are MEs?
No.
Is that what he's trying to pass them off as? Or does he have 2 MEs on his witness list?
No.
He said she was a pathologist and she wasn't. Remember?
I think the weakness of the defense is trying to push this whole third-party culprit, he went into the house thing. I think if they focused on they didn't do this part of the investigation right, but I think they've dug themselves into such a hole, because if they didn't have I think the GPS is tanks their case, because they didn't.
He never goes in the house.
Yeah, and that I feel like that tanks their case. If they they didn't really fight. I don't know why Alan Jackson didn't come up there during that expert, and they let Yannetti go up there. I mean, even that lady Little, she asked good questions. She's way better than Yannetti. And I feel like that is a major problem for the defense, because as much as you've got the medical examiner saying, well, I don't know what these wounds are and what could be caused, anything could cause these wounds. The problem is that he never entered the house, and they never refuted the GPS data. And then they're trying to go with steps and stuff like that. But the problem is steps is inaccurate at times, and he stops moving.
But the steps are before he ever arrives at Fairview.
Yes, that's the problem. It's just not usable for the defense. And I think that is a major problem. Now, I think the jury is going to be with a tough decision, because they're going to be sitting here and they're going to see two contradictory, they're going to listen to the case and they're going to be, they're unsure about how the accident really could have happened and the exact injuries, but they're definitely not sure. They're definitely sure that he didn't go into that house. And that's going to be a major problem for the jury to make a decision. And they might just be like, there might be some people that are just not decided on that. That might be a major problem for the jury.
Yeah, I mean,
And
for
my
me, I
personal
think-
opinion, my personal opinion on Liza Little's lawyering, and maybe her questions were better than David Yannetti, but she forgot to show the prosecutor the evidence twice
Yeah,
before she
she's
handed it to
new.
the witness. And she forgot how to admit evidence.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
completely great. I think she's a very smart woman, but I think she is very, very green when it comes to actually doing. This is probably the biggest case she has ever been on.
That's my point.
And
I think
sadly,
she's very nervous.
Yeah, and sadly, she's still a better lawyer than Yannetti. I mean, holy fuck, that guy was terrible. He got destroyed yesterday. That was an essential witness to destroy, the defense destroy, and they completely dropped the bag, because that GPS data is unrefutable, and her arriving exactly at home and those messages, those are unrefutable, that he never entered the house. And if he never entered the house, the whole third party culprit, he got beat up in the house, goes out the window. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. It really does. That is the essential pin to their case. Their pin to the case is that he went into the house. If there's all these witnesses saying he didn't go into the house, if there's all this data that's saying he never went to that house, then you can't have a third party culprit defense with that. It's just non-existent.
Whole thing's gone.
Yeah. And that's a big problem. And then when you're looking at injuries to his body, yeah, you can say that like there should be lower injuries to the man, but when you have to look at that with the same amount of logic when it comes to injuries in a fight. If you're in a fight with multiple subjects, you would get bruising on the back of your forearm for defensive wounds. You would actually start getting.
It would have been some body shots.
Yeah, there would have
bottom
been like rib shots, and also apparently there would be bruising on the ribs. The only fracture is from the CPR, which basically highlights that he was it was pushed forward. He was knocked by something, and then he fell backwards and hit something. Now, I think the problem lies that we just don't know the exact angle on which he fell. And I don't think we ever will, because I don't think.
No,
that
probably not.
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever will. And then that's going to be a question for the jury. So I think the jury is going to is left with two options. Either they believe the third party culprit thing where he never enters the house, or they're going to believe he was hit by a car. And I think I feel like that's where the defense kind of screwed up. I think if the defense simply put to the point where like they have no evidence that my client did it, instead of locking themselves in, because a lot of people say you got to prove your, reasonable doubt, just have to have reasonable doubt. The problem with a third party culprit defense is that you have to prove that it's your theory of the case, basically.
Right.
You're basically stating.
And people are like, no, the defense doesn't have to prove. But if they do, I'm sorry, but if they're trying to use third party culprit, they do need to prove it. Otherwise, the jury doesn't buy it. So no, where they don't have to quote unquote prove it in a legal standpoint. If you don't sort of prove it to the jury, you're out of luck.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
so I mean, like, I think honestly, I'll let you. Sorry about that, Brittany. You talk. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I would say just one of the best answers for me from her this morning was when they were talking about different factors that could impact, the amount of force that the truck would exert on him. She's like, well, I don't know exactly where he was standing. I don't know whether he was standing up,
Right.
still, or moving. All the things that I was talking about the other day, the factors missing from the calculations from the accident reconstructionists. Was he walking away? How fast was he walking? Was he moving under his own power? Did he try to jump and didn't make it? I mean,
Right.
all of that is unknown because Karen's the only one who saw it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough decision. I think now the defense is going to be on the offensive now. They're going to probably, set their, and I think I don't think it's for a dismissal. I disagree with you, Twisted. I think it's for the ruling
All right.
whether they can do a third party culprit defense. Because remember, the judge said you have to, the only way that you.
Foundation. You got to build a foundation.
Yeah. Hi, Kathy P, by the way. I didn't say hi.
Hey, do you guys, do any of you think that there's a possibility the jury's going to come back hung?
There's a possibility. There's a real possibility.
Always a chance.
Because the problem is that the Commonwealth, there was 3 essential witnesses. The technology when it came to the phone, the ME, and the accident reconstruction person. And honestly, the Emmy basically said, well, those injuries could have been caused by anything. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you would have asked that lady, could the injuries be formed by a meteorite hitting him in the back of his head, she would have said
She would
yes.
have said it's possible. Yeah.
It's possible. So she would have
Her
said,
declaring dog paws blunt objects just completely blew my mind.
yeah, I mean, she would have
Dog
said
paws,
yes.
that was ridiculous.
Yeah, she would have said yes to everything. So that is a weakness of the Commonwealth with that one. Then you have the accident reconstruction guy, which I believe he did, good tests when it comes to that. But the problem is that he was not an experienced person to testify. And you're going against Alan Jackson, and you got to be experienced. Also, there was no test on whether to do an accident reconstruction of what she was claiming. I mean, that would have been the first thing I would have ruled on if I was the prosecution, and be like, is it possible that this lady would have broke her taillight backing up into that car? This is their main crux of their defense. And should we try to get like an accident reconstruction of that into evidence? And I don't know if he tried or not, but these are essential witnesses. But I think the problem is for the defense is that the crucial, the most important witness to disprove out of those three was probably the technology GPS person. Because if you can prove that he went into that house, then you have the reasonable doubt that he might have got beat up and all that stuff. But if you can't prove that he went into that house, you have all these witnesses, you have the GPS data, then he's never entered that house. And basically the only possible reasonable thought process is that he was outside at the time that he achieved those injuries. And the only person around him at that particular time was either Karen Reed, it was actually just Karen Reed, because she was the one closest to him. So it's people are going to be left with that thought process. But that's a tough decision for the jury, because
Finish. Sorry.
Go.
I was just going to say that the jury doesn't have to agree 100% on the exact mechanics of the accident itself.
No.
Just that she hit him and that caused his death. That's it.
Right. Correct.
They don't have to, they don't have to agree on the exact momentum or force or angle of him. None of that. They don't have to.
And I
agree
just
on
want to
any of
point
that.
out, I wish they could have Anna, but he can't list things like that. Lally you can't lead the witness on direct. On cross, he'll be able to do a little bit more, but he can't lead his witnesses on direct. So it's not something that he could have done that way. I wish that's the way it worked.
Well,
Unfortunately, it's not.
In the end of the day, the jury's left with a question, and we're going to see what the defense is going to pull up. We already know they're going to get Lucky. I think he's going to be a horrible witness for the defense. The dog bite lady, horrible witness for the defense.
Oh, she's a mess, dude.
I believe the Commonwealth's going to be allowed to bring their own dog bites expert, and if that guy comes, and I think honestly, the biggest mistake of the defense was to try to bring that lady in.
Was to bring that lady in so that they had a witness to rebut. That was stupid.
Yeah.
So stupid. Rookie mistake, bro.
Because if they would have just left that question in the jury's mind instead of, because that's the main thing. And that's another thing people don't talk about. People don't talk about the defense's claim that those are dog bites. Now they're dog scratches. And they've claimed
which
this,
one is it?
Yeah,
Right.
and they've claimed this for 2 years, but only recently they got a dog bite expert in, someone to testify. In 2
Couldn't
years.
find anyone. That's why.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's a major problem. So they made these statements of facts on multiple media outlets without a dog bite expert to be hired to review this. This is crazy to me. Like
And their own expert can't say definitively whether they're bites or scratches, really, because there's a very definite difference between the wound marks of a scratch and a bite.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they should have another witness. They should have called. Honestly, was Karen. The Commonwealth should have called Karen Reed's father. This
Bill
is a man-
Reed. Yeah, that's what Valerie just said. Bill Reed.
I don't know why in God's green earth they
I don't
did not
either.
call that man up. He is the last person to talk to Karen Reed at 1 in the fucking morning. He is the he is the person at the scene talking to her when she's making these admissions in the fucking hospital of, I think I hit something. Why in God's green earth this man was not subpoenaed to be on the stand is beyond me. Honestly, I know he would lie through his teeth, because there's no doubt in my mind that man will lie through his teeth, but it would have put a fucking mirror on her. And to me, that should have been done. I think
He's the linchpin of the real cover up, and the defense would have the end of it right there.
And I think there is, you go, I'm sorry.
Did they really? I'm sorry, I saw this comment and like, did they really say that the bite expert lady was like so smart and compelling? Like, did like real
No.
life people say that? I can't
No,
believe.
and
What?
I'm pretty honest about this. You know, I came here, I was like, yeah, the car reconstruction guy wasn't the greatest, and also
No.
this Emmy, but that woman is worse than both of those people combined.
Oh,
That woman
facts.
didn't understand what a reasonable degree of medical certainty was. She had to be like coached by the judge. And
Right,
she,
like
and she couldn't differentiate which, you know, she made these. I've never seen dog bites like that. And the problem is, you can't 1 minute say they're dog bites and next minute say they're claw marks. You have to say what they are.
which one? Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is they have done. So that's going to be another problem, right? Is for the jury, the defense has thrown out a pick one, anyone on a third party, which is Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Michael Proctor, anybody who is, you know, then you're, you know, in the beginning, you're slamming in on the EMT. So then you're saying that. And at the same time, if you're saying Jen McCabe was in on it, you're basically saying Carrie Roberts is in on it, but then you didn't cross her. So like, I think that's a big problem for them. Number one. Number two, juries don't like a pick one, anyone theory. And they don't like the theory changing multiple times during a trial.
I mean,
What theory is it? Like,
I don't understand this whole thought process of the defense. Like, defense to me seemed okay. There's an advertisement. You know, there's going to become unskippable ads in the future, right?
yeah, it's fucking great, isn't it? I already have unskippable ads. It's obnoxious as hell. Listen, if
you
I
should
could,
have
premium version, I would.
It's like $10 a month. Save
Yeah,
your life.
well, unfortunately, right now I can't even afford that. Sometimes I don't even make $10 in a stream. So
I'll give you.
here's to hoping, right? Like that's just
Right?
life. It's just
But
life.
I can't believe they started because they're now editing. They're putting it into the videos now. Now you can skip.
Dude,
them.
they had two the other day I couldn't skip in a row.
Yeah,
In
it's
a
still,
row.
It's still better than TV. I remember the old days in TV.
Oh, it is, yeah.
On a sidebar. This is a sidebar. In the old days with TVs, you used to just have like for every 5 minutes of the show, there used to be like a minute of commercials.
Oh my god, it was so obnoxious, right? Like I was like, thank God for Netflix where you can just like skip shit.
Like the greatest invention after that was like you can record your shows and then skip them.
Love it.
The DVR.
Love it. That was
used to
the first. What was it? The Hopper was like the first one. The Hopper was it called the Hopper?
I don't know if it was a Hopper. It was like a DVR, and you could.
No, the first one was called the VHS, and we paused manually.
True that.
True. But you'd have to record the show and then come back manually. They had the TV. Oh yeah, that's true.
And back in the 70s, we just had to sit through the damn commercial.
Yeah,
if I was Alan Jackson right now, the witnesses I would call in would be the two FBI hired experts that the people that I hired. Because right now you got into their minds, a jury, that the lady's not sure how these injuries are resulting, and I would want to hammer that into their head.
Yeah.
Look, and I think that's what I'd probably start off with. I would
remember though that one of those guys is going to be extremely limited.
Yeah, I would not start off with Lucky. I think Lucky terrible witness.
I wouldn't even use him.
Witness.
Wouldn't even use him.
Yeah, they have to use him because he's on the list. He's a terrible witness. I think they're
well, they don't have to because he's on the list. They could skip.
But I think their strongest witnesses are those two experts that I know of. I mean, they could have someone that's stronger. The Green Report guy is going to get eviscerated. The dog bite lady is going to get eviscerated. Yeah, Lucky's going to get eviscerated. But those two guys, I think they were very professional. But the problem is they were limited in their scope of information they were given. And unfortunately, and that is going to affect their testimony and what their opinions are. Rebuttal expert, yeah.
If they're going to use the dog bite stuff, why did they not want more DNA testing done?
Well,
because they knew there was no animal DNA. That's why they knew there was no animal DNA there.
Kathy P, what do you do when you don't want you don't want a question answered?
That's true. But then how can they even run with that when they didn't even? I mean, isn't the jury going to know that? Can't the jury be told that they didn't want testing?
I mean, yeah, Lally can definitely point out that, like, hey, they were allowed to. That's another thing I saw online recently was, oh, well, they did destructive testing to the EDR data, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, that's very misleading because the defense was allowed to have their expert there. They declined that.
And by the way, the photos that were shown, I mean, like there was like two separate photos of the actual back of his hand. the
Oh,
back of his
yeah.
hand. And that was clearly like anyone that who's ever unfortunately had to visit the hospital when they have to put needles into people's back of their hands like that, know that that's bruising. Like what happens is you bruise up when they put needles into you like that.
Uh-huh.
And those are
Sure
not,
do.
yeah, and those are not knuckles. Like if you're punching someone with a knuckle, that is going to be bruising on your knuckles, not
Right.
on the back like that. It just doesn't happen. And unless he's
If
doing,
any of the jury members ever punched anybody, they'll know by looking at those injuries
Oh yeah.
and knowing what they had on their hands. And I've treated many dog bites, including police canine bites out in the field, and I had no dog bites like that.
yeah, I
If
just
I'm a-
think,
okay, so Barb's got a good point. If I'm a juror, best conspiracy to come away with is the boogeyman. Also, I have to ask this question because I've seen it twice in the chat. What is the deal with Kevin's chat? Can somebody tell me what happened over there? Because you're all
Well,
piling
I
over here. Not that I
mean-
mind. I love you all, but
I think because he basically voiced the opinion that he thought that witness was very weak and it was devastating bad for the Commonwealth.
I don't think it was devastating. I think she could have been better, but I don't by any means think it was devastating.
I came to the opinion that that woman basically would said that he had these injuries, and these are his injuries, but I am not going to testify how he's got these injuries, and it could be anything. And that
All right,
is-
hold on. Jackson's talking. Hold on.
Okay,
My mouse won't work. Hold on.
To the jury after arresting is insufficient to meet such a finding.
Okay, so
There's no question.
Oh, yeah,
here,
here we go.
with
Motion to
this
dismiss.
particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth.
Here we go.
I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count.
Okay.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence
Crap.
presented in the
Bullshit.
Commonwealth's case
Bullshit.
that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And
Tag's
his theory,
gone.
according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the
Yeah, zero
Commonwealth's
chance.
case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV
False.
could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning.
False.
The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are,
Which means your
every
people
single
didn't
one
kill
of
him
them,
either.
consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did, that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy.
Yes, there is. Stop it.
As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory.
Oh, please.
Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
It's because each of the
Yeah, tell
counts,
the
as I
judge
said
what
at the
she's
beginning,
required
necessarily
to
include an
do.
element
Yeah, right.
that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how
No, that's
John
not how it
O'Keefe was struck,
works,
and we don't
idiot.
believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Yeah, not happening.
Okay.
Sorry. Not happening.
Your Honor, if I may just, we have a written motion for the court to act on pursuant to that argument. Here, first, copy.
They use circumstantial
All right,
evidence in a
I
lot of
will
cases.
hear you, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the
his
comment, all I was
argument.
going to say is that I would submit to the court
Is
that,
this surprisingly that I took issue?
and my apologies for that. What I would submit to the court,
Oh,
Your Honor,
please.
is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Trooper Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Valier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct from the pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching not only to that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as the court heard from Ms. Chart from Voting Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications, as well as the testimony of the children in this case as to the state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that day. There are arguments that continued throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Famati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Mr. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal argument stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text sheet. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all 3 indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay.
I am not worried about Lolly's closing.
Most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts. I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The
Sorry.
defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
As I told you, there was about 0 chance that was happening.
I never say 0. There's always a possibility for anything.
Yes, but I also knew they were going to pull
mean-
this in advance. The judge knew. I mean, it was all something we knew they were going to
Yeah.
do. So
I mean, according to chaos theory, you can wake up on the moon in your bed tomorrow. So, I mean, anything's possible.
anything is possible.
Yeah.
A
so-
butterfly flaps its wings in China and there's a tornado in Florida.
Yeah, that's why I never say nothing's impossible. Anything's possible. And I just.
Well,
that's
for
how-
me, this was impossible. There was no chance in hell they had a dismissal. They didn't.
but I-
Not happening.
But I think Lolly's going to do. I'm actually now more firm that Lolly's going to do a good closing with that. That was actually a pretty good, succinct argument.
Yeah, that was good.
Now I think he needs a little emotion.
Yeah, I know. First of all, I don't know why he didn't mix it up with letting McLaughlin do some of this work. I don't understand. Like, let the other ADA cross or direct. Like, mix it up, bro. Like,
Yeah, we need emotion, Mr. Lolly. We need you to actually be show anger and
right.
Him talking about tech stuff really does remind me of Creighton Waters talking about financial stuff. I think that's his knowledge base. I think that's what he focuses on.
Yeah. Possible. I mean,
I think the one thing is I really think is damning, and they need to clean that goddamn audio up at that 5:23 in the morning, which is
Yeah.
John, is that you? That seems like
that you?
a
Yeah.
fucking smoking gun.
yeah, it does.
All rise.
Everybody stand up.
So
Yeah.
defense is gonna. I wonder who the defense is first. with.
I feel like every time they do that all rise thing, they should be wearing top hats and
Well, that's where it comes from, the British style.
pip pip, y'all.
You'd be wearing a white powdered wig.
Facts. I don't know why they still do
You
that
know,
over.
Well, in the old days, you used to have a flea scratcher for those powdered wigs because you used to get
Yep.
fleas.
Yep.
So
That's
that's why.
That's so like I'm filled with such useless information like that, B Tim. It's not even funny.
Yeah, so they used to have like a little thing that scratched their heads, or just, they got the fleas in it, and they would clean it very
So
little.
funny.
Peg left for the dismissal argument. Is she back in?
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Kennedy, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Okay.
Oh boy, they're calling Brian Wanless. I'm the one who broke that story. Officer Brian Wanless.
Yeah, I'm not sure that should have been their first witness, their lead, you know?
Oh, I'm surprised. They should have focused on the acts, those two great witnesses that they have, to kind of hammer in the thought process that this is not likely to be an accident.
He's an officer. He was an officer of CPD, Anna. He removed the taillight. He removed the taillight,
Okay.
which took 10 seconds to do.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And
Oh,
where
this
are you
is
from,
lucky.
sir?
Mr. Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as
This
loud
is
as you
lucky.
can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
They're
May- may
doing
put your,
lucky first?
Mouth as close to the mic as you can.
Oh, Jesus
Terrible
Christ.
Where
idea.
did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian,
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert, Brendan Albert, Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert's the sister, but I'm not 100% sure on her
Who the
first
hell
name.
is Brendan?
Okay, and those are the siblings that
That's
you
not an.
had
That's
contact
not a
with and
thing.
were
That's not a
familiar with?
person.
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes,
Graduated at the same time.
correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
Are we really doing this?
So several years.
What
8
does that
years.
matter?
8 years. Okay.
Oh, we are.
And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family.
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The
It's
water,
DPW,
it's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
correct.
Now, back in January of 2022,
Oh,
were
it's
you
right
one of the
back.
regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes,
And directing your attention
He's leading the
to
witness. Somebody object.
January 28th of 2022. Do you remember that day?
yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right, and when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW,
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes,
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
we were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right, and your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes,
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use. So they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does it that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it. So we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure, you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side,
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from
from the windshield straight out.
all right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay, and with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's it's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Franken Truck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If the bottom of his knees hit the steering wheel, that means he chopped his own legs off with it.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Lolly doesn't sound concerned.
And can I have permission to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay, now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screen, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury? That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you?
Holy
Maybe
fuck,
that'll
you
help
can't
you.
see that.
And actually, can
Oh,
I
really?
orient it so it's oriented
F-bomb.
just like that? for now?
Nice.
He's blind as a bat. Holy fuck. This is your eyewitness. He's
That's-
blind as a bat.
Object, like, why are we
Okay.
getting no objections here for leading? He's leading the witness. Come on, man.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it, you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Well,
Oh
that's
my
not gonna
God.
help.
He's also
Okay,
colorblind
I think we have the
there,
lights
bub.
on. With the court's permission, can I leave that?
Did he
up
just
on
say
the
he
screen
can't
while
see?
I ask a few more questions?
Yes.
Yeah, see, yeah.
Sure, except he said, can I see it?
Oh,
Right, no, I know, but the
Lord.
jury
Oh
can't.
my
That's not gonna
god.
help
this
you,
is
bro.
horrible.
All right, so you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest,
Correct.
dead end,
Yes.
and you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Can I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
Lolly better get him up and ask if there's dirt on the window screen.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Loughlin, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Alberts.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview,
No,
the
it's
very
not.
first time you passed it, would it have been your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck.
I'm sorry.
Nowhere on
In
this
front of
because
the
it's not a photo.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And
God forbid the animals,
you were
not the people.
passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are?
He can't see, you don't pay attention.
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you
Leading.
have seen it?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained.
You can't even see the projecting board, sir.
Right, and you think he's gonna see a
Now,
body?
once you
Stop
pass
it.
the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
We have the previous exhibit, put back up with the court's permission.
Sure.
He can't see the map from 10 feet away. How's he gonna see a guy under snow from 35?
Exactly, and she didn't see him either. She just knew where he was because she's the one that hit him and put him there.
Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which side?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right, so now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light
Leading.
did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45.
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest?
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time?
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Alberts house,
Where in front of the Alberts house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and if it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
Did I miss the foundation and being able to identify that
As
car?
you were approaching that vehicle,
Right.
were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle, but the lawn side?
Yes,
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
No,
Lights were still on.
correct.
All right, now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No,
All right, where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview, and do the same process, take a left on this Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there, that car that you saw,
Correct.
it moved from when you passed it the first time?
No.
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you as you were coming down Fairview towards Cedar Crest?
Not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview.
Okay.
And came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the?
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And then at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Taiba.
He's trying to bring in the FBI. You can't bring that in. Like, that's not a thing. He's gonna get ruined.
Well,
on
I'm
cross.
thinking like the thing is that this is not a good questions. This is bad. Like, this is a terrible witness.
He
So
can't
bad.
see the map illuminated in a dark room from 10 feet away. What the hell do they think he saw from 35 feet away in a blizzard?
Yeah, and also like I don't understand the timeline of
And
this.
in the dark.
He's stating that he saw the roads blocked off. Did he say what time he saw the roads blocked off?
5:30.
He said 2:45 the first time, but then here's the funny part: is he told the troopers that the first pass he did, the cops were already there and had blocked off the road, so that wasn't until 6.
Yeah, that wasn't
After
until
6.
yeah, after 6. Like,
And just
so-
now he said it was 5:30.
and now he's saying it's 5:30, which is impossible in every single scenario because no one even found John yet before 6. So why would they be? See, this is the problem. Like, this guy is a terrible witness.
And he was covered in snow. We know that. So how would you see him if he was covered
You are unmuted.
at 5?
Just a couple questions,
That's
Mr.
this man.
Powerful gifts come from powerful places. Jefferson's Ocean.
We're gonna
It's
need
just-
that
I
after this.
don't wanna-
This
I
case.
said Lieutenant, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
Is this it?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Holy fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
Mr.
it's
Lally?
awful if they keep going and it's bad enough as it is.
Okay, this is the weakest witness. This
Remember, this is the witness they pinned stalking Courtney
Morning,
Proctor.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
He has all the inconsistent statements he gave to Ellie.
Right.
Sir, I'm showing you a document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that, look up whenever you're finished, okay?
He can't even read. Oh my God. He's blind as a bat.
How's my mic today?
Good. Good voices.
Morning, baby.
Good morning.
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as for a portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route. Yeah. Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
You remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asking questions about February 15th, 2022, and you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
We have video evidence. He did not go around a car.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Cliffs, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you out in the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back.
Yeah, that's not something you
facade
would have known
is a
before
little
this,
bit more
so that's
round.
why that looks
A Jeep
suspicious.
Cherokee are more square.
He's
Now,
coach.
what color was this SUV? No.
For that,
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it, or you can't tell at all?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
he's doing fine.
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
To the left of the door?
looking
That's
at the
not
front of
where
the
it
door
was, though.
to the left of the door, pushing it up
Did he
Fairview.
say 3 feet?
So if he wrote in his report that
He's
you told him that the
3
the
feet.
vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on
None of it was posted
On,
where he
um,
was.
the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw in the news, so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they
2:40,
wrote that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
He just did. He just built a
Now,
foundation
as
for
far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Do you also recall telling
What?
those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He just said he wasn't on the road at 2 a.m., but literally just told him he went and did a pass at 2 a.m. So, wait, what?
Yeah, this witness is completely unreliable. I think this is a bad witness. A very bad witness for the defense.
I don't know why they put him on the stand. I would have not used him.
Yeah, if anything, he's hurting, not helping.
Yeah.
Going to adopt. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph,
And I do agree with what RP said in chat.
and then whenever you're done, just keep going, right?
RP said a little while ago, y'all, he's not a professional. Let me pull it up. Almost
No, I
feel
read
bad.
that, but that's not the point. The point is the guy changed his story 3 times before he ever hit this stand in the report. You know what I'm saying? He's changed his story multiple times. We already knew this was going to be a disaster.
Also, he met with Yannetti about 4 days ago in the parking lot of Proctor Sister's job. School
Right.
job.
Oh, Jesus, good God. All right. Listen, I'm just waking up, so behind the 8 ball. And I just come in and saw a guy with a big old meathead on the stand that's a snowplow driver, and I have a little bit of a soft spot for meat-headed snowplow
Are you
drivers.
finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yeah, he's not a good witness.
Snowplow drivers, you know.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct. Never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2020,
Oh, shit.
correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
There's the basketball hoop.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
And about what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Maybe approach on.
Okay.
This is a defense witness, though, that's supposed to be helping the defense, and he's not. Anyone?
Yeah, I think the witness is a disastrous witness. His memory is unreliable. He's just not really doing too well.
Yeah, I'm no lawyer, but I'd have never used this guy. I'd have never put this guy on the stand.
Okay, but let's make this point here. You can't possibly remember the exact times that you went past here, there, and did this and that, but you don't even have a ballpark of when you hit the net. That's the whole point. So then your memory isn't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Because you're going to remember
That's
when
not,
you hit
like,
that net and
no,
cause
and you-
damage. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, you will. Unfortunately,
Right.
I think I take back everything I just said about him.
Your Honor,
I'm
we
beginning
object to
to-
all witness giving testimony. We didn't realize he was an idiot. We moved to strike his existence from the book of life.
Holy fuck. This guy's really bad. I mean, like, this guy is.
We knew this was going to be
Listen,
uncomfortable.
No one
I-
trusts what he says.
Well, I side with RP. I believe that the defense said, "Oh, we need you. We need you. You're going to be the person to be able to free
Save.
Karen."
Yep. Yep.
I believe I believe what RP said. I agree fully with that. I really feel like they used
They roped him
him.
into it, of course, yeah.
Yes, he doesn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the snowplow.
I mean, this guy has got terrible eyesight. He's colorblind. So how the fuck is he going to see in the dark? We've seen multiple videos of how dark it was at that night. So how
And
the
you're not
fuck
going to
is he
see
gonna
a dark body laying on a dark ground in a dark corner with no lights if you're colorblind.
Also, he hit a
these shades of color, like gray and like dark gray would be like dark blues, dark purples.
Oh, I know, because my husband is shade blue.
Yeah, but the problem is like that car could have been a different shade. He gave the wrong. It's not reliable, the color. Also, the fact is like I feel like the taillight testimony was given to him, was fed to him.
It probably was. However, car people also know the difference, and you know that you can look at taillights, and taillights will help. However, the newer cars, most of the
He would
assets
not
look.
have known the difference between the taillights unless someone pointed it out to him and showed him. There's no way in hell he would have known that because I grew up in shops and I didn't even know that. So there you go.
He met with Yannetti multiple times, Turtle Boy. Yannetti he met like 4 days ago. 4 or 5 days ago.
You are unmuted.
You're right, Cambry. You're right. Oh Lord, did you just see her look?
Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. Yannetti?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday, when, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes,
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
no,
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
correct.
So, sir, I'm correct, and if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night, is that correct? Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Sure about all the times that you went down? What time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop, is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir, I'm asking you to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
Right. Anything, Ms. Giannetti?
There's just one question I want to make sure that we understand what's going
So,
on.
so no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No,
you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
no.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes,
How so, sir?
it was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 4:15, about 5:30.
But you
You're
don't
on the road
remember what
about
time you hit the
2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. With some,
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
it was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when
What I'm asking is, you would testify that you may, or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
Correct.
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So what I'm saying is, you testified, your time, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
So 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30, then 3 hours later it's 6, correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Lockwood, you are all set, sir.
That was a bad one.
That was horrible.
I'm going to ask Dr. Marie Russell to join us.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a dog bite lady.
Uh-oh.
God, is this Captain Dog Bites?
Yes, this is a dog bite lady.
This is Captain Dog Bites. Okay, this is going to be great.
All right. Let's hope she's better than the last one.
So while we have like 10 seconds, if everybody can give like a like and a share, I'd super duper appreciate it. And if you could think about supporting the channel, I'd also appreciate it. If I'm not calling out donos, then I'm not getting them. So I get my support from you guys and you guys only. So I appreciate y'all. And I think we're going to find this to be just as more brutal than the last witness that was awful. Awful.
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to treat her as hostile?
I'm just checking to see if my headphones will stay connected this time because my headphones keep, or not my headphones, but my speakers keep disconnecting.
Thank you, Emily oh crap.
But what I wanted Lolly to get to, and he never brought, they have video proof that he never went around a car. There'd have been a snowbank when the first responders got there because he never went back by to remove it, and there's no snowbank there.
Yeah, but I think his testimony is unreliable. I think the jury's like, this guy makes no fucking sense.
Oh,
None
yeah.
of what he said made any sense. So he's just impeached completely. It actually hurts the defense having that guy up there.
Who wants to bet that the Karen Reed supporters are all going to do videos saying, "Oh my God, the tow truck driver was fantastic. He nailed it for us."
Yeah, well, that's because they're delusional.
Dog Bites. The Emmy from the 90s, the art pathologist.
We'll see how she does with this. Hopefully, I mean, for the defense, they got to have.
Oh, it's her.
Yeah, the dog bite lady. Yeah.
Oh my.
But much more brutal than we saw.
Oh, it's going to be a lot brutal. We're going to see what's happening here.
Oh my God, hit the mic.
Did she do a
All right,
report
whenever
at
you're
least
ready,
on the
Mr.
dog
Jackson.
bites? Because she didn't do a report last time.
Could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr.
Tweedledee.
Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to retirement, what was your position?
The
What?
immediate position, just recent, before retirement, was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
And
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you.
there's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible.
We love you, Cam.
What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency.
It's a doctor without a
residency
specialty,
in,
is what it
the
is.
field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician? So starting with your education all the way back to college.
Okay.
Great.
Well, I completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology.
And where
And
did any of it
and then
happen?
I treated. Excuse me. I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT, where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes.
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
Did. Doctor?
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
Yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991.
And that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that
38
also known
years
as
ago.
USC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc.
Oh,
it was
so
a
you
very
read.
formalized education.
Oh,
Did you also become at some point
So
a
smart.
professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side?
she took
the
online
university side?
classes and
Yes.
webinars.
So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
That a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
Of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others,
correct.
meaning other doctors,
Other doctors, yes.
teaching other doctors, and teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examine the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so, and I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training. So, that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or that we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriffs, LAPD,
Which was 20 it was established.
or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
Does this have to do with her being a dog bite expert?
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive.
All right.
I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science,
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed, let's see, I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
Didn't she say she didn't do those in the voir dire?
Yeah.
Said she didn't do those. Yeah, it was. She didn't see that in the UC Davis. She doesn't remember looking at that. So magically now you did.
Yeah. But she didn't do a written report this time either.
Where be Tim go?
Viewed them between now and Tuesday, they have a problem.
I don't know. I'm sure he'll be back. He probably had to go do some work or something.
All of a sudden I just looked up. I was waiting to hear his.
Houston, we have an issue.
Yeah, a lot of us here, I find in my chat, a lot of us have chronic pain issues, and I think a lot of us suffer in silence for a long time, and I don't think anybody should ever feel bad about their pain being less than someone else's, because it all affects everyone differently, and your pain is valid no matter how big or small you think it is. Believe me, I suffer in silence, and it's extremely painful.
And my mother-in-law had lupus.
Me too. This flare-up needs to go. The last one was 8 weeks, but the one before that was only a few days. It's been a week now, so I'm really hoping that it's gone soon.
They're about to hash through this because she did not announce that this was one.
There's our buddy, the fan.
Fanny, the fan. Hold on, let me mute that.
The
Just so
fan would make a better witness at this point than what they're doing.
that I can agree with that. Abso-freaking-lutely. It would definitely. Okay, so that was quick. So that means they're going to hash something out because we went to the fan for no real reason. While we have a second, if you guys can do a like and a share, I'd really appreciate it. Think about donating to the channel. I only run my channel based on my donations from you guys. That's how I cover my costs. And then hopefully make a painting after that. I appreciate the $7 from the House of Beaver from earlier. Thank you, Anna. Love you, appreciate you. I haven't seen any others. I hope I'm not missing any, but I didn't. Sometimes, it's slow to come in when it's PayPal.
I was proud of,
yeah.
I was proud of myself yesterday. I actually figured it out and did it right. I didn't mess it up this time.
You did not, ma'am. You did
I
not.
know. I patted myself on the back.
I was like,
'Cause
oh,
last
Kathy,
time-
75. Thank you, Kathy.
Hey, last time I tried to send somebody something, I sent it to Timbuktu and they had to give it back.
I
Oh,
taught
damn.
some tricks yesterday with StreamYard. She's so easy to teach.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I
she,
love
she always helps me. I love it when Voices comes on panel because I'm like in school and I learned so much. I can now do polls
Well, I
and
mean,
everything.
now I have down pat. Now I have down pat the making the video thing. So, like, anybody needs help with the Canva, I can do that. Like,
Look at us being so compatible over here and helping one another out.
I know, I love it. I love you guys.
You would think that we were a bunch of adults and shit.
I know. Isn't that something?
Did I miss her say we were taking lunch hour early? Did I miss
No,
her?
she didn't. No, she didn't say anything. That's the thing. They didn't say anything. Yeah.
Because don't they usually go at like 1 o'clock my time? And it's only 12.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
usually
it's
go
12.
1 Eastern.
Yeah.
But
1 Eastern, usually my time, and it's only.
and dog bite lady, look at what was brought up in voir dire. Look at
Well,
what
remember, she's not going to be allowed to testify to what it's inconsistent with. So she can't say it's not consistent with a car crash. She's not allowed to do that.
So here's my question. How is she going to let this go off as saying it's consistent with dog bites, but yet there's no DNA found from a dog?
Well, I don't think she knows that yet. That's the point. She doesn't. She didn't.
You
know
don't
that
know
because
that
she
and
didn't-
she's their expert and she don't know there's no dog DNA?
Right. So she says. the
Oh
one was
my.
voir dire, okay, and she said she did not look at the UC Davis reports and she did not look at the bite pattern stuff, which would have shown her that Chloe's bite patterns wouldn't match what was on John, and B, that there was no dog DNA. So she said she doesn't remember seeing anything like that. Alan Jackson claims he sent it to her all in a Dropbox. I think he didn't send it at all, and he's just going to try to blame it on technology because he knows he had no other person that was going to say anything about that being dog, anything whatsoever. So I think he purposely didn't send it to her, knowing that she couldn't come to that conclusion with it, and then would blame it on technology later on and be like, oh, well, I don't know what happened, Your Honor. And as sure as shit, he was like, oh, I sent it to the Dropbox, Your Honor. Maybe she didn't see it or didn't know over, but we sent it.
But how can she testify as an expert witness then? She didn't.
Can't testify to what it's inconsistent with. That's why the judge limited it. I don't know why the judge allowed her to at all, but that's why the judge limited it.
This is insanity. How much money did you spend, Karen? Shit, I need to hit you up, Karen. I really need to hit you up.
Worth more than like, you know what I'm saying? Like her shoelaces are probably worth more than what I make in a fucking 1,000 streams. Dude.
Yeah, my pool pump died the other morning and the kids are all upset, so I'm doing freaking overloaded bubble baths in my garden
Why
tub.
didn't you call me? I bet there's a way that like Josh could have told you how to like Jimmy rig it. He did pools for 10 years, dude.
Yeah, no, the pump, the pump died. The pump
died.
It died.
And you
My husband doesn't know how to rebuild them, but he does know how to put them in. I wish he knew how to rebuild them. It would be a lot cheaper than buying a new one, but
I'll ask Josh if there's anything that like.
yeah, it won't. It'll run, but it won't. There's no water. It will not pump the water. Won't circulate the water. There's no water circulating.
Eva brought up an interesting question. The ruling on third-party culprit should have been made this morning, and we didn't hear it.
That's true.
I'm assuming she did it at sidebar.
Chaos, I'm fused the same. Plus, I have Harrington rods, but I'm fused in the same.
And this weather down here in Florida, this pool's already turning nasty, and it's only been 48 hours.
Yeah. I haven't stuck Discord on my phone. I keep forgetting to freaking do that, bro. I'm sorry. I keep
I
forgetting.
joined your Discord, and I get all the when people are in there, but I'm bad at Discord. I just never. I don't have the time.
Hell, Kathy doesn't even answer her phone.
Well, sometimes, once in a while.
Oh, yeah,
had
so by the way, yeah, it took years. What do you mean? It took me 3 years of them basically saying there was nothing wrong with me. They couldn't find anything in my blood work, nothing, before I found my new primary care doctor that I've had for years now. And my primary care doctor was like, we will figure this out, I promise you. And they ran all the tests and they were like, okay, we've checked for lupus, we did all this. And they're like, you have fibromyalgia. Like, and also you already, all the things I already had, myocarditis, you know, arthritis, all the fun stuff, all the extra fun stuff, CPTSD, you know, you name it. I'm like, doc, just fix me, right? Like, but you're right, Eva, they were supposed to do that. I'm assuming they did it at a sidebar and we just didn't hear it because they just decided to do it that way because the jury was probably in the room. They didn't want to like make the jury go back out and like, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, she probably isn't. I'm guessing this witness is probably not charging them, but just Mr.
She's the one that found them. They didn't find her, and she was already biased. Yeah, I can believe she's not charging them.
Oh, hold this down for a second, guys. I gotta run outside for 1 second. You guys got this for a second?
No.
She was the woman that was having a conversation with a colleague after reading an article in the Boston Globe, and then that colleague put her in touch with somebody at the LA whatever's office, and then from there, then she said that she could help, and yeah, I do believe she wants to be on the team too. So yes.
Yeah, she just wanted to be a part of it. This is insanity, though. I mean, I don't even understand why. I'm not a lawyer, but I definitely would never have used the plow truck driver. Nope. And then how do you have an expert that don't even write a report?
Oh my God, when he put that map up and he couldn't see it and they zoomed in and he still couldn't see it, that is literally a scene from My Cousin Vinny. It would have fit right in.
Mm-hmm.
It was the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen happen.
You couldn't see that, but you could, in the middle of the night, in the middle of a snowstorm.
Yes.
You of course you didn't see nothing. You can't see. But, you know, Karen had no problem finding him because she already knew where he was because she'd already been there.
Listen, I still go back to what Tim played us yesterday. The story from Karen's mom and dad. Added to what was said by the attorney on the courthouse steps. It was all an unfortunate accident. I mean, there's just so much. Plus, then you get down into the brass tacks. They have their theory, and they have evidence that supports their theory that in a fit of anger, she backed into him, and then she went home. Theory being, in a fit of anger, she backed into him, and then she went home and attempted to cover her tracks.
My take on Lucky, Eva, is that he could not have seen John's body laying there, no matter how hard he tried, even had he been wearing a neon pink tracksuit. And he lied about going around a car in the road because he'd have left a snowbank that the police cars would have had to plow through at 6 a.m. and there was no snowbank there.
Yeah. And why didn't they should have touched on that. I think because he had video to prove that he didn't plow. So why didn't he touch on that?
That boggles me too. They have 2 clear dash cams showing there is no snowbank in front of that house, indicating that a car had been driven around. They have no evidence that he's lying about having driven around a car in front of that telephone pole.
Okay, so if he was driven around the car, that car would have been completely blocked in because around all 3 sides of it, off the wherever it was parked, so there would be snow built up around the back end, the driver's side, and the front end because of the way they go in to plow and come back out. And the moment that car would have pulled off, it would have run over the snow on the front end, and then there would have been a great big empty area, and you would see the residual of the square, the rectangular shaped outline when the snow happens. I promise you that's exactly how that works. I live where there's snow 6 months of the year.
Yeah, I remember the plow drivers from back home. Oh my gosh. They didn't care. They didn't look to see if there was people, cars. basketball hoops. They didn't care. They just went and did their thing. And if you got it, you got it.
Yep.
Right.
He would have.
I'm gonna go through some of these comments
With a
real
void.
quick, guys. To just get through some of
Okay.
them.
Some of them are
where
pretty
they-
funny.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to
where
get
they
on.
get the defense money. Okay,
Yep.
where they got the defense. Oh, you're breaking up, voices.
I'm just telling you, I'm gonna have to get on the road. So thanks for having me today. I got my playtime's over. I gotta go to work now.
Oh, have
drive
fun. Love
safe.
you.
Don't
Bye.
do anything I wouldn't do.
Oh, God, that doesn't leave much. Okay.
No.
If I say that doesn't leave much. So where'd they get the defense money from? Well, viewers like you decided that they were going to spend over $300,000, close to $400,000 giving Karen Reed defense money. But my small channel can't even make 10 to $50 a stream. It's amazing, isn't it? Like I saw someone stream the other day, someone who has been accused of some really, really bad stuff. And literally it was people just like throwing money at them. And I was just so disgusted. I was like,
Yeah.
this is gross. This is
It
absolutely
boggles my
gross.
mind. In order to do that, I guess you got to get on here and do what they do. And I can't do that.
I won't do it. I won't
Uh-uh,
fucking
I
do it.
can't.
Like I won't. I will not do it. Like I won't. I can't and I won't. Like I just won't frigging do it.
They kind of left this open, but I assume the hockey rink was Colin's hockey practice.
Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know.
Because why else
Yeah,
would Colin's car be at an ice rink?
Yeah, he did play hockey. Yeah, I mean, a lot.
Yeah, and early in the
play
morning because
boys
my son
together.
played hockey. Yeah, my son played hockey all through school and his first year in college. And we'd be at that rink at 4 o'clock in the morning, you know? I mean,
Anna, everyone I know of that's been diagnosed the way I have, has been told at one point or another, and mostly women, that it was all in their head. Okay, literally. So that right there, like, it's not. Believe me, so many of us have been through that where they're just like, "Oh, you're fine. It's just like in your head. It's probably anxiety." Like, no, my physical pain isn't anxiety. And of course, like the ERs just want to push you out, so like they don't want to do crap. They're just like, "Oh, your blood work's fine. You got to go by." Like that's it, you know. But thankfully, my doctor dug deeper because here's the thing, I don't go to the doctor. So if I'm going consistently like that, then there's something not right. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a person that runs to the doctor every time I get a sniffle. Like, so if I'm going and I'm saying that I'm in pain, like there's a reason for it. So my doctor recognized that, like, hey, you haven't been to the doctors in like 10 years. So yeah, let's see what the hell's going on here. Like,
I don't understand people who are going off on Lolly for not being more aggressive with Lucky. It wasn't necessary.
well, he can't. I mean,
knows
it wasn't necessary for that, but
treat these people the way that Yannetti and Jackson have been. They're still innocent people. You can impeach them without stripping them of all human dignity. And anyone who says that Lolly should have done that, I don't think understands the way that man practices law.
Lally does. Yeah, he's the same way no matter what. He's won a lot of cases though. So you want to talk about fused? My daughter's neck is fused to her spine, so she cannot lift her head from the looking downward position, and this is all part of her rare disease called STAT3 gain of function. She is one of 177 on planet Earth, not in the United States, on planet Earth, that have the disease that she has. It's called short stature. She's got a G tube. She weighs a whopping 70 pounds, and she probably will never get bigger than 80, they said. So her fingers are also fused together. So her hands look like a 9-year-old woman where, like, you know, if you curl your fingers into your palm, her fingers are stuck like that on one hand and they're starting to do it on the other. So yeah, I mean, believe me, I know what kind of pain that is because my daughter has it and it's constant. She has RA and she has it in every joint in her entire body. And that's part of something that her disease is an autoimmune disease and it causes stuff like that. Oh, here's the judge. So I get it with the fusing. It hurts.
Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well, from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm,
Yes.
or his right arm. Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display exhibit 19? please?
Okay.
She said she hadn't seen
Doctor,
them
I
in
want
voir
to show
dire.
you
So
a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
it should be.
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right.
Thank you.
Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that
Wait a minute, teeth and claw marks would be different.
So this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate superficial
So it would be
round,
torn tissue.
small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So it's sustained. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I can ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm.
Yes. And in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
Yep.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog, for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg,
Exactly.
arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, when an animal inflicts injuries, the type of injury depends on, in part, on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
It's that she keeps sneaking in law enforcement dog bites.
She can't say anything about law enforcement or dog bites. She's not a trained canine, so she's not allowed to testify to any of that. The judge was very clear on that. And the judge was very clear that she's not allowed to say what it's inconsistent with. I'm sorry, but to say like she's presenting as someone who is an expert on all animal scratches, bites, and wounds on a human. And she's just not, Like,
can the judge yank her off the stand if she doesn't start complying?
Yeah, well, that's, it's not looking good for them. You're welcome, Cookie. That's my opinion. Anything can happen, but I do think the cross was effective. Lally made an effective cross on Lucky. I don't think Lucky even knew the times. He's trying to say he's stern on the times that he was on Fairview and that he's always looking at Fairview. That's just not believable to a jury. I'm sorry. If you're working on other roads and you're looking in front of you and to the side, how can you always be looking at Fairview? You can't. You can't be looking at two things at once. And you don't know what time you hit the basketball hoop, but you know exact times that you were on Fairview. It just doesn't make sense.
Everyone's like, Dobies are laughing, German Shepherds are... Kiwi's so bored with this whole thing, she's sleeping.
Oh, Kiwi. Oh, they're definitely not dog bites. They're not dog bites. They're not dog scratches. They're no dog anything. Like,
if he had been attacked by a trained Belgian Malinois...
You know what the whole world can know how thick you are. This girl can cause a lot of problems for us. You've gone too far. What did you do?
Is everything okay? Direction of the injuries, the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal?
why does it keep
a large
doing that
dog
where
attack?
all of a sudden they're back on the stand?
Based
Did that
on
last time,
everything
too.
that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Sure, lady.
Yes.
That's all I have.
That's okay. You don't have to edit it. We get what you mean, girl.
May we approach?
Okay.
Again. Approaching again. I'm just, you know what? It's, I know we don't have super chat over here, but like, we're still going to play it because it's funny. And these are your free Karen Reed clowns. Not my circus, not my freaking clowns, but it's still a funny clip.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Yeah, sidebar,
You are
yeah.
unmuted.
Yep, could have been fractured taillight.
They made this woman fly all the way out from LA for this.
Yeah. Here we go, y'all.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Right.
Good
Is it-
afternoon, ma'am.
right.
Good
Is it bite
afternoon,
marks?
sir.
Cloud marks? Wait, it's
Now-
both now?
Testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies.
Ooh, boy.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA Coroner's Office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes,
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him, was that on the
Yes.
17th or the 8th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regards to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
This is why.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding
Yeah.
me and the computer and
Bingo!
and
Called it.
downloading from Dropbox and so yeah, so
No.
they were I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical
No.
difficulties, did you
You
ever
didn't send
express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some.
I don't know anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes,
Did at the time. What time was this?
in May,
May of 2024?
yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year, I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes,
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months?
No.
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
no, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
They have transcripts.
In any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
Hey, Ron.
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and
You still come to that.
and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustained to that point.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Should have.
Did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at
Sustained.
Look at something. I'm an expert. I own the dog. Yeah, exactly. What she is very expensive. Because she knows that her opinion is crap, especially if you saw that there was no dog DNA. You can't say that it was a dog bite with no dog DNA and that the bite patterns don't match. Like,
Right. So now
Yeah.
that she's reviewed these, he can put the photos of the two bite patterns up next to each other.
He can. I don't know if he's entered them into evidence or tried to. I have no idea. But
And if he says, so
wait,
you reviewed it
is
and
that
you
a
know
real
there's
thing? Does she have an EDB tumbler?
opinion, she's going to say no.
Oh man. Did she really have an EDB tumbler? Did I miss that? Did I miss that?
I can't get past the part that she's supposed to be the expert witness, but yet she wrote no report and she contacted them. My theory is she was retiring and she wanted to be part of something at the end. That's it.
Oh yeah, she had a subscription. Then you expect me to believe that you immediately canceled it?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
And how could she get there and say she is an ER pathologist when then she didn't
she's
have
not a pathologist.
She's never been a certified pathologist.
Yeah, you remember that, right? They said she was a pathologist, but she has not ever been a pathologist. Like, oh my God, I love this comment, RP. The court finds the witness is a liar. It is hereby ordered that we notify the Canton FD to respond appropriately due to their pants being engulfed in flames.
I'm glad
I literally can't.
she left after the medical exam and I was worried about her.
I have to laugh. Like, oh man, you guys kill me, literally. He kind of already has impeached her. It's happening, you know, like. Oh, you're kidding. I literally was like, wait a second, is that a thing? I want to see it. Like,
I wonder if he's asking how deeply he can go into UC Davis and the dog bite patterns now.
well, it's an open door now, but she can't say what it isn't. Like, and why won't you ask her to write a report? Like, they should have asked. And first of all, you would have anyway. If you were doing something like this, you'd write one anyway. Oh, Kiwi.
That wasn't Kiwi. Kiwi's snoring.
Oh,
No, that's my big baby.
oh, but baby. See, the dog even says this is bullshit talkie. Like,
Yeah. He said, if I'm gonna bite you, believe me, it's not gonna look like you got scratched. I'm gonna rip the tissue. I'm gonna rip your arm apart.
You are unmuted.
Yes, it's Chloe barking objections. That's exactly what it is. Objection, Your Honor. Bullshit talkie.
He didn't look happy. Jackson did not look happy.
Oh, good.
Did you see him shake his head? He did not look happy when he sat back down.
He never looks happy. Unless he's laughing with Karen.
Yeah. Wonder what goes on underneath them desk.
Drinking his tea and putting his pinkies up. Little didn't look happy either. I was looking at the comments, so I missed
Now,
it.
Doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
Oh, sidebar again. I'm going to play the sidebar. I'm sorry you can't unsee this, everyone. I love y'all, and I'm sorry that you can't unsee it, but it's funny, and my friend, who shall not be named because she's amazing, loves it, and I'm going to play it just for her.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I'm dancing back here just so you guys know. Totally dancing. Yeah, the Frumpy Booby dance. That one. Yep, sure is.
Now you're going to climb up there to lay down and you're going to lay there and cry and then you're going to get in trouble and get put in the house. So you make no sense. See, dogs are not smart sometimes.
You are unmuted.
Barking objections. Objection, Your Honor.
Bubba says, I'll show you what a dog bite looks like.
Right?
So ma'am, you're not familiar with that report specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
They are not happy.
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
Yeah, what the hell did he say?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not
Dental.
familiar with that specific report, no.
She's a dog bite expert, but she's not familiar. Great.
So then you
Basically
equally
saying
unfamiliar
it's junk
with
science.
the
It's junk science.
representation that is
I'm
not
familiar.
from the
Heck, I
NAS
took the
report.
time to
That's
read
not
it.
reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
So, hold on.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And
Okay, I'm just going to pause it for 1 second. I know we want to hear this, but I just want to, what he just brought up, and I've read it, is a literal report that says that bite mark evidence, including human, not just animal, but human as well, is absolute junk science.
Yep, I read the same report.
Science, yep, around bite marks. And this came about because of a case, oh God, over in the Midwest, in the early 2000s, I think, or late 90s, with bite marks. And that bite mark, and there was an ME over there that was like specializing in bite marks, except he put multiple people in jail who had nothing to do with anything by using a impression of their dental and then putting it onto the dead person. So basically you're leaving the impression there and then saying it matches. So literally it's junk science. It's been proven to be junk science. So, all right, we're going to play it. I want to get that out there because I don't know everybody's not going to know what he's talking about, but odontology, that's literally of the mouth, of the teeth. And it's a report, a scientific report that says that bite mark is junk science. All right, here we go.
And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific,
No.
and that's what I'm aware of. That
Wrong.
Recommendation.
She's wrong. It's all
You're
junk
not
science,
aware of
period.
any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence.
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark,
Nope.
I think that's what
thing.
that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report. Are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract
So no.
of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow
No.
aspect
She's wrong.
of forensic odontology.
That's not what that report says.
And
No, it's
you're
not.
familiar with it. Also talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
But what specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally,
Sorry.
let the witness answer one question at a time, one
You never
speaker at a time.
yelled at Mr. Jackson for doing that
Doctor,
over and
can you
over.
answer
Come
that
on, dude.
question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
they can. Yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from portable violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any
Nope.
disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
You don't get to add.
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
Oh.
The skewed population in the study, is that correct?
What we saw, the worst of the worst.
Or no? The
Yes.
skewed population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care.
was a skewed
However, a lot of dog
population.
bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Is it normal in any
Admitted.
kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the
A
question.
specific answer, not
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your
judge is being too biased.
observations, you looked at
Yeah,
various
she
photographs
sure
of
is.
Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No,
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing on
scratch.
his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
She's never stopped the
Now,
defendant from
you
stopping a
say
witness.
an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So
No.
minutes
No,
to
no.
hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
He will
Yes.
ask about the DNA. I'm
Can you
thinking
say
he was
anything
at
about the
class.
breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, for the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? I didn't, what kind of examination?
Any
Phone?
of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
No.
But the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
What do you mean?
Okay.
Do you know that or
not
no?
okay. Correct.
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body.
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory,
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
to the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA.
That's correct.
Yeah. So she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Now,
She just
as far
proved
as
it right
the
there.
injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm.
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior,
Interior? That's correct.
and nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm,
That is correct.
and nothing on his legs,
That's correct.
nothing on his torso,
Correct.
nothing on his head. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
Yeah.
So is that a no?
No.
Well, no, I think that the ones that had
You think.
the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
What?
So you just said there was no lower. What do you mean?
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but.
No, there's no but.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
There's no but.
So is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack?
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking you is.
All right, so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
Come on, dude.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin. And from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No,
But you did anyway.
it's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Lady, my little boy got the dog's teeth just brushed
Concerning the
his
forensic
face.
evidence
You should have
report
seen how
the NAS
bruised
Hold on,
and stuff it
hold on.
was.
Mr. Lally asked you about. What is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jury, please.
I believe the report says that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like
No,
a
not reliable
fingerprint
at all.
identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. NAS said, not the bite mark, doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with
Yes, it
the
does.
pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attended to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are
Not-
very, very different as well.
A canine dog.
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I can't believe he actually brought up the stupid pig ear.
Viewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes,
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes,
Can you finish that answer for us?
yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
Can't make a conclusion. I don't think it wasn't that one of the things the judge said she couldn't do.
I'm gonna tell you what, I've seen a lot of dog bites.
Because she's not a pathologist.
Yeah, my son got nailed in the in the face by his eye. You should have seen the bruising. And then he got nailed on his arm. There was all kind of bruising.
Oh yeah, there would be. There would be bruising.
Mhm.
There absolutely would be.
I've seen many dog bites in my ER career, and yeah, nothing like that. I've seen police canine bites as well, treated them in the field. Not like that. That
Right.
shepherd is a big dog, has a big jaw, has some big teeth.
So when these people were saying it was a dog treat, I was just laughing because it can't be a dog treat if there's no dog DNA saliva, you idiots. Like,
Mhm.
so for the people saying that, use your brain. If there's no saliva and DNA, then you can't have a dog treat there. Smart asses. Like,
Yeah, that made that when he said pig's ears, I'm like, wait a minute. If the pig's DNA is in the wound, so would the dog DNA, because how else did it get in there?
right.
It's like, I
Lolly's
hope that,
questions to Lucky, the most effective question was, how do you know where John O'Keefe's body was found? If you weren't watching the news, how do you know which
That was
lab
such a good question.
Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, doctor, you are.
oh, Lala, you should have.
I mean, there's nothing else for him to ask. He made it abundantly clear, really. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Nah, she did not sound good. These last two witnesses did not help the defense at all, in my opinion. But that judge seems really biased.
I think she's just trying to keep
All
from
right,
getting.
jurors, we will take our luncheon break.
I think she's trying to keep them anyway to get anything for grounds for appeal.
Yeah, she's trying to keep them again. But not letting him do the same thing, even, I mean. So
Yeah, that's I don't know why she's doing all that, because I'm sorry, but Jackson interrupted the witnesses, cut off their answers, and she didn't go let them answer. She did a few times.
Mhm.
So many times she didn't than when she did. Look at her face. What the hell is wrong with you? You're still on national TV. You're still a murder defendant. I've never seen someone do this. Wait for the jury to leave and then make these faces. The last two witnesses.
Yeah.
I just want to know who you have this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
Richard Green. Wow.
I'm
you
sorry.
Put all your disastrous witnesses together.
Alan Jackson objected to one of his cross-examination witnesses.
You are muted.
I breathed.
I'm sorry, but if that would have been me, and I'm hard. There's a lot of things that don't bother me, probably because I always work trauma, so things just, I don't fall apart. I don't, it's like I shut it off. But if that would have been me that hit my husband or my man, and I had to sit there and listen to this and look at those photos, there's no way I could do it with a smirk on my face or laugh and joke. There's just no way.
No,
And
absolutely.
I could shut it off. I've done CPR on my own husband. I brought him back to life, and it didn't faze me a bit. My father-in-law too. I mean, those things don't bother me, but I don't know. I couldn't be as cold-hearted as she is.
But to shake her head like neener, like a 12-year-old girl. on the playground?
Neener. Neener. It's true though. I mean,
She was
here's the thing.
the mean girl bully cheerleader that every other girl in that school hated in junior high, guaranteed.
Oh, facts.
No doubt. She was one of them. Yeah, she was one of the head mean girls that she was not real like, just people were afraid of her. Yeah, she totally reminds me of the cold heart. Mm-hmm.
Daddy has been buying her clothes, her house, her lifestyle, and her friends since she was born.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
And you can bet she looked down on anybody that didn't have the labels on in school as well.
You get that lunch, Anastasia. I would if I could right now, and I can't. I'm sorry.
Hey, I made egg salad for my husband's lunch, so I had to make him. You guys were helping me make egg salad sandwiches for my husband's lunch. So guess what I get to have?
Ooh, yeah, that actually sounds delicious. She's playing it overly fair to the defense because it lessens any chance of a successful appeal. Well, that's the problem, though, is you can play it overly fair to the defense while also making sure that you're fair to the Commonwealth, because the Commonwealth can't appeal. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Commonwealth can't appeal and say that their judge was biased. You know what I'm saying? They can't do that. So, you're giving the Commonwealth a hard time for nothing. You allowed Alan Jackson to consistently do that over and over and over. And then the first time Lally does on Crotts, you're up his ass and around the corner about it. Like, I mean, let's be fair here, Your Honor. Like, let's be fucking fair.
And that's
like,
one thing I've never understood about our legal system. The prosecution gets one shot, no matter what happens.
Yep.
But the defense can have many. That makes no sense. It just doesn't.
I will say, Lolly not once jumped to his feet when Alan Jackson was bringing up your specialty is law enforcement dogs. Chloe was not a freaking police dog.
Nope.
No.
He wasn't.
She was not. And that's another thing. She was not. She was a domesticated dog. It's that simple. Like, you know?
And I question, you can have titles by your name, but that doesn't mean you actually are an expert in that. You know what I mean? I question that lady's capabilities. I also question her history. And I think this was a chance for her to try to go out with a boom. You know what I mean?
Don't doubt she was a good doctor. I don't doubt she was a good cop. In 1983.
I was just about to say that.
Whatever. Done in the last 40 years?
So much has changed. Even ER dogs, from her being an ER dog back then till now. I know, I worked the system, the ERs, for 30 plus years. It's changed so much.
1995, she said, was the last autopsy she had done. So it's like so much has changed since the 90s. Even police dog training has changed since the 90s. And also, yes, if you guys go to that report, the scientific report of bite marks and bite marks science, it doesn't just say that you can't match it to a specific person. It literally says the whole of it is junk science.
Yeah, it does. I read the article and I read it because of this case.
Well, it's a scientific article that was peer reviewed. Like,
and you also are not an ER pathologist. You're an ER doctor. You are not. They do not have a pathologist on staff paying them to work 12-hour, 24-hour shifts in ER just in case. Get that. Yeah. I worked with so many ER. Please.
My Roro is here.
So, okay, so she contacted the DA's office in LA, where she lives. And they contacted Jackson because she saw an article about the Karen Reed case in the Boston Globe. Now she just admitted to seeing two. Before, she said she saw one. Now she said she saw one, and then she saw another one that had to do with the bite, a dog bite and a controversy. And then she reached out, and then magically all of a sudden you cancel your subscription. First of all, you're not required to do that. And secondly, I don't believe that she did. Let's get real here. Okay. So that is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard a day in my life. And no one, not even the judge was expected to believe that. Okay?
I'm still blown away that she didn't write no kind of written report.
Well, remember, she also rendered an opinion within like 12 hours with no written report, and then saying that she did not see the UC Davis stuff and she didn't see the bite mark patterns. And then magically between 2 days ago and today, she was able to review it. She didn't see it in the Dropbox. It must have been, what did I say they were going to blame it on? Anyone? McFly? Oh, that's right. Yep. They were going to blame it on technology. And what did they do? They blamed it on technology. I don't think Jackson sent it to her at all. I think he was forced to after that because she has to see it before she comes in. The judge probably made that abundantly clear. And you didn't change your opinion based on the fact that there's no DNA. And your excuse to that was there was clothes in between him
but yet there was pig DNA.
That's why.
But okay, if there was clothes in between and there was tears in the clothes, that means the dog would have had to bite through the clothes, genius. And those clothes were sent to the lab for testing. So yeah, you didn't change your medical or scientific opinion after that, then you are a joke. Like,
that's why she overruled the objection. My gut says when they went up there, Lolly wanted her yanked off the stand right then and there because she just lied.
Yeah.
Beverly said, impeach her on it. And that's the remedy. And he did. Because no, she did not say 6 to 12 months 3 days ago. She said 12 to 18.
Yes.
Yeah,
She did
she
not
did.
say it was 2 articles. She said it was 1. She said she had
Right.
never seen anything about it before. She couldn't remember.
Right.
If she'd seen it, she didn't remember because it didn't make an impression. Everything
Right.
she just
That's
said
correct.
was not what she said Tuesday.
But you can't remember what you said 3 days ago, bro. So how, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't remember what you said 3 days ago, but magically now it's different. That's the problem that you have with some of these. If you can't even remember what you said 3 days ago, you can't remember what clothes were sent to the lab, and then you pretended like you knew. She pretended like she knew, and then was like, "Oh no, I don't know that. Sorry, like, I'm sorry, but she struggled hard on that struggle
DNA
bus."
was irrelevant because his clothes were in the way. Well, ma'am, the clothes were tested. Oh, that's right.
Right. And she was like, "Oh yeah, but I don't know where they were tested." And then he was like, "What do you mean? It's in the report that you said you went over." So you're confused. What do you mean you don't know if it's clear? The clothes were tested around the area that was torn, or like, what do you mean? Like, so again, she was trying to like dance around the fact that there was no dog DNA found. And any reasonable person with any medical degree of certainty or scientific would had to have changed their opinion or say, yes, that changes things. Period. Like, absolutely no ifs, ands, or buts. I have to read this. Thank you, Missy.
Yeah,
for
Allie,
your 15
Lolly did miss that about the clothes, though. That is a good point. He did. There was a couple things I think he could have.
He said
Oh,
it.
he did? I must have missed it.
Thank you, Missy, for your $15 donation. And it says thanks for your coverage. And then I have one over here on PayPal. I want to read. I just want to make sure it doesn't say to be anonymous, because you know some people want to be anonymous, and I respect the anonymity of people. Let me see. From Trisha.
She
Thank
said
you,
it was a
Trisha.
12 to 18-month subscription that she had for 6 to 12.
Yep. So thank you,
She
Trisha,
couldn't
for your
remember.
$20 donation. I appreciate you. And then there's one from Elaine for 20. Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. You know, I only run on donations from you guys. So if they don't come in and I'm not reading them, it means I'm not getting them. So I appreciate you guys a whole big bunches. And if you want to support the channel, you can you can subscribe to the channel. You can contribute with donations to the bottom. There's a scrolling thing at the bottom for PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. And then I read them. So if you want to be anonymous, you just write A or AN, and I'll just read it as anonymous. Some people just always are anonymous. And when they donate, I just always read it as anonymous. But I like to read you guys' little happy comments or fun jokes or even questions sometimes on them. So I appreciate those of you that support the channel, because I'm a very teeny tiny channel trying to grow here. So
One
all the
question
likes and
that-
sharing, I
By the way,
appreciate.
hey, we're going to do a GoFundMe for us teeny tiny channels. I need a full pump. My kids are driving me
Right?
freaking
Jesus.
crazy. It's
Right?
going to cost me hundreds to to clean the pool up now because of this damn Florida weather. Twisted Tea we just need to GoFundMe so we can go on vacation.
One
I would
question-
love to visit guys in Florida. That would be great. What's the question?
You can come
One
anytime.
question that I do wish Lolly had asked about the subscription was, assuming you started a 12-month subscription to the Boston Globe.
You all know I'm joking, right? I hope everybody knows I'm joking. Okay.
I know you're joking.
Like what inspired you to subscribe to a newspaper for a town you hadn't lived in 30 years?
Well, that's the weird
What?
thing, right? Like, she hadn't lived in Massachusetts in a very long time. So why of all things, why the Boston Globe though? Like why? Like, the Globe became irrelevant a very long time ago when they sold it for like $1. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's weird to me. I'm going to answer this question. Maui, my opinion on it. I think they met their burden because, once again, and even attorneys from other states I've seen misrepresent what second degree requires here in Mass because it requires something different in their state. But in Mass, you're not required to show intent. All they need to show is that a reasonable person would have known that DUIing in the snow, in a snowstorm at night, could have caused serious bodily injury or death. And any reasonable person would have known that DUIing in the snow at night could have caused that. So, yeah, I think they definitely met their burden when it comes to second degree. You have to remember the jury's also it's going to be explained to the jury what the burden is for second degree. So like, they're going to know, they're going to know what the burden is. All of that is given in jury instruction before they deliberate and stuff. So, and also they're going to be able to look at some stuff too. So it's not like they just listen, and if they miss something, they miss something. Like, they are allowed to take notes. They're given stuff afterwards to deliberate with. So they're not just, going on whatever they can remember, in some instances, but a lot of it they're given.
I just hope the jury realizes, especially with these last two witnesses, that, yeah, they're about as their testimony was about worthless.
Right. I actually was monetized, Ava, but I got attacked by the sewer turtle trolls, and YouTube put a pause on my monetization for reused content. And I suspect it's because I'm covering the trial, but they only love to hit smaller channels with that, not the bigger ones covering the exact same effing trial. So I appealed, and of course they do like a bot that appeals it. Like, they don't actually have a human go and look at it. Their stupid bot does, and then goes, oh, well, you didn't give us enough of this, this, and this. And now, so it's now paused for 3 months. I can't reapply for 3 months because of their bot. I'm trying to get in contact with YouTube to be like, no, you need to have a human look at this, not a bot, because that's not okay. And it doesn't meet the thing.
Do you have the 800 number? Do you have the number? Do you have the number for YouTube? I have it. I'll look it up. I got to find it, but I do have it. Someone gave it to me like 9-10 months ago, and I actually got to speak to a human.
Oh, good. Yeah. See, I need to do that because
I'll
it's
find
paused.
it.
I had monetization and it's paused right now, and it's pissing me off.
That makes me mad, because I can tell you right now of a channel that all she does is do her TikTok lives and upload them to YouTube, and 6-7 times a day regurgitates the same shit, uploads the same shit, has been doing it for months and months, and they don't get her for reused content.
Right.
No,
It
but
pisses
there
me
is
off, and
a
but I was reported by trolls. So that's what happens, when you tell the truth.
Oh,
over
this
here.
one gets reported. She's not very well liked.
Yeah.
amount of irony in all of the FKR channels that are currently demonetized, and that happened after the Michael Proctor text message testimony, and they're all blaming it on Michael Proctor, who said all of those words exactly once, instead of on Alan Jackson, who said each of those words approximately 11 billion one times.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. I can't put heels because I'm on my or hearts because I'm on my computer, so I don't have emojis right now. But I would put them in the chat, but I can't because I'm on my computer and not my phone. Yeah, you got to get out of Top Chat. If you guys are in Top Chat, because I noticed that YouTube has done that lately, where you have to click out of Top Chat and go to all if you're in the live chat, because otherwise you'll miss comments. And I go to all, otherwise it'll only give you the whatever YouTube thinks are the top comments, which is really obnoxious. But most of you are watching on X anyway. There's only a few of you on YouTube, which is weird. Like, most of my viewership has been people watching from Twitter.
Why don't you get monetized on Twitter? You can get monetized on Twitter.
I tried. There's one thing that I had to meet, and it was, I think, having the check mark, and I just got it. So I don't know how long now before it says I can. I've been waiting for the thing to pop up to say that I can't. So
I think the reason viewership is increasing on Twitter is because people that know the truth are now looking for people that speak the truth, but they're never going to admit that in public.
yeah, true.
So they're
that
going to watch where they can hide.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Well, I have a lot of people that just watch from the bushes, as we can see. I also don't think a lot of people on Twitter know that they can actually comment in the live chat. They just won't see the people from the YouTube live chat, but that's why I pop it up on the screen so that everyone can see them from all the platforms. And so if you're on Twitter right now, all you have to do is click on the box that you're watching of me live, and a little thing pops up on the bottom where you can type. I just taught somebody I taught Michael how to do it. He didn't even know. He's been using it for like a year, I think he said, and he had no idea he could even comment. It took me forever to figure it out. Someone else had to tell me, because I was like, how do you even comment on a live on Twitter? That doesn't make any sense. But you actually can. So for all you people watching from the bushes that may not know how to do that, I just taught you a new thing.
RP makes a good point. I feel sympathy for the driver because they took advantage of him. But that doctor, I have no issue laughing at, because she chose to make herself look like either a liar or a buffoon. Yeah, that poor plow driver, he was used and abused. They made him look like a fool.
Yeah.
Didn't do their case no favors either, but I can't wait to see the commentary about all this from Leclerc and them. I don't watch him, but I'm going to now just to see how he brags about how great these witnesses were.
I find it amazing that anyone would say any of these witnesses are great. And what I'm dying to hear now is Richard Green, because he's next. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. And you
Lord.
put all three of your shittiest witnesses in one day. Like, I'm what? Spread them out at least. Jesus. You only have
Yeah.
4 days. Their whole case is in 4 days, is what I'm hearing. 4 days. So that means you only have a few witnesses, and you're going to do 3 of the ones that are going to get blown up the most on the first day. Rowena has been trying to email you, Kathy, from her
Oh,
Proton email, and it comes back unable to deliver.
I don't know why my Proton's active. Do you mind if I put something in the chat?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. She can put it in the chat. Hopefully you guys can, maybe you're spelling it wrong or something like that. They're saying Lucky will never buy a beer in Canton again. Oh,
Try that one, Marina.
he lives in Canton, so I mean, I don't know, side emoji.
So why didn't it post? It says it's being held for
Richard-
review.
Held for review. How is it held for review?
I don't know. It's in. It's got a. I can't
What
read
is
the
it? Tell me
damn
what
red
it is.
writing.
I'll
I
put
can't
it
even
in.
read
Maybe
it.
Rowena said she had your Gmail. How could it be held for? If that's YouTube doing it, on its own. Richard Green is the next one. He's the
It's
he's the
K
guy who said-
Panarella. The letter, all lowercase letters, KPANARELLA 91@gmail.com. Use that one. I don't know what's up with the Proton. You're not the first one who's told me that they tried to email me and couldn't.
Is this right? Maybe I spelled it wrong. Hopefully not. It's
No, that's
okay,
that's perfect.
Okay.
No,
That's
PANARAR.
Wait, hold on. KPANARELLA.
AR. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
Thank-
guys. I did it wrong the first time. So disregard that
Thank-
first one. It's the second one I just put in.
I've been spelling it wrong for 43 years.
My bad. Yeah, only mods. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know.
Oh, that's
I don't
probably
know
it.
why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's YouTube for you, and their stupid YouTube rules. The next witness is Richard Green. He's the guy that claimed he was the smart pants that decided that he was going to use a DB wall file as a timestamp for a Google search. The genius that he is. So that's not going to go well for him at all. So
I mean, we knew of 5 witnesses. Dr. Green is the third. Then we go through the
other
3
2
witnesses that were impeached in advance, 2 of whom have been spectacularly impeached on the stand so far, the third of which I believe will follow suit. One of which was severely limited in what she could testify. They tried to get around that. That got shut down. One of the 2 experts is going to be severely limited in what he can testify to, so they can't use him for what they wanted him for. They try, they're going to get shut down again. That leaves them 1 witness that can testify to anything they brought him there for. And if those are the only 5 witnesses we see, and we got our answer on whether or not she found that they had laid the groundwork for their third-party defense, don't we?
Well, remember that one of the witnesses is going to be, she doesn't even know she's going to let him testify yet. Never mind the fact that if she does, it's going to be very limited in scope. She had a problem with Dr. Brinchler, the judge. So she didn't even know still. She was supposed to rule on it yesterday. So, I mean, I'm assuming they know. We obviously don't because they didn't do it while we were there. But
reserving ruling until we got closer to him.
Right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, she did say it. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, when we get closest to him is when we'll hear about it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Rentschler doesn't seem like he's going to be a good witness either. So, I mean, I know that they're smart, but that doesn't mean that they're, you know what I mean? Like anything's
Yeah.
gonna come
he's
out of it
a
because
Aaron Walker guy. What does he have to do with anything?
he doesn't. And that's the problem right there is like his whole thing is like, you know, the wheelchairs and what, like, you know what I'm saying? Like his expertise isn't in that. And if you were given only limited materials, that's another problem. You need to have all of the materials to make the determination. So, yeah. I don't know.
You know, I'm
that's- it
supposed to
just-
be going through my daughter's closet and getting rid of a bunch of stuff because, you know, of course she had to grow and, you know, ruin every damn thing. And now she's going to need a whole new wardrobe for school. But
Oh,
instead,
yeah,
I'm
don't you
sitting
love
here.
it? Me too.
Yeah, I got two to worry about. I liked it when they had to wear either khakis or plain jeans or navy pants and a school shirt. But no, people had to bitch about that. So guess what? Now they just cost us more money because now they're allowed to wear anything. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'd rather go back to the other way. It was a lot cheaper when you have multiple kids that are growing so fast.
Oh, absolutely.
Aurora, this is exhausting. This is frustrating. We already have some good news arising from all this. Celebrite has been recoded to keep this from ever happening
again. Mm-hmm. Yep, it has, which I find amazing. But again, you guys have to remember that SQL and Celebrite are two different things. And, you know, people keep saying that that the expert that the defense has is SQL is a Celebrite expert. He's not. He's SQL. So he's not from Celebrite at all. So that's, you know what I mean? That's another thing, like, that people keep effing up. Like,
to claim
Their experts not even from Celebrate?
everybody, no, he's not. But everybody trying to claim that Matt McCabe has the skills to get
No,
into
he
a
does not.
SQLite database and do all the.
And you can't change it. You can't change it.
Who actually has? Who has taken the stand or is going to take this stand in this case? There's only one person who actually has the ability, the skills, the means, and the opportunity to change that database and cover his tracks, and that's Mr. Green.
Yes. Yep. That's right. And but at the same time, you can't change this data. The data can't be changed. You can't change the data from the EDR. You can't change the data, like, you know what I mean?
Only
Okay, hold
in the copies, not in the original.
Discord. Which one in the like, what is it in ReadWhacker? I'm assuming. Okay, all right, I see. Oh, I think. Hold on. It's scrolled back down on me, you mother effer. Is it in ReadWhacker or are we in general?
And any manipulated data would have been copies, not the original. The original stayed in the vault, for lack of a better term, on the server.
All right, ready? Here it is. It's probably not as big as I want it, but this is the comparison of the broken taillight with the car plow guy thought that he saw. Okay. So, oh, sorry. Hold on. So, yeah, looks similar, no?
I can't take serious.
No, not even remotely close.
Yeah, I can't take serious. Sorry, I don't mean no shade against the guy, but I can't take serious any of his testimony.
No, but you're saying you saw a Ford Edge and not a Lexus. Look how similar you would have seen at night where you're colorblind. This would have looked.
You know what may have a similar tail light to a Ford would be a Lincoln.
I mean, here's the thing. The whole Ford Edge being there and then pointing at a Ford Edge in a parking lot to him, like, I'm sorry, but like common sense would say to any jury, like, not worth even attempting to use that as anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't. Like,
No, but we got these expert YouTubers out here in another case trying to identify a vehicle, saying that it's the exact vehicle of, it's a missing kids case. And the YouTuber saying that it proves that it was the mother-in-law's vehicle and everything. I'm like,
do you know how?
what?
Okay, first of all, do you know how many vehicles are the same in the country? Just asking for a friend that there's a ton of vehicles that are going to be the same in the world. So even though you might have thought you saw a Ford Edge, it might not have been a Ford Edge. And once someone points one out to you and says, "Is that it?" You're under pressure. And I think he's very impressionable, as we could see. He was trying to change his answers to make it so that he was on Fairview and he saw Fairview at all times and he knows. That's literally what he did. Like,
perfect.
So any question that was asked that was like, that he realized was leading into you couldn't have seen it. He's like, no, I was looking at Fairview the whole time. You can't look at Fairview the whole time. You just said that when you're plowing, you're looking in front of you and to the side. So how are you looking in front of you and to the sides on other streets, but always looking at Fairview, even if you're facing the opposite direction on a different street? It's not possible.
Perfect question to my mind, which my brain wanted Lolly to ask. Can you describe for the jury the difference between a black Ford Edge and a charcoal gray Ford Escape?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but he was fed that information. He was fed that taillight information. 100%. He was fed that information.
Yep. Absolutely.
I lived in an automotive goddamn shop with my family. Okay.
Oh,
My
B. Tim, is he coming back up? We could have used him with the dog bite lady.
I know. But like, I'm sorry. I didn't even know that difference. And I know a lot when it comes to cars. So I'm sorry. The only way I would have known that is if someone pointed it out to me. So that means between the time he said whatever he said to them and now, someone pointed out to him the difference, and he remembered to say it. Like, it wasn't believable for you to know that difference unless someone told it to you. Like, there's your cousin. There's another. There it is for you, Bree. Beat Tim's comment. You guys love cousin Vinny.
Cousin Vinny.
Love it. I mean, it was a disaster. You're going to put 3 disastrous witnesses on the stand on the same day. Are we hoping that the jury forgets about it by the 4th day? Because it's not like they have 6 more weeks to go. It's 4 days. So by the end of next week, they should be in deliberation. If they don't take 7 hours each for a closing, you know.
But if they only have 5 witnesses, it ain't going to be 4 days.
They said 4, so I don't know. That's what they estimated to the judge. Was 4. So I don't know. Depends on how long the cross takes, I guess. Uh-oh. Check out the first few minutes of Tom CPU's lunchtime stream. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh boy. What are we
I could imagine.
See, I don't watch them because I like literally can't deal with the misinformation and all the lies that come out of every word. So I can't. Let's see. Does he like shut it down and then re-go like? It doesn't really say your source for quality entertainment. Oh, for the love of God, it does. So it was the first few minutes. So we go back about 29 minutes. All right, hold on a second. Share this instead. This.
Is Grant back in the courtroom?
No. Courtroom's not. No. What are we gonna see here? Anyone? Tell me what's happening here. He's gonna go talk to the cops.
Hey, what's up, lady?
I need to get this down
Good
so
to
I
see
can see
ya.
the stupid comments people have. Separate stream. Whooping and hollering. Oh boy. Fucking weirdos. It's like a celebrity, y'all. Murderer. Straight celebrity.
Hello, Matt. Hello, Ashley. Hello, June from London. Love it. Love it. Thank you for watching the stream. Please like and
Don't worry,
subscribe.
Mr. Tom. In 4 days, you won't have a channel because you will have absolutely no content.
Thank you for listening to all of my lies consistently and constantly. I have no idea what I'm talking about and never calling me out on them. Appreciate y'all.
Hello, Robert.
Like, he has so much misinformation, like, that no one ever calls him out. Like, bro.
All the news people. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah. My bud.
I've been
Cops, he claims, don't stand there.
I don't know.
I've been putting together a live of all his antics, so that I could do a live on him.
Rob, I'll be here, my friend. know where I'm gonna be. And there's Aiden.
Wait,
Mm.
she was gonna pat a
So
guy on his
Aiden's
head.
allowed in there, but Grant, who's a real reporter, isn't allowed. Wow.
Yeah, it's disgusting, right?
Wow. He should not be allowed to have nothing to do with this trial because he's under charges right now.
Related to this trial.
Yeah.
Agreed.
A lot of people down there in line.
Oh my God, my dog is actually laying here snoring. Do you know how bad I want to take a nap right beside him?
Yeah, a little bit. A lot of wind. Good, how are you?
She thinks she's a big time celebrity, man.
Didn't she ask him to like not do this?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this, this sewer clown on the other side. She's like looking at him like, get the F away from me, dude. He turns around. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't.
Wow. These people are so pathetic.
Oh, it's so gross. I literally can't.
They should be cheering for the police officer who lost his life. They some bored housewives.
If there is someone as smart as me on the jury, then this is in the bag. It's like some ridiculous like parade of a murderer.
Yeah, I just hope that the jury sees through all this stuff. I really do. I worry about that.
OCD makes a very good point. If there is, yeah, there's the guy in the wheelchair. It makes a very good point. If there is someone as smart as me on
Yeah,
that
bud, huh?
jury,
There you go.
then
There you
this
go.
is wrapped
All
up.
them people. Nice.
And you wonder why she's so snarky and snide in court. This is why,
Nice.
right here.
Keep smiling, guys. Keep smiling. We got you out here.
These people, do they not have lives?
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're cheering, screaming, yelling. Oh, my God. Have a nice lunch, guys.
It must be nice to have nothing else to do in life but stand at a courthouse
Right,
and root on a murderer.
Must be nice to have enough money to do whatever you want all the time.
Yeah.
Even
So,
try to
where
get
are
away
you
with
from
murder.
again? Oh, you came all the way from Braintree here?
No, came all the way from Hingham.
Oh, Hingham,
Yeah,
okay.
Hingham and Braintree is not that far from Dedham, there, genius.
Natives.
Gotcha.
I never say I grew up there because I still haven't grown up.
Well, hey, you never do you? Right.
I'm
all
sorry,
right,
the
guys.
bomb is creepy,
They're gonna get
and I
food
think
over there,
he's
I think?
dangerous.
I think they're getting food over there.
Why
They
does
usually
it
get
matter
food
where
for
they're
you.
getting food, you weirdo?
So it's something, you know.
That's what people
No one
do.
needs to come through here with a fucking ice cream truck.
Oh, there you go. Whoever owns an ice cream truck, ring the bells. Ring, 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 ring,
Keep
ring,
him away
ring.
from it, and children.
Ain't that something, guys?
I agree with
How
the
polite everybody is, how nice everybody is.
I
They
can't.
thought-
I have to. I gotta get out of this. I
That's
can't
a
even-
whole
Yeah.
other situation.
This is gross. Like this is
So-
this is gross. Like look at this is like loony magoony
Watch
shit.
this.
Like
They thought
I did a video thing. Oh,
I still don't understand
that
how
was not
the
Tom.
judge did
not
not
everybody.
bar Aiden from that courtroom. I don't understand that at all.
But
I don't know,
Aurora's
but-
right. The whole point, they thought they were going to be able to bring enough public pressure to bear to keep the trial from ever taking place. That didn't happen, and they were on their back foot from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
They had no other strategy. And absent that, they were just completely screwed.
Mm. I just hope that the jury can see through and do the right. If nothing else, at least manslaughter.
They've got both as an option. I don't see her getting off on, even if the jury is leery of giving her the second degree, I do think the manslaughter stands.
Mm.
But hung jury is always a possibility. There
Yep.
may be one person on there who, for whatever reason, took the confusing mishmash of taco spaghetti, vaguely red colored goop that the defense threw at the wall and made a Rorschach test out of it. And oh, I see a butterfly. So they may hang them. That's always a possibility. There was that one juror that was the reason Casey Anthony got away.
Yep.
True. Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's, I
state
mean,
definitely didn't do their job with the Casey Anthony trial. Not at all.
yeah.
They messed that up from the get-go, from out the gate.
Right.
Listen, whoever George Carlin is, apparently a very smart person. Like,
George Carlin was an insult comic and a thinking man's comedian, and he was brilliant.
yeah, apparently, like versus I have faith, they put their manslaughter and second-degree murder to give the jury a choice. I think they will agree on manslaughter. I don't know. I think they would agree on second degree because, again, it doesn't require intent in Massachusetts.
And if she is convicted, how long do you think they're going to be allowed to draw out the sentencing before she actually has to report?
Well, no, they would
Turn
take her into
herself in.
custody. What do you mean? If she's found guilty, they're not going to give her, 6 months to still be out of jail. It's not going to happen. She'd go into custody.
It's happened. It's happened where they were allowed out till sentencing.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen here.
She's no Donald Trump. Alec
Yeah,
Murdoch.
that's true.
Not only that, but she's out on bail right now. I highly doubt that the judge is going to allow that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, no.
She's
Alex
been
Murdoch
very
was-
lenient, so I can see at the end of this, if she's found guilty, the judge being like, nope, take her into custody. Thank you, goodbye. You've had plenty of time to get your affairs in order if you were found guilty. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, what affairs do you have? You can't drive right now. You don't have a job, so there's not much affairs to get in order. And I don't like that because if it was a poor person like me or you, they don't give you any time to get your affairs in order. They put your ass in jail and say, too bad, you committed a crime. But I noticed with rich people, it's, oh, you have a month or 2 or 6 weeks to get your quote affairs in order. You didn't ask me if I needed to get my affairs in order.
Yeah.
Right? Like they shouldn't have that right. It shouldn't come down to whether you have money and you're assuming that nobody has any other affairs to get in order if they're poor like we are. Like, no, you don't need intent in Massachusetts. It only requires that a reasonable person would have known that DUIing in the snow at nighttime could have caused serious bodily injury or death. It does not require intent. Not in Massachusetts, it doesn't.
You're a
I mean, that's kind of like basic common sense. You don't drive drunk, especially in the middle of the night, in the middle of a snowstorm.
But if you're a CNA making minimum wage with 5 kids and you smoke a joint on your day off, you're going to jail until your trial's over.
Exactly.
Well, not here, but I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, I'm sorry, but they don't give the same courtesy to people with no money as they do to people with money. And that's why people say there are 2 justice systems, one for the poor and one for the rich, and it needs to stop. Like, well, that's the problem. That's why they usually put you in cuffs when you're found guilty, because what stops you from running? What stops you? Nothing.
Part of the reason that Donald Trump is out awaiting sentencing is because literally the entire world's cameras are pointed at his face 24/7. They know where he is. He can't flee.
And he is running for president. Yeah,
My
no.
little is here.
That might be,
You guys
part
want
of why
to
the
say
folks-
hi?
pointed
So
at
everybody
it.
say hi to Riley.
Hey,
Say
Riley.
hi, Riley.
Hi, Riley.
She's being a little stinker. Usually she wants to say hi, and she didn't want to say hi.
But I
You
mean,
want to say hi to
Murdoch,
everybody?
Murdoch, they made him change out of his suit and into his jumpsuit before he left the courthouse that day. That was the end of everything.
Well, you know, Karen can look at it like this. She'll at least go to county lockup awaiting her sentencing. You know, at least you'll get the pleasure of being in a county lockup instead of having to go to a big time prison until she's sentenced. I'm sure she'll have a fan club. I'm sure Daddy will be paying everybody's bills while she's there to make sure she's protected.
Oh, she's going to have a lifetime supply of ramen noodles.
Mm-hmm. Daddy's going to be putting a lot of money on people's books.
And honey buns.
Mm-hmm.
She did not turn in her passport. I don't think that was something that they wanted to do a while back. And then like the defense, like basically withdrew their request because that's what the Commonwealth was asking for a couple other things. Because she was able to travel to Florida, which in my opinion, you're out on bail. You're not supposed to leave the state without the court's permission. She should have been
What?
revoked
She
right there,
went
and I'm
to
not
Florida?
sure. Yep, I'm not sure.
On
when they were trying
bail.
to get her phone the second time on bail, and you're not supposed to leave the state unless you have the court's permission. And as far as I know, there was no court permission. So why didn't they revoke her bail right then and there?
Boy, that'd have been me or you. They'd have followed us to Florida, picked our butts up, and locked us up forever.
Extradited us back. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there's
Especially
that
being
black
out on
snake.
bail
Is that a black snake? Ooh,
on murder.
there's
too.
a big
Like,
snake
no.
in my yard.
There's a snake in my boots.
Yeah, there really is. I'm checking to see if it's just a harmless one or it's not one of the rattles. My neighbor has a den of rattlesnakes in his yard, and you can hear them suckers. Oh yeah, that's just a garden snake. That's just a black snake. It's harmless.
Hey, watch out for those, sleeping water rattler snakes.
Oh, I don't let until my neighbor does something. I won't even let my kids out back to play on the trampoline or nothing unless I'm standing right on top of it.
with the
Because you
ones-
can hear them.
The ones with the single fangs that don't leave marks when they bite.
And those suckers got my bunny, my mama bunny. They got they got one of my squirrels and a bird. But
If she's found guilty, I would argue for sentencing. How much John's own inebriation contributed to his demise? I've seen. Oh, I'm guaranteeing they probably will do something stupid like that because they've been doing nothing but victim blaming anyway. I mean, there is a chance that she could stay out until sentencing. There's not no chance. There's definitely a chance the judge would do that. I don't know if the judge would do that in this case because she's given so much leeway to the defense at this point. If she does, I'd be shocked. I mean, I think she's given all this leeway to make it unappealable. But I think deep inside, she knows what a aberrant person Karen is. And I just don't think she's going to allow her to stay out for weeks and weeks and weeks until sentencing. And I would hope that they would do sentencing in a short order, not some, month down the line. Usually it's done within a month. So I don't know. I mean, they could let her stay out until then, but I don't see that happening. I mean, again, if the judge does it, I'd be shocked, but there's always a possibility.
Oh my
She's
God,
out on bail
I've
right
got to
now,
catch
so
this
I
on video
can
one of
have
these
her
one of these
remanded.
mornings. The squirrels get on the trampoline and there's little balls in there for the basketball hoop. And I come out the other morning and they were in there playing. And of course didn't have my phone so that I could record it. But from now on, I'm going to bring my phone because I'm going to catch it so I can show you guys. These squirrels are crazy.
In my opinion,
play with them.
In my opinion, if it was a hung jury, more than likely Lally would be the prosecutor again. If they chose to take it up, I think if they chose to take it up again, it would be on a manslaughter, not a murder too. I mean, she has the means to disappear, and that's something obviously that the prosecution would argue is that they want her held because she could disappear. That's the
And I would pass them to probably already have it in the works just in case. They damn sure have the means to make sure she can go somewhere.
She also has the means to get plastic surgery, change her appearance, disappear into a country that's not extraditable, you know, all that fun, happy crap. And I don't put it past her or that family to do that at all. So let's just hope that the judge does the right thing and remands her, because she's already out on bail. And if you're found guilty of a crime like that, normally they don't let you just stay out to deal with your affairs. If it's a guilty for a murder crime, usually they want you remanded ASAP. They don't want to be like, okay, you're guilty of murder now, but we're just going to let you sit out in public for another month before sentencing. Like, not usually how it goes, but I mean, it's possible. That too, that there's generally a giant network of dum-dums who will let her sleep on the couch and like hide her. So that's also, I think, something that would play into this is the prosecution, that there's also people that'd be willing to commit a damn crime and a felony in order to hide her from the general public and from the law. Well, see, this is my problem, right? It's not just getting away with murder, right? But people are throwing hundreds of thousands of dollars at her and Sewer Turtle, and something that I sent Bree yesterday about a stream on someone who people are, you know, donating 100 here, 100 there, 100 here, 100 there, 50, 80, 50, 80, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. And this like whole stream, the dude's just like, people are just throwing money at him, throwing money. He was just like, the crime is like heinous, okay? And the allegations are awful. Not saying he's guilty of them, because he has the right, obviously, to fight that in a court, but he's also not saying he's not. He's just saying, let the government prove it. Like, okay, but that's not the same as saying you're innocent. Because if I was innocent of something, I'll be screaming from the rooftops, I'm fucking innocent. I'm definitely not going to be like, well, let the system prove it. Like, yeah, they have to prove it, but I'm still innocent. So like, how are they going to prove that? Like, they'd have to lie and connive, and like, yeah, not that the government doesn't do that stuff. They do, and twist. But what, like, people are throwing money at people like that. But then you have smaller creators, channels, or just people in general. They're not willing to help their own neighbor with a box of spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not willing to give their sister $10 in gas money, or drive one of their family members to a doctor's appointment. Like, not, you know, these are the same people who aren't willing to help people who actually need the help or deserve, you know, like we're talking about throwing money at people who are wearing $3,000 sandals, bro. $3,000 sandals. I'm sorry, what? Who would ever pay $3,000? I don't care if I was rich or not. I'm not paying $3,000 for a pair of sandals. That's my
Spent $5.99 on a pair at the Walmart.
TJ
So
Maxx, yeah, Burlington Coat Factory. Like, I'm a, you know, smart shopper because I have to be, but I still would be even if I was rich, because why am I spending money on ridiculous things that make no sense? I could spend $10 on a pair of sandals or $3,000. Why would I want $3,000 sandals? Just because they are $3,000? I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. Like, I don't care if it's just because they are. The only thing I might spend a little bit of change on just to have one in my lifetime is a Birkin bag, and that's about it. I would never buy $3,000 sandals. I'm not buying $7,000 dresses. I can look just as good in something that's not that expensive. I mean, I guess because we all have to pinch our pennies, and we're all so used to it that we know, like, if I ever hit the lottery, there's so much more I know that I could do with that money. And, you know, for 36, wait, how old's Riley? So at least 7 years, if not longer, I've known that if I wanted to hit the lottery, if I ever happened, which, I mean, I guess you have to play to hit. Once in a blue moon I play, so it's probably not plausible. But if I ever did, that the amount of money that I could use to help other people, like, why would I spend $3,000 on a pair of sandals when I could use that $3,000 to buy a friend of mine who's a single mother of 2 children a car to get her around? Like, I don't even have a car right now. Like, and that's the thing that we need desperately, because it keeps me in this cycle of like not being able to get around, and like not like having a full-time job, and you have to get back to get your kid on and off the bus. Like, it's not, if you live in an area like I do, there's not places that you can just like run to, and like there's a ton of jobs. Like, there's no, like, This isn't the city where there's like bus lines every 10 minutes and trains. Like we don't have that here. So it's like, I think people fail to understand that like that makes it a lot harder for someone. I'd rather spend the $3,000 on a car for someone who needs it than $3,000 on a pair of sandals.
That's always been my dream, is to have a foundation for us working class people, because there's no help. If you got a job
You
and
quote unquote, if you have a job and you make minimum wage, they say it's quote unquote too much to get help,
Yep.
but it's not even enough to pay your rent. But you're making quote too much to get any help, but you
Things-
can't even pay rent.
in our lives all the time that an emergency comes up that has to be taken care of, and therefore you can't meet your rent or you can't meet your electric bill, but they're not going, or your mortgage payment, and they're not going to care. But you can't get help because you got a paycheck.
Yep. And that's literally what it's like. And it's like, I can't even, putting food on the table every week is a struggle for me right now. Like it's an absolute struggle. I mean, you can't live off $822 a month and your rent's $1,450. It's just not possible. And then you got every other expense and all the basic necessities, toilet paper, shampoo, like all that shit adds up, and it adds up quick because everything's expensive right now.
Yep.
Then I see people throwing $400,000 at a accused murderer, and I'm like, where did I go wrong? Like, what? What? Like, I'm completely baffled. Like, baffled, absolutely baffled. It just makes no sense to me. And then you got people like the Sewer Turtle. People are, kind enough to donate $1, $2, $3, $5. And he's saying it's not enough and that you have to give him more if you want him to read your comment because it's not enough. I mean, I'm sorry, but I've never met someone so greedy and selfish and
That's not enough to read.
Nope.
Read the comments. I would never say that to someone.
Never, because if it's $1, it's their hard-earned dollar and it's what they wanted to support me, to just say, hey, I support you and I don't have a lot, but I just wanted to say like, thank you and I appreciate you. And you can't appreciate that as a human being. Like, what the F is wrong with you?
The other night I got a PayPal and I cried. It actually brought me to tears because people work hard for their money.
Yeah. I got one like way back, and it was like $200. It's the most I've ever gotten in one. This was probably last summer, and I cried. That's a lot to me. A lot. And most streams I do 8 hours, and sometimes I don't even make $10. Like, obviously that does not even out for the cost that you have to pay to do it, but it's like, I'm still here and it's a struggle, but like, I'm not willing to lie for that struggle. I'm not willing to do it so these people can continue to lie because they're afraid of the backlash on their streams and they're afraid of losing followers and they're afraid of losing donos. And I took a big hit when I decided that I found out, all this evidence that I had, that I knew that she was guilty at that point. Like, I took a big hit, but if I hadn't, then who am I? Like, who would I be? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to teach my children that it's okay to do something like that because it's not.
Hell, I'm touched when someone sends me $1,
Right,
I mean,
exactly. It's their hard-earned money. It doesn't matter if it's 50 cents or $1. They wanted you to know that they appreciate you. And for that, I appreciate them. Like, it doesn't have to be a lot. It's something that they wanted to do to say, hey, I appreciate you. And that means more to me than whatever amount it is.
Mm-hmm.
Money can't buy his way out of hell. And that's, he's going to have to deal with that in his life. Money cannot buy his way out of hell, unfortunately for him. And he's at 19, indictments and counting. Oh, you have no idea. The donations were coming in just fine. And my numbers were climbing when I really thought she was innocent in the beginning. And as soon as I got all this evidence while I was sick with pneumonia for 6 weeks, I was like, oh shit, this is not good. None of this proves any innocence. This all proves guilt. And I had come to the realization of, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Am I going to just keep screaming free Karen Read and and dance around the evidence like most people are doing, or just flat out ignore it just for the donations to come in and my numbers to go up. I mean, it probably would have gotten my family a car by now, a very cheap one, but one that would got us from A to B. But I had to decide if that was worth my fucking integrity and my own ethics, and it's not, in my opinion. Like, would it have helped my family? Yes, absolutely. And I would do anything for my family. But what I'm not willing to do is lie or mess up my own ethics or integrity for anyone. I don't give a fuck who it is. The Pope, the president, I don't give a shit.
Because then that's just turning around and everything we're trying to teach our kids is going to show them. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
My husband just found like a bunch of change my daughter put in one of her jacket pockets way back. It's funny. He's like, do you remember that day that we couldn't find the change? And I'm like, yeah, why? And he's like, I just found it in her jacket pocket.
My kids are being too quiet. It's scary.
Honey, you can still have the change. Oh, he took it out of her jacket pocket. She's having a meltdown.
Oh my gosh. I need a nap, but I can't take one.
6-year-old meltdown, y'all.
No, I'm not a napper. And if I would nap, I'd be up all night. So, and besides that, the kids are up. And I'm supposed to be going through clothes, but I'm not.
I wish I had that kind of money. 300,000, Jesus, I would never spend that much. I
Oh,
mean, a couple hundred. 300,000, that's crazy.
I'm not a Kardashian. Ugh. Yeah, no. There's too much else I could do with that money.
Right. And you're right, Anastasia. There are two. One for people with public defenders because they're not always the best. Although I will say there are some.
Speaking of lottery tickets, my husband bought lottery tickets like a month ago, and I rarely get a quick pick because I get mad if I lose the $2. And I forgot to check them. Maybe I should check them. Who knows? I might win my $2 back.
Maybe you'll be lucky.
Yeah, at least my $2 back will make me happy because I'm going to be mad if I lost $2. I keep asking all these spirit box people, all these media psychics on YouTube, when I review them and laugh at them, come on, give me some numbers. But, you know, they never do. So we got a cardinal and a squirrel fighting over some food. Dude, there's food in the bird feed.
Squirrel?
And a cardinal is hedging each other to try to get to the bird food, but the bird food, go to your bird feeder.
Oh, they're fighting over bird food?
Yeah.
My daughter thinks that's funny. They're fighting over bird food.
The squirrel's just looking at him like, are you nuts? You're not hurting me. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm out of bird food, so what's in the feeder is what y'all have. I don't know why I put it in the bird feeder. No one uses the bird feeder.
I appreciate this comment, Justin. I appreciate that. I'm telling you, it wasn't an easy decision. I'll tell you that much. It definitely was hard. It was hard because I knew it was going to affect me and my family immensely. I didn't realize how much because I still get harassed by the mob on a daily basis. You should see the emails and DMs I get constantly, every damn day, text messages, voicemails, like you name it, I get them.
Is Court back? No, because you're not on, huh?
Nope, I have it on right here.
A guy you know you went to school with is that won the lottery twice and he's broke now? Oh, see, nope.
Someone in Sewer Turtles chat yesterday asked if they could have Chloe put down if Karen's not guilty. No, that's not a thing. Like with Chloe's in Vermont. Like we've known that since last year. I saw that, Ava. I read those ones. I got the first one was from Anna this morning for 7. And I said thank you for that. And then there was two for 20 on PayPal. And I read those ones and I appreciate you guys.
That's a good idea, RP. I didn't even think of that, and that's so much cheaper than bird food. I know they like the cereals that I buy for the kids.
They do like cereal.
Well, they don't. The kids will eat I don't like it, so I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with these boxes of cereal? But the squirrels and the birds love it, and they really love Cheerios. There we go.
It freaking paused itself at some point. That's obnoxious. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
You know he's doing questioning, huh?
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You take this step.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, if you pull that microphone as close to your face as you can so your voice will be kept up, and I'd ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Richard Green. That's Green.
And where do you live, sir?
I now reside in Coldwater, Michigan.
What do you do?
I own and operate a company called United States Forensics.
And what is United States Forensics?
Sure. We're a digital investigation firm. We have, we're licensed in Florida and Michigan, but we do cases across the country.
All right. And again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that.
Okay. I'll do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction with others?
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. We've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with a federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. Quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it at about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
Okay. And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit and it was just improper for them to use their own experts. So that's where we've provided assistance.
All right. Now, how long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. You'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking. We actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
Oh, it's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, et cetera?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So that would have to do with Associates of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education since you did?
Okay. Well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree. The certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is certified computer examiner from the International Association of Criminal Investigation Specialists. I also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis, we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and you really need to do continual training.
Okay, and again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically?
Yeah, we average, I'd say between 100 and 120 cases a year. We probably get inquiries to about 3 times that amount.
Okay, and have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay, and when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now, directing your attention to September of 2022, were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file, and in this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
Yeah, 34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine, as a result of your examination, approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in the on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points and automate that process to specific GPS locations and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28.
Correct.
Now, if I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
Let me approach you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Last night.
So I placed that document before you. Could you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done?
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
Oh, John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact, is the data on that document exactly what you received when you, used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said objection.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter?
I'm all flustered. Sorry. And if the witness could have that again.
Thank you.
With permission, I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, yeah, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. But you can see up in this part here where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Okay, and if you had inputted accuracy of within, say, 500 feet, what would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving at 34 Fairview, but was there also Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us. The degree of accuracy, it depends on the type of data that's being pulled out on the artifacts. For example, steps are known to have an accuracy of around 98% on the actual steps occurring.
So if the Apple Health data returns, for instance, steps, 20 steps within a certain time period, 98% of the time Apple's going to be right?
That's what studies have shown.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you want this back? Okay.
Mr. Green, I've placed another document before you. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do. This is this lists out Apple Health data for that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right. That came from the data that you received, the image file of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
No objection.
That's a great idea, Barb. Let's
Quick
do
permission,
that.
May I publish that, Your Honor?
Okay.
Specifically, I'd like to start with page 2, record 2. Okay, Mr. Green, are you wearing the right glasses to be able to see the scene?
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but
Are you able to read what is on the screen? And if it's easier, you can look on your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's Apple Health data?
Sure. So this is the number of meters. It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds. And there's a milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that time period?
Correct.
And with regard to that same time period, 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, please turn to page 5. And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
I have that.
Okay. What does record number 2 reflect?
Again, it's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you said it's the same time period, so again, 12:21:10 to 12:24:22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. And if Mr. Bates could post that. And when you're ready, Mr. Green, if you could tell the jury what that reflects.
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors that represents elevation change. So it doesn't indicate to us up or down, but 3 steps. And the time period for that is 12:22:14 to 12:24:37.
Okay, did you say 12:21:14 to 12:22? I'm sorry, 12:24:37?
Yeah, 12:22:14 to 12:47:37.
I see. And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So it's time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the Apple records that data. You got to look at the time overall.
Okay, so you don't know if the steps are bunched up toward the beginning or toward the end or more evenly spread out?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Now we've discussed the Apple Health data. I want to go back for a second to talk about the location data on the iPhone. Does that data that you've already talked about in terms of the arrival time that it gave for John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, does that arrival time fall within or outside the range of 12:21 and 10 seconds, or 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds?
Well, that certainly indicates an overlap, but the health data is ending after the arrival, and we can.
Now, I'd like to discuss with you the concept of clocks used by apps on an iPhone.
Sure.
Are you aware of the 3 different clocks that are used by iPhone apps?
I am.
What are they?
We have you have 3 separate internal clocks. You have a monotonic clock, a baseband clock, and a wall clock.
Okay, and is the wall clock also called the display clock?
Yeah, that would be also a common name for that.
And what is the significance of the existence of 3 clocks regarding different times that may show up within these records?
Sure. Well, app developers can access Apple program library, and they can call upon any of the clocks to use within their apps.
Okay. Now, in your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application. And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 640, if I may approach, Your Honor. I've placed Exhibit 640 before you, sir. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Magnet Axiom program I was referring to. It's the 8.1, actually it looks like 4287, but
keep your voice up, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's the newest version of the program, and we have it filtered for the Waze app, and it's giving us the timestamps associated with it.
With the court's permission, may I publish that?
Okay. There we go.
And first of all, are you? Now that writing's probably too small. I can't read it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go off of this one.
There we go. With regard to what we are looking at there on that part of the screen, what are we looking at, Mr. Green?
Okay, so this is listing details of this particular artifact, and you can see that this is bundled. The com.waze.iphone, that's a standard bundle type name where it always starts with com dot and then the application reference.
And what does that mean? It says it's highlighted on the screen, com.waze.iphone. What does that mean that we're in right now?
Yeah, well, this is an artifact specifically related to the Waze program.
Waze app.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
Okay, and we can see here our entry for the monotonic time, the baseband time, and the display time.
And what did you notice about the relationship of the 3 of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So that I think it's 3 minutes and then 1 second, give or take a little. So, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to. Objection. Move to strike.
Sustained. I'm willing to strike that. Next
Okay.
question.
I apologize.
That's okay.
You can hand that back to Madam Court Reporter.
Certainly. Thank
And
you.
I'd like to go back to the Apple Health data, Mr. Binks, if you can put that back up. And this would be page 2, record number 3. And you don't still have that in front of you, do you?
Actually, I do.
You do.
I do.
Page 2, record number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
What does that show?
All right. Okay, so this is another entry from John O'Keefe's cell phone data, and this records 25.46 meters occurring between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 5, record number 3, you could tell the jury what that shows, and if we can have that displayed as well, Mr. Binks.
Certainly. So this is directly related to the distance, and this is recording 36 steps, and it's the same time period, 12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Okay. So we have 36 steps being taken according to Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone for a time period that ends at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Lane.
With regard to those 36 steps, do we know where within that time frame they were taken?
Sure. Let me reread that here. We January 29th, 2022, 12:31:56 a.m. It's actually 12:31:56.109 a.m. and 12:32:16.507 a.m.
Okay. All right. So now I'd like to switch, if we can, to Jennifer McCabe's phone and your analysis of that. During the course of your examination, when you reviewed data from her phone, did you find a particular artifact of interest?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
We found a Google search that happened. First of all, the search was "How long to die in cold," and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
All right. Where was that search found?
Sure. So the artifact on that was called a Safari Suspended Tabs artifact, and there's a database associated with that called the Browser DB database, and in a company file, which is by the same name but ends in WAL, which stands for Write Ahead Log. And the write ahead log is where the data first gets written to, and then at certain points, that data then gets committed and written to the main database.
All right. So that, if I'm correct, that browserstate.db/wall file, that's a temporary file, right?
It's temporary by nature, but it's not. It's integral. It's part of the way the SQLite functions. So it's not like a throwaway file. It's part of the way the whole system works.
And is it helpful to you when evaluating artifacts?
Certainly, yeah. Just by nature of it, we'll find a lot of the newest artifacts in that wall file.
Now, how do you determine the timing in terms of the timestamp on the browserstate.db wall file?
Sure. So the wall file has different rows and columns. You can kind of think of it as an Excel spreadsheet. And in this one particular column had it was a time column. That'd be the nature of the data going into it. And this the heading on this particular one was last viewed time.
Okay. Regarding that Google search for HOS long, and I say HOS, HOS long to die in cold, found in the browser state DB wall file, what was the date and time for that artifact?
Sure. So that's recorded in what's called an Apicola time, and it's actually the number of seconds since January 1st, 2001. So you end up with this large number, and that gets converted to present to us something that's human readable, and then you have to apply the offset for the local. So once you do all those calculations, that's where we get the January 29th, 2022 at 2:27
Okay.
in the morning.
The specific, do you remember the number of seconds after?
I believe it's 40 seconds.
2:27, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And in what state did you find that artifact?
Yeah, so the specific artifact, or it comes from a record, and the record number on this is 4028, I believe, and it was in a deleted state.
Okay. Now, what would you normally expect to find along with the artifact, sir?
So you'd have the date and time, the URL, which the way the URL presents itself, we know that it's a Google search, but you also see a history of other places that tab has been.
And with this particular artifact, did you learn the full internet history of websites related to that record?
No, that wasn't possible. We were only able to get the one website. I would say,
And I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I interrupted you. Sorry.
Well, no, so we definitely got the one artifact, the Google search, and we have the time related to it, but we do not know everywhere else that tab had been.
What significance was there to you about the fact that the full internet history related to that record could not be recovered?
Well, I wanted to do a little deeper dive into that, and so I used some various other database specific tools. One was called Belkasoft X, which has an excellent database viewer in it. Sanderson Forensics, which is known to specialize in this type of work, and
ArtX?
I'm sorry?
ArtX?
You saved me. Yes, ArtX, which is a program known in the community for research.
And how did you sort of cross-reference the three of those together? How'd you use them?
Yeah, so all three of those tools, along with Axiom and Cellbrite, which I did, they do have a low-level SQL viewer as well. So I looked at the data with all 5 of those tools, and I found it to be consistent amongst all the tools.
And in addition to using those tools, what else did you do?
So I wanted to get a little more context. One thing with this artifact, it is deleted. And one thing about deleted data, sometimes you get it all back, sometimes you don't, sometimes you get a fragment. Deleted data makes it very difficult to give you the whole picture of what's happening. So in this particular case, I wanted to see what other artifacts were around this time as it related to web history, and particularly this browser database file.
And so what do you compare the 2:27 a.m. search to in order to gain more information?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What the information was. So what we found is that when we looked at a particular URL, a particular website that was visited, and then searched using that URL, the browser state database entry is the last entry in all of that. So we could see searches, videos playing. There's an artifact called Knowledge C that records the user's activity, but the browser state is the very last entry on the items that we observed.
And did you find other examples of that you can speak to before this jury?
Yes, I believe we have one printed out there.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
I placed the document before you, sir. If you could familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
I have it.
What is it?
Okay, so this is another screenshot from the Axiom program. And it is showing a search that we conducted for raining men. And then it takes that search, and we have a couple different items on there. We set the date to begin in 1970 and ending in 2100. In other words, we only wanted to see artifacts that had dates associated with them. And then we listed them from the newest date to the oldest date. And this particular one, again, it ends up with the Safari suspended tabs artifact being the very last in the series of dates and times.
All right, I'd like to go through that, but first I'd offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, no. There you go.
And with the court's permission, may it be published, Your
You
Honor?
want this?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so we have a number of call-ins here. Could you explain to the jury what's going on with that exhibit?
Certainly. So I'm gonna switch glasses back here. Forgive me.
Do you need the light on, sir? Or are you okay?
No, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you much. I can certainly do this. So we are looking at here web-related history. And also, I have the filter turned on for application usage because there are some log files, sort files that the iPhone keeps track of to record user interactions, and that can give us a idea of the history as well. And then, as I mentioned, we have it filtered so that it's only showing dates, that dates existed, and we took the earliest possible date to a date way in the future. And then it's listed, and next to the date and time, you'll see a little arrow, and it's skinny at the top and big at the bottom. That tells you it's going from smallest, earliest time to latest time. And this particular view is showing us the last of that series, because what's relevant and really important here is that the Safari suspended state tabs ends up being the last of the entries related to that, not one of the beginning of the entries related to that.
And what is the significance of the Safari state tab being the last entry? What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, so it tells us the internet history happened before that, and the purpose of this tab on at least this particular iPhone with this very specific iOS version is to record the state of that tab when the user left that. And the whole purpose of that is if you're on Safari, you're on a website and say you have to take a phone call or answer a text message and you navigate away from the Safari app, when you come back, it remembers where you were and allows you to pick off from there. It also allows you to hit the tab button and see what other tabs you might have open and navigate to one of those tabs.
All right, so as I see the last tab, am I correct that the time is 1:29:22, same day, like 2:27 and 38 seconds? Is that what it says on your?
I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting a pair of bifocals. I apologize here. I feel a little silly. Yes, on this particular one. So that is just moments before the Google search artifact.
The one that you previously talked about, the How Long to Die House.
How Long to Die in the Code, yes.
But all the other history of this particular artifact was before that time, correct?
Correct.
So with regard to what that tells you about when the It's Raining Men was either searched or accessed, was that at, after, or before 2:27 and 38 seconds?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sustained.
Okay, well, if you say it one more time.
All right, let me try and put it a different way. Given the timestamp of 2:27 and 38 seconds on January 29th for that Safari suspended state tab with the It's Raining Men, what did that tell you about the timing of when It's Raining Men was accessed by the user?
Yeah, well, so the indications would be that that tab was brought up and then went away from to do another tab. So it can happen less than a second. It doesn't take long to open up a tab and start a new tab. Can be done very quickly.
I'm not really phrasing this the right way to get
Okay.
what I want. What I want is the timing of the interaction with the training then by the actual iPhone users. When did that happen?
Well, certainly, all the activity that we have
Leading
is all
objection.
prior to the recording of that timestamp in the browser state.
All right, now, with regard to this particular example where the browser state DB is the last entry, so the activity happened before, was that unique on this phone, or were there many examples of this?
No, I found many examples of this exact behavior.
All right. Now, given your findings in researching these issues and how this user used this iPhone with this iOS, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the timing of that search for Haslong to Diane Colt?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to when Haslong to Diane Colt was searched?
Objection.
Sustained. I can see you at sidebar.
Thank you.
This guy's definitely putting the jury to sleep. I don't know how he wouldn't, but he's definitely not helping his defense in any means, any way, shape, or form. It is pathetic. It's pretty pathetic. Like, this is crazy to me that they're even letting him go on and on and on about things that he clearly knows nothing about. That's very clear.
You are unmuted.
Do you have an opinion as to the timing of that first search for Haslong to Diane Colt?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That would have happened at or before January 29, 2022 at 2:27:40 a.m. in the morning.
And what is the basis for your opinion?
Again, by how this particular phone operates with that exact operating system and comparing it to other data on that phone and the way it presented it out itself is all consistent with that search happening at or before that time.
And what opinions or conclusions did you reach regarding how, if any, how the 2:27 a.m. search was deleted?
Well, we know that that's in a deleted state. And importantly on that phone is when I say, I use the proverbial we, I found a lot of other that would have been used or deleted artifacts between the midnight and the early mornings on January 29, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could have caused that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know of no mechanism that would have done that.
All right. When you mentioned other deletions on the phone, I want to show you what has been marked, if I may approach. Sure. MMM for identification.
This is.
Do you recognize what I placed before you, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Okay, this is from Cellbrite. It is a program, again, like the Axiom that processes data. And this is this lists out a 623. This lists out a deleted call record.
Okay. Are you able to see from that record to whom the call was placed?
Yeah, well, we have the number, and I won't necessarily read it out loud here, but through searching, and this is from the phone of Jennifer McCabe, but through searching for that the number, I was able to see that it went to. You want me to say the name?
Sure.
Yep. Uncle Brian A.
Oh. I would offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection as before, Your Honor. As when this was, may we approach?
Okay.
I have to say, for $1.3 million, this, and we're halfway through the defense. What the fuck is this? We got a guy who's blind as a bat, who can't even see 15 feet in front of him, being an eyewitness, who can't even tell you the time of day when he went through down the road. We got a volunteer clout chasing doctor who didn't review any of the reports and said, I made immediate decision because I'm an ER doctor that these are dog bites.
Who hasn't practiced in
Who hasn't
how many years?
practiced? She's hasn't practiced in 30 years. And then you got this guy who's all it does sounds boring, inconcise. It doesn't make any sense what he's saying.
It makes no sense what he's saying, and it's inconsistent. He's clearly older. He's not reading the data correctly. He clearly isn't as good as he thinks he is, or as he claims to be. Because
I mean, you saw the two witnesses the prosecution had, and the Celebrate Act guy, the guy that he's going to use the data from.
Yeah,
he's trying to refute that guy. That guy was a brilliant. No one would be able to refute that guy.
he used the tool that Ian Whiffen created.
Yeah, and he's going to try to say Ian Whiffen is wrong, and he's going to try to say that lady
The
was
guy who created the fucking tool that you just used to try to parse the data. Like, you're going to tell that guy he's wrong in reading the data. He created it, my dude.
I mean, this is just, and he is lying. He did not find user deleted anything. He found system deleted and shit. Yeah, well, that's why he's going to get sued too. Jen McCabe should probably sue this guy as well because he's lying under oath.
If
He's
I
full
was
of
her,
shit.
I would.
And this is halfway through the defense. This is terrible. This is Yannetti telling us to wait for him. Honestly, the best witness for the defense was probably the medical examiner. To be truthful, that lady was just all over the fucking place. She's like, anything could have happened. I'm like, ma'am, could you be a little more precise?
Space aliens. Right.
Yeah, I mean, if you were hit in the back of the head with a bat, I'm thinking that there would be wood fragments from the bat that would be left on the wound. I'm just saying, or if you were hit in the back of the head with a dumbbell, there would be
So,
metal.
folks, we were trying to streamline the exhibit numbers. It looks like this may already be in evidence. It's one of 4 different numbers, so I sort of wanted to keep it with that. We are so far removed from where it was that this will just come in as the next exhibit. So you will technically
You are
have it in
unmuted.
evidence twice.
Okay.
55.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's one final document before you. If you can identify that for the jury, please.
Yes, this is another report generated out of Cellbrite. It's based on Ms. McCabe's cell phone data. And this lists out the call log with a number of deleted items and number of live items.
This is disastrous for the defense.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Terrible.
If I get to see. Sure. It's fine. Your Honor. I think it's already in evidence as well, but.
So
Actually, I confirmed it's not. It's not yet in evidence. We looked at the exhibits that were specified, so.
They're
It's 56.
Thank you. If you could hand that to the witness, and if I could have first page of that exhibit displayed. This is, Okay, with regard to that exhibit, Mr. Green, what did you find that was unusual, if anything?
Objection.
sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes.
Leading the
What did you
witness.
find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and on the second page we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds, again a.m. And then the normal calls, what we call live data, then begins at 8:59 and 34 seconds and goes on throughout the day with no additional deletions.
And am I right that those are all, that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct, yeah, this is the call log.
And what was the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29th, 2022, and the calls that were before 8:50 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data.
I'm sorry?
Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
What percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 a.m. on January 29th?
So all right, I have to see you. Take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
Let's fast forward this because I think you're a little bit behind.
Am I? All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no further questions. Now we're going to get to the interesting part. All right, Mr. Lally, got some work to do. Got a lot of work to do, man. That MA wasn't that great earlier. Got your work cut out.
Good afternoon, sir.
Gotta get the job done, bud.
Do you know who Miss Jessica Hyde is?
I do.
Are you aware that she wrote a report in relation to this case?
Yes.
Specifically in regard to the Google searches for Ms. McCabe's phone that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir. It was very specific about that search.
And have you had a chance to review that report?
I have.
You also know who Ian Whiffen is?
Certainly, yes.
And are you aware that he wrote several reports or submitted several items in relation to, again, the exact topic that you're testifying about in relation to the Google searches on Ms. McCabe's phone?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
And have you had a chance to review those materials as well?
Yes, sir.
You understand that they both disagree with what your opinion is in relation to those searches?
I absolutely understand that, sir.
Now, just as far as your qualifications and certifications go, I'm just having a difficult time. From the certifications that you have, at what point were you, or what, if any, certifications do you have with reference to Cellbrite as a tool, as far as your use and interpretation of data from Cellbrite?
Certainly. So my certifications are much more broad. They have to do with a lot of the fundamentals and how we conduct the investigations and what tools we should know and when we need to know we need to do more work and such like that. Cellbrite, I do not have any specific Cellbrite certifications. They offer many of them. However, I have participated in, God, I can't even count, hundreds of their training events that they offer, both Cellbrite, Axiom, Belkasoft. They all provide the community with fantastic support as far as that. And although certainly a class can be very good, but you really need to stay up to speed, you've got to participate in the most recent understanding being put out there. Even in the changes of their tools will change from one version to another.
And so, to the point, as far as you have no certifications in regard to Cellbrite as a tool and how to use it, those kind of things?
That's correct, sir.
And in this specific instance, at any point, did you reach out to Cellbrite to go over sort of your findings or your opinions in relation to this search?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with from Cellbrite?
Yeah, as close as I can remember, I know it was Leo, and I believe it was Santos.
And do you know what part of Cellbrite they work in or what they do?
Well, he was in the technical support and contacted him. He had informed me that they had elevated this up to some higher level technical support when they came back. His comments to me, if you want to hear them, was that this, okay,
Answer his comments, but at
Okay,
some point.
I understand.
You talked to technical support, is that correct?
absolutely.
And they indicated that they would refer you to actually Mr. Whitten's team.
No, sir, they did not.
So you weren't told that you were referred to Mr. Whitten's team and you weren't contacted by anyone from Mr. Whitten's team?
No, and I forget the exact date. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, out of the blue, I got an email from Ms. Whiffen saying, and I can't, I don't want to misquote them, but
No.
certainly I got an email
I'm not
from
asking
him.
you about any specific conversation
Okay.
you had. What I'm asking, and I'm asking about a time period more back in 2022.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Back in 2022, did you reach out to Cellbrite in relation to this search and your opinions related to it?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was that the point that you spoke to someone from technical support?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did someone from technical support actually refer you or tell you that they were referring you to Mr. Whitten's team?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea about that.
So no one from no one from Mr. Whitten's team reached out to you and then you just never called them back? That didn't happen?
Not that I'm aware.
Now, you were asked to look at a couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
Can you say that once again? I'm sorry.
You were asked to look at 3 different phones is what the testimony was. And I'm assuming that was by some counsel for the defendant, correct? No one else asked you to look at these phones,
Oh,
correct?
correct. Yes, it was from the defense asked me to, yes.
And so the phones that you were asked to look at were Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the defendant's phone, and Ms. McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Kerry Roberts' phone, were you ever asked to look at that?
No.
And with respect to the defendant's phone, was there any GPS location information or data that you observed in her phone?
So we had an indication that location had been using, there was something called Apple Map tiles. And those probably when you use the Apple Map app, that it, in order for it to work, it will create these little tiles or little pieces of pictures, and they get stitched together to give you the view that you see on your phone. Now, for that had to be working, we know location data had to be working. This particular location data, the location data cache, is known to only be present on the phone for a couple weeks. Now, what I don't know, and Mr. Lally, if I'm going too far, just please stop me. What I don't know are what measures were taken to preserve that data, whether it was put in airplane mode, whether the location services were turned off, whether it was put in a Faraday bag. And quite frankly, Mr. Lowry, I don't know if they did all that, if the location data would have remained or not. I've never tested that, but all indications, it would have had location data on the day that it was seized, because we received the Apple Map tile. But when I got the full extraction, there was no location data there. Now, I did observe.
So there was no GPS location data on the defendant's phone, correct? From what you observed.
And again, if I'm, there was, I did find deleted location data from April of 2022.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, did you also find deleted web history data from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't observe that.
Didn't observe it, or didn't look for
it? You know, I really don't have a recollection if I specifically looked for deleted data. I don't believe I did. I don't know if I would have had to have a cause to.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some question about location accuracy within 3 feet. You did some sort of thing last night on CellHawk using that tool. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And you were asked to do that after Trooper Carino testified yesterday. Is that correct?
I understand he testified yesterday.
And so with relation to you creating sort of that document, and that's now been marked as an exhibit, was that something that Mr. Yannetti asked you to do in relation to Trooper Carino's testimony yesterday?
Well, in all fairness, you need to ask Mr. Yannetti. I could make an assumption here. I mean, if
I'm not.
I don't know quite.
Doing anything.
I'm not trying not to answer you, but I was asked by Mr. United to
Yeah, you
perform
are.
that search.
So, Mr. Lally, please be cautious of that.
Yes, sir. So, Ms. Green, with respect to that 3 feet of accuracy, are you aware that what Trooper Guarino was testifying to in regard to that had absolutely nothing to do with phone applications or anything to do with data from a phone or a cell hawk or a tool or anything like that?
Now, I don't know the full extent of what Mr. Guarino would have been testifying to.
And so you're not aware that his testimony was actually in regard to reviewing cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Department and photographs of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, and then mapping that using GPS latitude and longitude based on that within a 3 feet accuracy.
The objection's sustained. Ask it differently.
Are you aware of any of what Trooper Guarino testified to yesterday?
What you're mentioning, I may vaguely be remembering, and again, I'm not trying to not answer your question exactly. My conversation with Mr. Yannetti
Is what?
is 3 foot when it comes to GPS data.
So you did tell him.
Can you tell 3 feet from GPS data? And no, it's not known to be that reliable, and particularly Apple location services. How
Well,
that
he posed
applies to
testimony today.
the trooper's
He's
testimony.
not asking that. He's asking about his conversation with Danny.
I can't say with specificity.
That happened last night.
I'm happy to opine on location data, though.
There's no question.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
That's not the question. The question is, what the hell did you have a conversation with Yannetti about, and did he tell you about this testimony?
What is going on? This is
Not allowed to tell him about testimony beforehand of anyone.
Oh, this is disastrous. Oh my God. This is terrible.
And him ignoring Ian Whiffen when Ian Whiffen called to tell him he was wrong is massive.
He's
Yeah,
not
it is.
certified in Celebrate.
Now, sir, with reference to Safari and deleted tabs, isn't it true that there is no way for a user to delete a tab, only to close it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when you close a tab, all right, you're taking it out of the active state, and it's going to an inactive state that some people could call deleted. Now, the Safari history allows you to go in and delete history by certain date ranges, but you can also go into specific websites that you visited and delete those.
But you can't delete the tab
Now
itself, genius.
If you want me to continue, the wall file itself, you
No.
can't open up a wall file and say, I'm going to delete that record. But
Exactly.
functioning the phone through the user interfaces will have an effect of deleting data within that wall file.
Isn't it also true that Celebrite uses that red X to annotate that the record is no longer active and has been recovered? It should then make it incumbent upon the examiner, being you in this instance, to determine if it was actually deleted, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. It's yes.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay. All right.
Now, you stated in your affidavit, in your testimony, that you used the Sanderson SQLite or SQLite Forensic Explorer to examine the Safari tabs DB associated with the wall file log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis using that Sanderson Forensic Explorer, was there an indication that House Long to Die in Cold was found in the wall file?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that, did you independently verify the cause of that timestamp that you observed there?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your interpretation that the timestamp means the search appeared at that time solely based on the naming of the field in the database?
No, sir.
Now, can a wall file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the wall file holds the newest information until it's merged to the database, including additions, deletions, changes, all of those items, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, the device was in active use between 2:23 a.m. and 2:31 a.m. And just to be clear, I'm talking about Ms. McCabe's device, correct?
Correct.
And what other searches did you see at that time, and where were they performed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Searches did you observe in that time frame, and where were they performed?
Well, there were a number of websites, including the Rainy Min exhibit that we did. There was Ozone basketball, I believe. There, Hockermont, Smith. I can tell you that those, similarly, the last entry with those there is the browser state DB file. It's not at the beginning, it's not at the end, and I have a couple thoughts on why that may be in regards to Ms. Hyde and Ms. Whippen. I'm happy to share those with you.
I'm not asking you anything about that, sir. What
Very
I'm
good.
asking is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
I want to answer your question as well as I can. So can you repeat that one more time?
Is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
So I'm having a little trouble answering this. So if I'm understanding correctly, when the wall file gets written to the database, and could that have made the change ending with this deleted record? Is that the question? I'm sorry. I want to answer you. I'm just
That's
a
okay.
little lost on how you're asking
And
it.
the question?
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question?
Why don't you move on, Mr. Mayor?
But is it possible that the URL field, which has the website
Can't
name,
move on.
was
It's part of his
updated
case.
to the newest search while the timestamp retained the original search? Is that possible?
No, not the way on this particular phone in this particular iOS, and also with the user interacted with it, that it would have been at the 227 or before. The way this very specific iOS was happening, that is consistent with all the other ones that I observed out there on the phone related to specific web searches and activity.
Is it possible that the search for How Long to Die in the Cold at 6:24 a.m. was the most recent search completed in the tab?
Oh, well, not in that tab, but I certainly agree with you that there was a second search done at around that time.
Now, is it also possible that the search that you assert took place at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning is the same as the search that took place at 6:24:51 a.m. for that same search?
Yeah, that's inconsistent with the actual data I'm seeing on this actual phone with this precise iOS version.
Now, as far as the search in Safari with the string, as far as the smotot.apple.com included, is it, you recall that search as far as being a suggestion from Apple, from the iOS, as far as the search with how long to digest food?
Okay, I didn't hear your whole question, but I heard the last part about how long to digest food. So I can opine on that. So my feeling on that is when the How's Long to Die code was put in, that was most likely a Apple suggestion. And I've done some testing now. The time period I'm doing my testing, is after the fact that this would have actually occurred. But as I tested that on a live phone and using a Google search, I could see that how long to digest food would come up. I also notice the specific phrase, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So as you do this Google search, you try to repeat what's being done. Those are two suggestions that actually came up.
And so that was something that was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, and I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but
that's entirely different.
One person,
correct?
Mr. Lally,
I'm sorry.
one person at a time.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, in fairness, I want to give you my best knowledge as I understand it saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
And so, just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit that was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, it's since further testing, I have found that I now believe that that was probably an automatic one, and if I've caused you any distress, I apologize.
Doesn't cause me any distress.
Okay.
What I'm asking, sir, is that that's what you filed because that's what you thought at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, you've done further testing, and that's shown that you were wrong, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, there was a search for how long to digest food at 6:23:49 a.m. that precedes the search for how long to die, and the misspelling here would be the key CLKD at 6:23:51 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it possible that the how long to digest food was a predictive suggestion from Apple rather than a search entered by the user? Is that also correct?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I believe that it was, if it had picked up a earlier search from 227 of how long to die in the cold, and then you went to retype it in, it may have then tried to give you something similar at the 6:23 and 6:24 timelines. So hopefully that answers your question.
So steps, going to Mr. O'Keefe's health data, steps doesn't necessarily mean that someone is physically taking steps, correct?
Again, the research that's done for this is steps tend to be a very accurate artifact.
Wrong.
So steps could not also be coincided with, say, movement in a car or other sort of movement of the phone as far as the health data is concerned?
Sure. Well, I did, geez, quite some time ago, do some testing with an actual iPhone 11, the same make and model, and took a drive and tried to see if it would register steps. It did not. I sat in a chair and tried to duplicate how I thought I would walk to see if it recorded steps. It did not. I took the phone from the floor to the ceiling to see if it would record a flight of stairs. It did not. The only, with that iPhone 11, same make and model that I got, it was very consistent with me actually doing walking steps, and that was whether I had it in my shirt pocket, my pants pocket, or clipped onto my belt.
That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with GPS native locations?
Yes, sir.
And GPS native locations takes its data as far as defining latitude and longitude from a number of different sources, correct?
Well, true GPS, okay, is going to take it from the GPS network. What you may be thinking of is assisted GPS, which the iPhone uses, and that assisted GPS will try to, it kind of does a crowdsourcing. So it'll look at cell towers, what's in range as far as like Wi-Fi's and a number of other devices to try to get you an enhanced GPS location and give you the best data possible.
So it takes GPS native locations within an Apple iOS device, takes from 4 different sources. Isn't that correct?
It tries to get from a variety of sources, like I just mentioned. Not all would be available.
Now, with regard, did you look at any GPS native location data with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree then that the GPS native locations didn't record any movement of that phone after 12:25 a.m.?
12:25. You know, I would have to look at the exhibit to see what the time of that last entry was. I don't want to misstate something to you, sir.
Now, you were asked about sort of the elevation change in 3 floors, ascending, descending, and saying that you couldn't pinpoint a time period or within that 12:21 to 12:24 time period from the health data. Is that correct?
Correct. It happened somewhere within that time.
could you pinpoint more specifically if you looked at the GPS native location data?
No, well, we're talking Apple Health and GPS location. So
But you said you couldn't do it.
I'm sorry, which one are you asking about? Please.
What I'm asking is, you said you couldn't pinpoint it within the GPS health data. What I'm asking is, if you had looked at the GPS native location data, could you give a more specific pinpoint as to where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was?
I'm going to allow that.
Maybe we see briefly.
Okay.
Okay, as we go to sidebar, the Free Karen Reed people want to talk about Lolly coaching witnesses. Jackson gave that doctor the reports that he didn't give her before on Tuesday. Yannetti fed this guy the 90 feet or 30 feet or
information.
whatever it was last
Can't
night.
do that.
You want to talk
Can't do
about
that.
witnesses changing testimony on the stand? You just watch this guy do it.
Yeah, like this is crazy to me. Like this guy is all over the place. Honestly, I think the defense would have been better off just saying, we rest our case. We're not going to bring up any witnesses. Honestly, they would have been better off just bringing the two accident reconstructors, the two guys that from the FBI that were hired.
You are unmuted.
What are you thinking?
Eva, I think the jury is ignoring everything this man said and listening only.
Now, to be clear, sir, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that the elevation change from 1221 to 1224, you could not pinpoint where in that time period, or specifically where in that time period the elevation change occurred, correct?
That's correct. It's a time range. Yes, sir.
So what I'm asking is, had you looked at that in the GPS native location data, would you have been able to more accurately or specifically pinpoint when that occurred?
Okay. So the location, are you looking for a yes or no? I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
I'm trying. There was, yes, there was location data within that time period. Okay.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the GPS native location data was actually a half-mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that it made those recordings in the GPS Apple Health data?
Right. Yes, I understand he was using Waze, and it had made that recording. I understand that. That's why the finding that 3 minute and 1 second offset brings into serious doubt if that time.
My father believed that I was meant to unite the realm.
You made me king.
War is coming.
It is coming.
House of the
The war
Dragon,
is coming.
streaming exclusively on
It's
Max.
definitely coming for the war.
New Alka-Seltzer Fizzy Melts. Fast fizzy relief of occasional heartburn.
Wow.
No water needed.
It's not done with this specific version of the iOS. The iOS has been known to be changing the way this artifact works. To do proper analysis, the researcher that is, he would have need to work with that same iOS. Now, in regards to the Cellbrite question, they have two versions of the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. One is the standard physical analyzer that's been out for several years now, probably is majority use in the community. It's a tool that takes that raw data and it puts it into human terms that we can look at and understand and write reports like you've been seeing here. So they have the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer that's out there. I believe it's 7.68, but don't quote me on that. And then they have a new version that's come out called Insights, and this operates more on a where you can put multiple cases in and that. It's only the Insight versions that they have bothered updating and no longer reporting on that time. Their current physical analyzer program, and I tested this a few days ago, still reports on that search occurring, and that timestamp. So currently Cellbrite is providing examiners, law enforcement, and people worldwide with two different versions giving two different results. That I can't speak to more than that, other than I've tested that and I see how those programs are working now.
So my question, sir, yes or no, is are you aware that Cellbrite has had to modify their software based on misinterpretation of data, as you've done in this case?
Yes, with the asterisk, they updated one of two programs.
Wow.
Nothing further.
To stop you from doing this again.
Okay.
Right, Mr. Green, you are.
Wow. All right, who's next?
You just tried to accuse Ian Whiffen of reading his own program wrong. Incompetent, unqualified twin.
Did I just hear him right?
Well,
All right, sirs, that's it for today. All right, so juries, we are going to send you home for the weekend. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. We are on track. We will get this case next week for your deliberation. See you on
Court, all rise for the jury.
Well, Turtle Boy, I'm not sure what made Alan Jackson think an incompetent, untrained person up against the man who writes Celebrate was a good idea.
Dude's an idiot also. Anything he says is literally laughable because he's such a moron.
Yeah, I thought that
Why
was
don't
a
I see
disaster.
counsel regarding scheduling?
I thought that was a disaster.
There he is right there. He can't even pay attention in court. If you ever see him in the background, he's like staring in 7 different places, moving his head all around. He doesn't even pay attention. So it's like laughable that he would say anything about anything.
Someone here has a collapsing case, and it is not Adam Lawley.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the medical examiner, the defense had that little lady did a great cross, and honestly, that lady, I think I'm starting to agree with Proctor. She is a wacko. He might have been right. He might have been right. I don't know when he talked
I
about the
told
medical
you.
exam. But she would have said yes to anything. I could have came onto that stand and said, "Do you think the wound on the face and everything occurred from asteroids?" She would have been like, "Could be, could be."
Did anybody
So-
else, or is this just me that noticed that both the prosecution, that lady that we were just talking about, and the dog bite lady, they both, when they would talk and answer, they would both close their eyes for like 5 to 10 seconds before they would open them back up again while blinking? Like, you got to go back and watch it. It's the
Man,
most
I
weird thing I've
don't.
ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, why would you even bring these witnesses along? Like, you got a colorblind guy who can't even see 15 feet in a giant screen. What's on the screen? He's blind as a bat, trying to be the eyewitness to the case. It's literally like My Cousin Vinny, the movie. Like, it's fucking nuts.
And who lied about going around a car that they have video evidence was never driven around because there was no snowbank with a void in the middle where a car would have been.
Then you got the next person, the clout chasing doctor, I'm going to call her, that basically inserted herself into this case. They did not consult any sort of dog bite expert for almost 2 years, and this lady had to literally volunteer the last minute, wrote no reports, and made a snap decision on seeing photos that she saw and couldn't open up a Dropbox. And then wait, I'm not done. And then after she couldn't open up a Dropbox, she basically said, "I'm an emergency room person. I make snap decisions and I don't write reports."
I don't give her credit for
totally did too.
I lied for that.
Your microphone's too low, Bree. We can't hear you over this.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you over the port. So hold on a second. Let me put it on mute. Hold on.
I don't give her the benefit of the doubt that that information was in the Dropbox. She lied either Tuesday on Vordeer or today.
Yeah, so she basically last minute got like these documents, and she still didn't write a goddamn report. Then this third guy, I couldn't follow one thing this motherfucker was saying. He was all over the place. He was unsure. I mean, comparing, and then he's trying to be an expert that's better than the guy who created the program that he's using.
And then also opine, and I have no qualifications in reading Celebrate whatsoever.
I don't have a certification for Celebrate. I basically know nothing. I'm just like, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, are you out of your fuck? This is your expert? And I'm thinking to myself, this has been a $1.2 to $1.3 million defense. And these are your fucking witnesses? Like, holy fuck. People are questioning about the Commonwealth witnesses. Like, oh my God, the accident reconstruction person is terrible. Bro, you got a lady that has last time she practiced medicine was probably before half the jury was born. And she can't even fucking, she's thinking that a German Shepherd has the same teeth patterns as a fucking Chihuahua. I mean,
And if we apply free Karen Reed logic, anyone who says, I don't recall that is lying, means Mr. Green is lying about Ian Whiffen calling him and him not calling him back 2 years ago.
I mean, let's be real. This is a disaster for the defense when it comes. I mean, at first I was sitting here, I was like, okay, they might be like with the medical examiner, there's some reasonable doubt, but it's like they kind of fucked themselves over by having the dog lady now, because now it's going to be when they get the defense, the Commonwealth gets their own expert, they're going to be like 100% it's not dog bites. They're not even going to have that reasonable doubt in their heads. And then they got this guy who's complete. Now I'm seeing what Lolly's strategy was. His strategy was to just basically remove the win from the sales of the entire defense. And it's worked. The fucking Mr. Green is terrible. He's a horrible witness. Terrible. I mean, you got 3 guys who analyzed that phone, and they all outclass him by miles. You got a blind eyewitness, literally a blind eyewitness that, is, I don't even know why he has a license, because he's hitting things on the road. Honestly, you would have been better off claiming that he hit John than the people in the house, because I think most people would believe it at this point, because the guy's as blind as a bat. Then you got this fucking dog, the clout chasing dog lady, who basically was like, I made a snap decision. I work in the emergency room. I didn't really want to look at the history of Chloe's bite patterns from the dog fight so I can compare. I didn't really want to look at the UC Davis until I was told about it afterwards from voir dire that it existed. And I'm going to believe, and I'm going to believe that's dog bites. But meanwhile, there is no dog hair, no saliva, but yet there's going to be like pig ear parts in there. No, which is more believable? Evaporating dog, like vaporizing dog saliva that only leaves the dog treats, or the guy had a bacon sandwich and wiped his sleeve around his mouth, and that's how you got pig fucking swine DNA, and maybe had a sausage, or maybe had a fucking pepperoni pizza while he was at the pizza place, and then just wiped his fucking hand. I mean, which am I going to believe more? I think I'm going to believe that. I'm not going to believe, yeah.
In her direct testimony, she talked about how she only got her with she only got him with her top teeth, and suddenly on cross, she's talking about front, top, and bottom. Where'd the bottom teeth come in? They weren't there 5 minutes ago.
I mean, like, this is just, I don't understand. And I said to myself, I said in the beginning, what they should have started, forget fucking, I don't know why they call Lucky, useless guy. The dog bite lady, maybe, okay, could be a little doubt, fine, but the lady did not do as well as to be expected. She did terribly. This Green guy, disaster. I mean, it was terrible. I mean, I'll be surprised he doesn't get sued after this by Jen McCabe. She has a lawsuit against this guy.
I hope he does, because even he admitted that his affidavit does not match what he just said.
Yeah, she's got a great lawsuit against that guy for misinterpreting data and fucking up and all that stuff. They should have started with the 2 FBI hired experts. And I know they want to start strong, but the problem is like, what the fuck are you doing? Like that, you gotta
talk about good lawyering. Adam Lawley just got a witness to admit to perjury on the stand. Yeah. That is damn good lawyering.
He definitely did.
I didn't see any of the 30 fucking witnesses. Actually, no, 50 something witnesses that AJ, Yannetti, and Little went through admit to perjury on the stand. Not one. This is crazy. And what? And they done the 330?
Yeah, because they were only expecting to have those 3 witnesses, so those were the only ones scheduled for the day. Had they known they were going to make it through those people that fast, and Lally was going to go through them that fast, they would have had the other ones scheduled. So now I think instead of 4 days, we're probably looking at 2. Monday might be the last day.
Wow.
Of like cross and stuff, and then you might see closing. Oh, and then there's the one witness for the Commonwealth, the rebuttal, I think. So I don't know when that's going to be.
Called Ian Whiffen to hammer this guy.
Ian Whiffen already testified, so no, but also Ian Whiffen called this guy and the guy ignored him. Because
So
you didn't
are
want
we
to hear
all-
that you were wrong.
Are we only expecting 2 more witnesses from the defense, or who else?
As far as I know, unless they called Tom Beatty to the stand.
Are we serious?
And even Tom Beatty, I'm sorry, but like if Lally gets Tom Beatty on cross, really what it's going to end up being is, do you have a grudge against the Alberts and McCabe's because of your minor child who was, and I hate to say this, but this is the truth, whoring around in the high school, and it all came out when John died.
Wait a minute. You're telling me there's only 2 more witnesses left from the defense?
Well, it would be 4 if they called the Beatties and then the 2 FBI guys, but even that one guy is very limited. We don't even know if he's going to testify yet. And then, yeah, basically, I mean, they don't really have anybody else as far as I know.
Aren't the Beatties only in if they're?
What are we waiting for? Like, are we serious? What are we waiting for, Mr. Yannetti? Like, I was waiting.
I told you they were going to try to pull the motion to dismiss, though. I knew they were going to try it.
Oh, but that's everyone. You know what's shocking? They should have put the motion to dismiss for the second-degree murder, like the second degree. I think that no, but I'm just saying solely for that. Like if they just, because like I think the Commonwealth made a case for manslaughter and leaving the scene of an accident, but I think it's like a little iffy on the second degree, and they could have really pushed for that and at least get rid of that charge. You know what I mean? But like,
yeah, I mean they can do callbacks delete, but it's very rare that it happens or a judge really allows it once you've been crossed and all that.
oh yeah, and didn't the judge rule that the defense can call their own dog expert?
That the prosecution can, yeah.
Yeah, the prosecution. So now we're going to get an actual dog expert for the prosecution to say no, they're not dog bites. It's like I don't.
Yeah,
understand.
so that's the thing. They're gonna. So Lally said it would take about a week, and that was from like Wednesday or something like that to get a rebuttal witness.
Yeah, so basically Tuesday they're off, right?
Wait, are they?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I mean, not as far as I know. It was supposed to be off because she had a sentencing, but it was I think today or was supposed to be a half day or something because she had a sentencing, and then they did a full day because she didn't have the sentencing.
So am I to understand that I'm supposed to believe that, like, honestly, they would have been better off not calling Green because now they're going to question every single report made by this guy because the guy sounded so unsure of himself. It's
on
sad.
everything.
Yeah.
His report is the basis of their entire defense. Plus, they have the jury today saw 3 witnesses, all of whom Lolly had significant evidence have changed their stories within the last 7 days. And one of them admitted to committing perjury.
Yeah.
No defense is going
Also,
to find any credibility and
not only that, but Yannetti and Jackson brought to Mr. Green the actual, like, what Trooper Garino testified to the other day. You can't do that. That's the reason why witnesses aren't allowed in a trial, during a trial, so that they don't listen to other people and then come up with excuses.
I don't see today being a win for them at all. Their witnesses were awful. They'd have been better off not putting them on the stand. I don't know. But I'm going to jump down so I can take care of some stuff around here. And I will be, is there tomorrow, right? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's Saturday.
Love you, Kathy.
Today's Friday? Wow, I thought it was only Thursday. I'm so behind. Yeah, I missed a whole day.
No,
Thanks.
this is the time of year you only know Saturday by the cartoons, and they don't even play those anymore.
Nope, they sure don't. But I'll be seeing you guys on the YouTube streets.
See you later.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Did someone tell Green that he was going to court to be drilled on his findings? Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. You can't be giving testimony as someone else right before you go in to refute. Like, that's not how this works. That's why witnesses aren't allowed to sit in and watch the trial. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's right. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't think they did a good job defense. I think the defense, I was expecting a bit more because if I look at the prosecution, I think the weakest area is like, okay, how did he get hit by the car and the exact damage of everything? You know what I mean? But when I'm looking at the defense, it's like the data that you relied on for the going up and down the stairs thing, the guy is, I wouldn't trust him to like delete the cache from my computer. The guy has no clue what the fuck he's doing. And then you got the dog lady who is like, you know, not the worst of them. I think she's probably was the best of the three, actually. Who had some good crowdifications a while ago, but the fact is, it's like, you know, I mean, if you have a dog biting down on you, you're going to have some fractures in your arm because it's a crushing
Bruising. You're going to have bruising.
You're going to have bruising. And also there would be marks on other parts of your body because a claw mark, if these claws are going through your clothes like that, you would expect them on your legs, on your chest, stuff like that.
His left hand would be hamburger from trying to get the jaws open.
Yeah, and another hand would probably get like bite marks on there. It doesn't make
again,
sense.
this isn't a police dog; it's a domesticated house dog.
So it's a very, very weird, and also the bite patterns, they're too separate, like they're too close or too separated. They're not actual bite patterns, and that is a problem. And there's no dog DNA.
And she had to admit that it did not match Chloe's bite patterns at all.
Oh, she said that?
Yeah.
I didn't get that part. Oh, she said it doesn't match Chloe's bite patterns.
Lally said, "Does it match the bite patterns you were shown for Chloe?" She had to say no.
Yeah, and that's disastrous. If that happened, that's disastrous. I think that's like.
Oh, it happened. It happened. Yep. I'll find it. Hold on.
The whole day was just insane. I can't believe that they've had, I mean, Alan Jackson's been here for more than a year, and this was their shining.
I want to read. If I was Karen Reed, I would want a refund from these lawyers. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is this? Couldn't you get a better expert? Fucking the defense, the Commonwealth got the guy from Celebrite who made the program. And you got some guy who I wouldn't, from like, who has like a Twitter following of 2 people or something, and who barely can explain the simplest things, and he doesn't even certified. You got that guy. You got a blind fucking witness that is literally colorblind and can't see 15 feet from him. And then you got Then you got a dog lady that the dog bite specialist that you just now got. You didn't get one 2 years ago. Like, why did you not? Like, why did Jackson go in front of the court and state these are dog bites when he's never consulted with anyone that they were dog bites? And then the last minute got a dog bite expert 6 weeks into trial. This is borderline malpractice.
The blind witness who never saw a body, but somehow miraculously knew where the body was and could identify it not on a photo of the house, but a falsely lit 3D model that the defense never should have been allowed to enter as an exhibit, let alone as evidence, because it's not real.
Yeah, that's microdocs for you. Wait, I thought Chloe was in the witness protection program. Haven't heard from really. Yeah, she's in the witness protection program. The Alberts are hiding her. I don't know, man. I mean, I think the highlight for the defense really, the only highlight for the defense really was the medical examiner basically saying anything could have caused those wounds. I think that was really a big deal for the defense. But other than that, no, everything else was not good for them.
I can answer this, Justin. More than me. More than me to do 8 hour streams every day. Way more than any of us. Like, if the Free Karen Reed were mad, if the Alberts and McCabe's got some minutes wrong, they're lying. But these witnesses just lied and changed their testimonies in the last few days. Yeah. So I mean, but again, they'll just dance around that as if it didn't just happen. Like, you know what I mean? That's what they do. They're good at dancing.
Yeah, they changed
it.
You go.
I asked if they pirouette while they're dancing.
Oh, yeah, right. The pirouette. Like, oh, man. So I have her testimony isn't big, isn't long for Cross. So let's watch them again. I want you guys to hear the part where she says, like, no, it doesn't match the bite patterns. I can't find the exact spot, but I'll let it play through and we'll find it because it's there. Like, and it's very compelling because she has to admit that it doesn't match. And then the thing about the DNA, she makes no sense whatsoever on and sounds like an idiot. So
17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him, was it
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
See that snide way she just said, then? She like stopped and went, then?
Yeah. Well,
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some...
I don't asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes.
Did at the time. What time was this?
In May,
May of 2024?
yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year, I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes,
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
no,
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So
She did say 12 to 18 months. She did not say 6 to 12 months. She did not. Not by a long shot. And yeah, she's saying she wasn't aware. Remember I told you guys over, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, whatever it was, 2 days ago when she testified, and she said she did not see the UC Davis DNA or the bite mark pattern stuff, right? Remember that?
Mhm.
And I said, I don't think Jackson sent it to her because she would have had to look at it. And I said, I think what's going to happen here is they didn't do it on purpose because they knew she'd have to change her opinion. So what they're going to do is blame it on technology. And what did we hear today? And guess what? That stream's still up and we can all go and listen to it. I was right. That's what they did.
I mean, I think these are very like scummy tactics from the defense. Every single tactic the defense has done has been scummy. You know, no one calls out the scummy tactics these people are doing. Having witnesses purposely not write reports, having this lady come out in the motherfucking blue for some reason. You know what I mean? Like changing testimony literally a day based upon other people's testimony that was previously given, to me is pretty wild. Imagine if any of like the Commonwealth witnesses did that shit. Holy fuck. They would be shitting a brick. But the fact is that, you know, this defense is done every dirty tactic to try to get Karen Read off. They manipulated media. They did witness intimidation. They participated in doxing and harassment campaigns. Then they basically altered and cherry-picked data. And they literally fucking put out false information to witnesses and smashed people's reputation that had nothing, like had no bad things behind them. They didn't have, had nothing to hide, and they just went after these people to destroy them. They've done they've hid witnesses. I mean, like, it's getting to the point. It's like, give me a break. This is just bad, sleazy tactics from a defense that should not be respected, should not be looked at.
Yeah,
at
wicked
all.
sleazy. I don't think they sent her those files at all. I think they left them out on purpose and then had to go backtrack because the judge probably said she has to have those files. Well, she's allowed to testify to a goddamn thing. And so they had to give them to her, whether she looked at them or not. I don't know, because she couldn't even tell us, as we're going to hear, really what was in the damn report about the DNA. She tries to dance around it.
I mean,
Also,
I think if this woman gets convicted, there's going to be a lot of people very angry, and they're going to be quick to violence. If this woman if this woman gets not convicted and she gets acquitted, I think you're going to see a lot of people say, "Oh, look, they're innocent," and they're going to do victory laps and all that stuff. To me, I would be a little bit saddened that the woman did not get convicted, because I would say, man, that really sucks for John O'Keefe's family. Those people
And
deserve
everyone else
justice.
who's been harassed along the way for no damn good reason.
Yeah, but I particularly would feel bad for John O'Keefe's family, because they deserve justice. They deserve some sort of closure, and they'll never get that closure because of harassment campaign and money and corruption has entered into a trial, and it's really sad. Unfortunately, there were certain missteps by the prosecution. I think the missteps were probably the accident. I think accident reconstruction guy should have been better, and the medical examiner. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with her. Why she just said, "Yep, anything." Can happen."
Aliens. What do you mean aliens? Everybody can do everything. And as a local, Tracy, believe me, I've that has crossed my mind. I think Justin's right. We need a Twisted Churches meet up for the locals at the goddamn waterfall. Like, that would actually be fun.
I just feel bad for John's family. It's really sucks that, if this lady doesn't get convicted, they're just going to continuously be harassed even after. Either way, they're going to be harassed. If she gets convicted, they'll be harassed. If she doesn't get convicted, they'll be harassed. And it's a sad day.
If they get away with this, it's the end of the justice system in the United States, because this becomes YouTube's status quo, throwing out trials and getting guilty people off.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately it's a tactic that might work. That's why I said there's a 70% chance of her getting off. Not 70%. I mean, 70% chance of her getting guilty, 30% chance of her getting off. Sorry, because I would say because there's a lot of harassment that has occurred. There's a 30% chance she might be acquitted, and I misspoke. My bad.
So here's I guess the defense said that they're gonna finish up Monday. They'll be done Monday.
Yeah, they'll be done Monday?
Yeah, because I told you that 4 days they thought they were gonna have Lally did it too fast, and I told you it was gonna go down to 2, and I guess they just told the local outlets or whatever they would be done Monday.
It's also possible that the 4 days was with the third party culprit and she told them no this morning.
Oh yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think she did, because they didn't really set up any evidence to show a third party culprit. All their cross, every witness says he never entered the house. There was no evidence of any planting of evidence. Just Proctor said some mean things and doesn't like Karen Reed nor Yannetti. Okay.
Right. Well, even with the steps, they're trying to put these 35 feet that he walked and the 3 flights of stairs that he walked up that don't even exist at the Albert home, but they're not trying to tie them to 34 Fairview. He's just taking these random steps and walking up these random stairs out in space.
And time, right?
They're not using anything to tie them to the house.
I just couldn't believe the ME was unbelievable. I sat there, I was like, wait a minute, man. You are an ME. You're telling me you can't just definitively say they're not punches? Are you out of your fucking mind? I sat there, I was like, are you out of your
right?
I was wild. I was absolutely wild. That woman was definitely the worst witness for the Commonwealth. I mean, we all thought Proctor was bad. We thought the accident reconstruction guy wasn't that great. but that woman was terrible. And unfortunately, because of that woman's laxy-daisy bullshit, that might have given the jury enough reason to be like, I don't feel like it would be right to convict this woman. It's really sad. Do any of you guys find yourselves saying, what if any about 50% more now than a month ago? Do you guys find yourselves saying, what if any about 50x more than a month ago? What do you mean 50%?
What?
do you
Because
mean?
that's what Lally says. What if any? What if any? He says it's so many. What if any?
No, I don't do that. I think that's a bad form of questioning, actually. Because I think that's usually would have been objected to by a lot of other attorneys.
I do think the medical examiner's testimony was weak, but I also think that her testimony helped the defense not at all, because if her testimony and her conclusion is indeterminate and not homicide, that means that nobody in the house killed him either.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would have been. That's why I agree with you. It would be. It's kind of like a net negative. Like, we don't know how he got these wounds, but he got these wounds, and he got it from a very hard hit from one object. And I'm saying, I mean, unless we're dealing with One Punch Man from the fucking anime, where he punches fucking John O'Keefe and he flies, it's got to be either a car. And honestly, the fact is that most likely what happened is that he was hit by a car. And the whole 3 minutes things, there's no way that he got into the house, got into a fight, got beat up, and then thrown there in the GPS data. I mean, they can't refute the GPS data. And they're one guy to refute the GPS. Did he even talk about the GPS data, the green guy?
Sorry, I missed that. What'd you say? What about the green guy?
Yes, he did, but he was coached. That's where he got the extra information about the GPS blowing out that he admitted David Yannetti gave him last night.
Yeah, blowing out because the signal gets weaker and gets stronger, and then gets stronger and then pinpoints, right?
Yes, it blew out because it lost signal for a second, and then it narrowed back in to where his body was.
Yeah, everyone knows that. I knew that 8 months ago. That's an easy thing to know about. I don't know why this technical guy didn't know that.
Well, he didn't know a lot, obviously. But listen to the rest of this with this friggin' shit show here. Listen to this.
Only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6 months description or a 12 months description.
But in any event, you saw something. That's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustained to that point.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at
Objection.
Sustained.
John, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
You are unmuted.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Now, doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
Asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study. Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no? Did you
Yes.
skew the population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the question.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your observations, you looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No,
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing on
scratch.
his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as, you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, over the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today. Any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? I didn't. What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
See, she's not like listening.
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA?
Here she goes.
Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis
Her
lab.
nonsense answer.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory.
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
To the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
So you didn't read it, lady?
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior?
Interior? That's correct.
And nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm?
That is correct.
And nothing on his legs?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso?
Correct.
Nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but. Okay.
That's all, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No. So the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question.
Yeah, that happened. Ugh.
That was their own witness.
Yep, you can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer is no.
The answer is no to that. So moving on, she can't do the but. There's that, and she says, yes, I know the UC Davis has no dog DNA, but there was clothes in between. Well, those are the clothes that were sent to the lab for DNA testing, lady. So anybody with, a scientific, medical, anything would have to say, okay, well, yes, that would rule out a dog then if there's no dog DNA on the clothes that have the holes that would have had to rip through to get to skin. Yeah. So of course she tries to dance around it by saying there was clothes in between. Like, you mean the clothes that were swabbed by the lab?
Yeah, the clothes that were in between the teeth and the skin. Yes.
Right.
There would be saliva from the dog, and there would be like the signs of a bite. The fact
And
is,
To me,
somewhere in the back of my mind, Darrell Brooks is laughing at Alan Jackson going, grounds?
Jesus Christ.
And yeah, it's clear to me she did not read the UC Davis report. She couldn't even say one thing that was in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think she. One moment.
I mean, seriously,
I'm
while
jealous
Tim's
he
looking
can-
that up.
That he can type that fast.
Oh, sorry. I may answer. I can type about 120 words a minute on my computer.
I was gonna say that he sounds like me. I'm 120, and he sounds right where I am. But Elisa, while he's typing and
I'm
looking
already
this up.
done. I'm already
Oh,
done.
okay. What do we think Alan Jackson's actual legal objection was there? Objection, Your Honor. He's not letting her extrapolate. He's not letting her
Like, you
opine.
didn't let any of your witnesses. Do you cut off most of the witnesses that were giving the explanations? As
Well,
Mr.
I mean,
Jackson?
yeah, and I think that's what he was trying to do. And I mean, like, I can't blame Alan Jackson for trying to object. I would be fucking trying
But
to
she
stop
answered
this
it. The answer was no. There was no
Yeah.
but. The answer was a yes or no, and it was no, and that's it.
Yeah, I think the dog theory is going to be pretty dead when the expert defense witness comes up. The 227, I think the defense did more damage bringing these witnesses up than actually just leaving the reasonable doubt in their minds about this. Because Green, everyone didn't really have a picture of Green. They just thought, oh, this guy made this report. He might have been wrong here, but he looked like a bumbling fool. Completely a bumbling fool.
A big bumbling fool.
I mean, compared to Miss Hyde and Whiffen, complete
Ian Whiffen.
Ian Whiffen, complete fools. I think the judge is concerned with appeals, and I think she wants to make sure that there's no grounds for an appeal if she does get convicted.
Right. When that's the thing, is she's been very careful to make everything unappealable for the defense, but at the same time, you're kind of fucking the Commonwealth by allowing Mr. Jackson to do all these things, but then you're jumping down Lolly's throat the second it happens once and giving Jackson and Yanni 75 tries.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I think that's the unfairness of the situation. Like, you have, the Commonwealth dealing with probably a $5 to $10 million ad campaign for free Karen Read, if you count all the advertisement, and then you got to deal with a $1.3 to $1.2 million defense, and he's going against all this craziness, and he's going against people who are doing witness intimidation, and it seems very unfair for Mr. Lowley to deal with this ridiculousness, actually.
Oh,
And no one actually gives this guy any credit. I mean, this guy literally for 2 years had to deal with this bullshit. For over 2 years, he has to deal with this bullshit. And unfortunately, there were certain aspects of the investigation that could have been done better. Obviously, it would have been better to get certain investigations with the accident reconstruction would have been better, and also maybe getting an ME to actually, fucking have an opinion instead of just saying anything could have happened.
I know that. The only thing that she did definitively say was like, yes, hitting your head would have caused all the injuries inside the skull and brain that we saw when we opened him up. So like, it's like.
Well, she also said that it was blunt force for the injuries in the arm.
Right.
They're not sharp claws or teeth.
No, they're definitely not either one of those marks.
You know,
I mean, Lally's definitely stepped up on the crosses. You know what I mean?
I think the crosses are good. I think he's destroying when it comes to the actual defense witness. I think he's actually destroying them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They're just completely destroyed at this point. I mean, I can't think of any aspect that they've actually succeeded in with these witnesses. I mean, besides actually making, I think these witnesses actually go against their own narrative. It actually destroys their own narrative. I think they would have been way better off just having the two guys hired by the FBI's to come up, add that reasonable doubt to, maybe it wasn't a car accident, and just close. Boom. You know, we don't know what the wounds are. We don't know what happened, and just left it ambiguous, reasonable doubt. Boom. But these people brought this dog bite lady. They brought this snowplow guy, and I think it actually is hurting our defense.
Snowplow guy. I mean, oh my God. Like, I don't know why they would put these three witnesses, right, on the same day. And then the only other two witnesses or three witnesses you have are for Monday, and that's it. Like, you're wrapping it up in a pretty little bow. And you decided to put them all on the same day in the 2 days that you're using for the defense.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
If you think about that, think about how fucking bad that is. Like this lady, was bad. And then you got Green, which was worse. Like, I mean, what? And Lucky. I mean, I think Lucky was used as a pawn. The poor guy was probably told, like most people here have said today, like, hey, you're going to help exonerate an innocent woman with your witness eye testimony. But he changed his story multiple times with the troopers. And then you say you didn't say any of that to any of those people. Numerous law enforcement agencies, I think it was 2 at that point. You didn't say any of those things to any of those people. And they pointed out, their investigator, the defense investigator, pointed out the exact car they wanted you to say it was. Come on, dude.
Yeah. I don't know what they were thinking.
I still want to know why that skating rink. How did they know where Colin Albert was?
Oh, clearly they were stalking and following. I mean, that's common
Yes.
sense. Like, yeah, they clearly were. Lady dog bites, but there were clothes in between. Yeah, that got me. I'm like, what? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. But the dog would have to bite through the clothes, genius, which means the saliva would be there.
Yeah, man. I just think it
That
was not
completely discredited really anything else she was going to say.
Yeah. It's not good for that lady. I think this was bad. And we'll see on Monday. We'll see. I think the two witnesses, if they're just going to call those two guys, I think they have a good background. And they sounded pretty good on the stand. But the problem is that they weren't given all their reports. And I think that's going to be a problem for these two
It's going to be a very big problem. And we don't even know if one of them is going to testify. I think they will. But I think it's going to be under like a very small scope.
Yeah.
Like the scope is going to be very small.
And I think the jury's going to be left with a question of, the questions they're still not answered, like how exactly these wounds occurred on his arm, and exactly, that's going to be like really the question of that it's going to be. And I think I don't think that the defense has done enough to refute the taillight fragments being found by the CERT team, because there's no way that Proctor would have put those pieces there. And
he couldn't have. He buried them under the snow. I mean,
yeah, he was already behind the car. He was seen on a surveillance at 5:41, and then 4 minutes later, the pieces are being found at 34 Fairview. There's absolutely zero chance that he had so that connects the car. There's DNA on the back inside the taillight. There's microscopic taillight pieces on the shirt.
On the clothes, yep.
On the clothes. And which I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Did they ever bring that up? Like an actual
yeah, they did bring it up. Yeah.
Okay. This connects the car to the person, and there's no way that Proctor could have put microscopic taillight pieces on the clothes. You know what I mean? It's not possible. So I think. No. And I think most likely people are gonna. If I was the jury, I would sit there and I would think Occam's razor. I would say to myself, which is more likely than not.
Right.
that in less than 3 minutes, let's say we gave them the 3 minutes, that they ran into the house. He ran up the stairs, then down the stairs, then down the basement, got attacked by a dog, Cullen, Higgins, and then Albert. Let's throw Albert in there.
Yeah, Brian
beat him-
Albert, yep.
They knock him down. The dog's biting on his arm. He falls to the ground. He's bleeding on the ground, and they pick him up. They go through the cellar entrance, walk with a 200-something-pound man, 6'4" man,
And drag him with no drag marks or footprints from the backyard to the front.
They would have to lift him up. They have to lift him up, all three of them, while after, and then actually
Dead body weight.
Yeah.
Right.
Somehow not have any dog hair on this person. I mean, if you have a dog in your house,
Right.
there's dog hair almost everywhere, including the ground. No
Yep.
dog hair on him, no saliva. Drag him up, and this is all within the 3 minutes. Calm the dog down to separate the dog and make sure the dog is in another section so that it doesn't run out. Carry him up the stairs, through the backyard, through the front yard, and then while Karen and Nagel is there, throw him right there in front of right where Karen Reed
Witnesses.
is. And
Right.
Karen Reed doesn't notice these three men carrying John. You know what I mean? Because you have to
And
realize
flopping
Karen-
him down because his phone it stops moving while she's still right there with hers. So,
Yeah, so you have to suspend your belief that Karen Reed didn't see three full-grown men carrying John on the side while she's in the car and looking around, and Nagel didn't see that. In the 3-minute span, tossed him there, ran back into their house, and just did, maybe cleaned up the basement and everything like that.
Right.
That makes zero sense, because if they did that in that 3-minute span, Karen Reed would have saw these men carrying John through the fucking cellar because they dumped her right where she was at, where her car was at.
Car was. Yep. Mhm.
So it doesn't make sense. And honestly, is it even humanly possible to do all those things in 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Never mind 3 seconds.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. There is no way that that's possible.
Nope.
And then also make sure to throw the shoe and the hat and all these things there to make it
Right
look
under the snow. Under
the snow to make it look like an accident. That makes no sense. And that's
and
the
nothing is
problem.
disturbed. So
Yeah. That makes no sense at all, because
Nope.
you would have to suspend your belief and believe that this was all done in 3 minutes. Bro, I couldn't could you imagine how fast they would have to go? It's impossible.
It's impossible.
I mean, even if I gave them the 3 minutes and I said, yeah, maybe the timing's off, I'll give you the 3 minutes. It's still impossible. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't think about this logically. And I hope the jury thinks about this logically. And I hope the jury comes back and says to themselves, which is more likely to believe? The 3 minutes that he went into the house, got beat up, and carried around, and Karen Reed doesn't see three people carrying John to the side of her car in the 3 minutes and all that stuff's going on? Or most likely she backed her car into John at 24 miles an hour with 75% pressure on the gas pedal in an angry, drunken rage after feeling like she's been used and abused, and eventually snaps and hits him with the car, not realizing that it was fatal, not realizing she may have he was incapacitated, goes home right away and starts screaming at him because she's still fucking furious.
Yeah, I mean, even you got to think about it. Even when she wakes up Kaylee at 4, whatever, she's still screaming like that, bro. So that's hours later. She's still screaming like a banshee and a crazy person. That's crazy. Absolutely not. Absolute nonsense to me. If people believed in it to begin with, there was no evidence otherwise until the winter time. So to believe it to begin with was, it was a stretch, but it could have happened, but once you get the evidence, it shows there's no possible way it could have. Then it becomes all right, you people are just holding on to dear life of a conspiracy that couldn't have happened.
I mean, I'm kind of shocked that this is the best the defense could get, The best the defense can get was basically they can't refute the GPS data, so they're trying to say that it can all happen in 3 minutes. And if I'm on the jury, which am I going to believe more? That Karen Reed hit him with the back of the car and went home, or that, John ran into the house, up the stairs, down the basement, got attacked by a dog, got attacked by Cullen, got attacked by Albert, got attacked by Higgins. They picked him, they calmed the dog, put him on the side, picked him up, opened up the cellar door, ran, sprinted with John all the way through the yard, while Nagel and Karen Reed is looking at the yard and not be noticed, tossed him on the ground, tossed his hat, tossed his shoe, tossed his straw, tossed the broken fragments of the glass, cocktail glass on there, make sure it's there, and then run back to the house and not be seen by anyone.
Also with no real motive or reason whatsoever.
Yeah, which is more believable. Or she hit him with the car. I'm going with the car.
I'm going with the car. Not only that, but you have to remember that at the same point, the defense still has not differentiated whether they think they're scratches or bites. Like they're not even giving the jury a theory of whether they think it's scratches or bites. It's both apparently to them. It's either one or the other, and they just keep bringing it in like, oh, it's either this or this. No. I worry about the future of critical thinking and leaving my children on this earth when I'm gone, because the way people are using their brains right now is scaring me.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is doesn't make sense.
People are using their brains right now. I'm expert out.
I said the way they are.
I just can't believe that Yannetti is trying to say this is all done in 3 minutes. And people they believe it. 3 minutes? 3 minutes and 3 seconds. You believe all that is done in 3 minutes and 3 seconds, and Karen Reed doesn't notice these guys carrying him through the yard? Bro, it takes me, it probably takes, I mean, if we time it, if let's say John just walked to the front from the car to the house, it would take 30 seconds.
Well, you have to, yeah, no kidding. Well, I mean, I don't think the jury would feel intimidated by the mob because they don't even know the mob. It's just a bunch of goons in pink shirts to them. And that, it's a small town. So I mean, the problem is they must have a solid rational basis to find. No, you have to remember, these are all the same people that follow just Sewer Turtle and listen to every single word he says, whether it's real or not. Even when they find out 75 things he said are completely pathological lies and have no basis in reality whatsoever, they still hold on to every word he says as if it's truth. And these are the types of people we're dealing with right now. The people who don't realize they're in a cult until they're not in a cult anymore.
We're going to see. I mean, I think this is going to be a very interesting trial verdict either way. If she gets acquitted, or if she doesn't get acquitted. If she gets acquitted, it shows that style somehow beats substance, where the prosecution came with a lot of information, a lot of facts, but people ignored it for style. And if the Commonwealth wins, it's going to show that substance beats flash and style.
Right.
And we're going to see what happens. And I'm hoping that, people, no matter how boring people think Lolly is, listen to his data, and he's got the facts, while the defense has none. Their defense, their main witnesses, this is a California attorney. This is not some backwater attorney that didn't have money and couldn't afford experts. Their own experts are terrible. The worst in the Commonwealth.
Terrible. And they couldn't get their own experts to testify to this nonsense because nobody would testify to this nonsense.
They got a lady who's just begging to be on TV. And it's just ridiculous. But we'll see on Monday. I think the Monday will be a very interesting day. I think Monday will be a day where maybe the defense might win some credibility points. Maybe they'll do well. Who knows? Maybe these two witnesses convince people that Karen Reed's not going to sue them for malpractice. Because
I think that Lucky and Dr. Russell are now living an existence where they seriously regret having volunteered to get involved in this.
I would not have volunteered to get involved with this. Lucky is an idiot, a complete moron. And I don't understand. And I couldn't believe Yannetti. That was the most disastrous thing he ever did.
First of all, I don't know why Lally didn't object 100 million times because he was leading that witness hard.
Well, yeah, but the fact is the witness said it all. I mean, the guy puts the screen on and Yannetti says, "Can you see the writing or the image?" And he says, "Both, I can't see," or something like that. I'm like, what?
Yeah. So right, exactly. You just admitted
he couldn't see the lines or the writing. He couldn't see the roads or the words.
I mean, and you're talking about a well-lit room in the daytime, maybe 10, 15 feet away, and he can't,
Yeah.
like, actually, I think maybe, 10, 15 feet away, and he can't see it. But yet we're supposed to believe this guy's a great eyewitness that's going to see down a road in his
At night
peripheral-
while it's snowing.
at night with no visible lights on, street lights on, while it's starting to snow. Are you out of your mind? Like, give me a break.
He also couldn't keep his time straight about what time he's on Fairview, and then basically was like, "I see Fairview the whole time." Like, you can't
And never saw the body, yet knows where it was and could identify it on a 3D model, but
Right.
not on a photograph.
Yeah, and
Right.
Area Moon says that the dog bite lady doesn't know the difference between a bite and dog scratches. I mean, that's crazy. I am shocked she is so incompetent. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Like, if I was expecting this lady to come in, and I expected they had a dog bite expert, I was expecting they would bring a witness in. They would have charts, like the comparisons to other dog bites to compare to, an expert testimony based on that. And they would be like, look, this is a scratch and this could happen. And a bite, look at these bite patterns, and they kind of match and correlate with each other.
Yes.
And I compared the canines from Chloe to, like, the bite marks from Chloe to them. And
yes,
that's what I was expecting. But we got a lady that just said, it's my opinion. I looked at these pictures and they're dog bites. And
literally.
That was literally what she did.
Lally was like, "So you made your opinion that quick like that?" She's like, "That's just how I do things." Like, "Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's why you haven't practiced in fucking since 1990 something."
I mean, like, that's fantastic. I mean, I'm sure there's not like people being accused of crimes. I'm sure that wouldn't. Maybe you should have wrote a report or had some sort of charts made, or that was a disastrous witness.
She was actually worse than Amber Heard's therapist, and I did not think that was possible.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad. And I think, like, they hurt themselves because I think they were doing good with that M8. I was like, wow, Little actually did a very good cross. She actually kind of hurt the Commonwealth a little bit with that one. And it was actually, I was like, oh, okay, she's better lawyer than United. But then I was like, then they called their own witnesses and they just destroyed their whole momentum.
Yeah, they did. And yeah, she did. She got very defensive with a lot of the stuff. And yeah, I didn't speak to him garbage. Like, yeah, I didn't speak to him. Oh, it was text communications. Oh, it was email communications. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, lady, one way or another. It's communication. No, like.
And when's the first time you talked to him? The 17th and 18th. That's 2 days. Which one was the first?
What?
Like,
one was
what
the
comes
first?
first, 17 or 18? Come on,
Oh,
lady.
yeah, 17, clearly, obviously, yeah. LG says, "I don't comment ever." But being someone who's been bitten by shepherds and moths, as well as head of police canine who apprehended multiple suspects, that ain't a dog bite. That is all. Hope is all as well. I love your face, just so you know. I love that you commented, and I love your stinking face. So this is someone who worked with canines as a police officer. So let's just make that clear. Okay. So if anybody would know if it was a dog bite or a canine bite, she would.
Right. And I mean, what they were trying to get, what the defense was trying to get her to do without saying it specifically, they're trying to get her to specifically pinpoint a German Shepherd. Well, okay,
Right.
Please explain to me, if you would, ma'am, the difference between a Belgian Malinois bite and a German Shepherd bite.
And then Mr. Green and then Mr. Green basically says, yeah, I fucked up. My report, I fucked up. Your own expert witness tells you I fucked up the automatic stuff. It's like, come on. It's like, it was a disaster. And honestly, I think more people are laughing at the defense today than they are the Commonwealth. Because it's
yeah, big time.
Like, this is not good. And I know there's a lot of Karen Reed supporters out there that are screaming Karen Reed's innocent, but I'd love to see, how do you explain the defense has stated a theory that John went into the house, ran up the stairs, ran down the stairs, got beat up by Colin, Albert, Higgins, and a dog, then picked up through the sub basement and ran through the backyard and thrown in 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Is that physically possible? No. Do you think look at fucking Higgins and Albert? Do you think they're like insane calisthenic workout guys that can just lift up a 200 and something?
Calisthenics, y'all, calisthenics.
Calisthenics. Now you think those guys can pick up fucking like Officer John O'Keefe and run him through the backyard? Are you
I
crazy?
picked things up and I put them down, Tim. All right. I picked
And
things up and I
again,
put them down.
the trained boxers, air quotes, trained boxers that didn't get in a single body shot? Really?
Right. Common sense. No. LG says the difference between the Malinois and the Shepherd is not much, but PSI pressure. But if it's the dog's trained in bite work or not.
Right. I mean, you can't tell the difference. You can't tell the difference between a Tibetan Mastiff and an English Mastiff. You can't tell the difference between a pug and a Chihuahua. Like, oh, it's insane. It is true junk science. It's not possible.
One question has been brought up. Lucky may have seen Karen's car at Fairview at around the 5 a.m. mark. Thoughts? I think if that's what he's claiming he saw was a black, I think they made him with the confirmation bias call it a Ford Edge. I think what he did see was Karen's car.
Yeah,
I mean, she was driving back around.
That was what Heels believed. Heels believed that she went back to the scene and put the phone back. I didn't, I don't think.
Phone never left the body, so that couldn't have happened. But she did go back.
Yeah, that's what but she definitely did think that she went back because everyone's focused on Cullen. That was Cullen's car. But if you look at that car that he said and Karen Reed's car or John's car, it looks quite the same in the dark. And
oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So a lot of people believe that, like, she did that to just see where he was at. Who knows? But I don't know.
I do think she was alone with his body for a certain amount of time between 5 and 5:30 a.m.
We know
do
she
believe
didn't touch
that.
it though because he was covered in snow and Carrie had to get the snow off his face, uncover him. So if she was there with it, she didn't move anything and touch anything.
I'm waiting though. Yannetti told us to wait. wait.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the brilliant defense.
I mean, like, this is like, you remember like his opening, his fantastic opening? He's like, wait for us. We will
waited.
We will show you how this woman has been framed. No, you haven't. All you did was you showed a couple of police officers that, like, one that hates you and hates fucking Karen Reed, agreed, could make him a little biased.
Okay, but let's say why he hated Karen Reed after that, because he didn't know Karen Reed before that. He hated Karen Reed after that because out of her phone extraction, you could see where she told her attorney in a text message that she clipped John, but she didn't think she hit him that hard. That is why he didn't fucking like her.
Yeah, I could not believe, and that like this lady came around. This lady was the most uncredible dog person the most uncredible witness I've ever seen in my entire like Lucky, even Lucky. They're also fucking, and I'm thinking to myself, like, is this really the defense witnesses for a $1.3 to $1.2 million defense team? And two of the best witnesses weren't even the witnesses they picked. It was like the FBI basically grabbed and hired.
I figured they would have gotten the guy who was on Melanie Little as a dog expert versus the old lady from work for 30 years ago, she said.
Even if these two engineers that they have were brought in by the FBI, consulted the FBI, did all of this for the FBI found jack shit. So what exactly are they going to testify to? We found jack shit?
Yeah, what they're going to basically say is that the injuries, the accident or something like that, wasn't consistent with a car accident or something like that. Was there? I'm trying to remember the exact.
So they're not, but they're not allowed to testify to what it's not consistent with because they're not medical examiners, so they're not allowed in Massachusetts to opine that.
Yeah, so that's a problem. So you got to have these guys jump on the stand with their hands tied, and they're going to make the defense look even worse.
In my opinion, yes.
If Dr. Rentschler is even allowed to testify, his specialization is wheelchairs and walkers, which have no bearing whatsoever on this case.
Zero.
Yeah. So I thought I saw a Google. They didn't have a Google expert on at all?
No.
They couldn't even get a Celebrite expert because the Celebrite experts are like, yeah, your expert's full of crap.
You're wrong, right? They told them you're
I'm just in shock, to be honest with you. If I was in the Free Karen Reed movement, I would be kind of in shock, to be honest.
Oh, I found
with
one
you.
over here.
Well,
Yeah.
Hippie J, let's be nice to Hippie J. Hippie J, can I ask a question? Aren't you a little shocked that the Commonwealth took not the Commonwealth, the defense took about 2 years. They never found a dog bite expert until 6 weeks into trial, and the lady's this bad. And then they got Lucky, who's colorblind and is also blind, basically, to be an eyewitness. And then and he can't even get his time straight. And then the Green was this terrible that he had to admit that he was wrong in multiple aspects of his reports. And the two remaining witnesses are going to have their hands tied. This is what you waited for 2 years. This is their 5 witnesses.
And Mr. Green admitted to perjury on the stand about an hour ago. Did you catch that?
Yeah. I mean, how is this what you waited for?
Technically, you can't call it perjury because he said he didn't know that at the time, and he has been since alerted to the fact that it was wrong. But it's still wrong, nonetheless. You had to admit that your affidavit is wrong.
I mean, I dirty, drunken cops try to cover them. But how, Hippie J? Would you like to come up, Hippie J? I would love to have a conversation with you. But Hippie J, let me ask you a question.
Come up because all they do is insult. It's funny.
Yeah, but
they can't argue facts.
I want to ask you a question, Hippie J. The problem is that Yannetti, am I correct, Hippie J? This is my understanding of Yannetti's this theory. Yannetti is trying to say that the date, one of the apps was 3 minutes early, right? And that they got 3 minutes early, like at 12:21. John gets out of the car, goes into the house, goes up a flight of stairs, goes down a flight of stairs, goes down to the basement, gets attacked by a dog, Cullen, Albert, and Higgins all at once. Then he gets bitten, he drops down, hits his head maybe, I don't know, gets hit by a dumbbell, whatever you want to say. He gets knocked out, they pick him up, open up the cellar door, carry him across the yard, and then put him right next to Karen Reed's car while she's still in the car at the location because she's still texting and is there for a while. And it's still texting for John, all within 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Am I correct? Is that the theory?
That is the theory.
Is this the theory? All 3 minutes and 3 seconds? They did all
not
this?
hired by anybody, the defense or the prosecution. That's a defense witness. She's hired by the defense. What are you talking about?
She's hired by the defense. She's paid.
She wasn't before. She is now. Anybody right now testifying for the defense, you're wrong, would be paid by the defense to come there. You think that they go there for free? No, they do not.
But that's all in 3 minutes and 3 seconds. That's what Yannetti's trying to say.
Correct.
3 minutes
That's
and
his
3
theory.
seconds. That's his theory. How is that even possible? And
It's
we
not.
looked at Higgins and we looked at Albert. They are, no offense to Mr. Higgins and Mr. Albert, but they're pretty fat. Okay, those guys don't even look like they can jog fucking a minute without being completely out of breath. And you're trying to tell me that these two guys are going to pick up a 6'4" guy up the stairs across a yard,
6'2", but yeah,
6'2", and be able to do that in 3 minutes without dragging him? Does that even make sense? That does not even make sense.
Obviously not. And I'm sorry, but again, if they were trained boxers, you'd have body shots. So yeah,
that makes no sense. This is the problem with the defense. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely zero sense.
Aurora just hit the nail on the head. They don't put common sense together. They listen to whatever they're told and they try to force it to make sense. And they listen to one thing one of the cult members say and another thing another cult member says, and they smush them together like a peanut butter and jam sandwich and go, this is it. This is what happened. And all of them have a different theory. That's the funny part. And none of them match the theory that the defense is currently putting out.
Yeah, the defense is basically saying that this was all done.
Defense's theory doesn't even match their theory from a year ago.
Yeah, this was all done in 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
The issue is like what I was talking about this morning, right? When you dump a jigsaw puzzle out on the table, some of the pieces are upside down. Some of them are already connected, but they're connected wrong. Some of them have hooked to each other with one piece upside down and one piece face up. You look at it and it looks like just a jumble of a bunch of colors. Maybe you think that it's got a couple eyeballs here and there. Maybe you think it's just going to be like a tie-dye puzzle. And then you put it together and it's a waterfall. until you put the puzzle together, if all you see are the little pieces, the big picture makes no sense.
Right. Yeah, if I was going to do life in prison, I definitely want better experts. Just saying. I think lots of people disagree with you, but you know, you're entitled to your opinion. Sure thing, sure thing. The prosecution has brought forth actual real life evidence that can't even be refuted, which is why defense didn't even cross them. So, like, you're definitely wrong on that one, but you're definitely entitled to your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, let me see what the papers are. I didn't even read. All the defenses need to do is prove doubt. Yeah, but we need reasonable doubt. Like,
right.
It has to be reasonable. Like, reasonable doubt would be that he went, like, for instance, let's say he did go in the house. They had evidence that he went in the house. Then you can have reasonable doubt that anyone in the house beat him up. That's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable. But this is not reasonable. This is not reasonable at all.
Not only is it not reasonable, it's debunked. He never went in the house.
He never went into the house. But even if, I mean, like, even according to their own theory, that he went into the house, let's see, we went with the defense's theory, he went to the house. It was all done in 3.3 seconds, 3.3 minutes, like 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Right.
That is
And
impossible.
what one question did they never ask Mr. Green about the GPS and John O'Keefe?
What?
If he ever went in the house.
Did he ever go in the house?
They didn't ask it because they know the damn answer. The common sense.
That's the problem. It's
Liza, I
not-
think you would be more convinced that Lally will do a great closing if you go back and watch some of today. I think you'll be much more confident about his
He's
closing.
going to do a good closing, I think. But there is no reasonable doubt. Like, there's nothing reasonable about that. If it was like if there was like an hour, I would say, okay, that's a possibility. That's something. A half hour, okay. 15 minutes, tough but doable. I mean, really, really tough. That would be like beyond like my
Right,
expectations.
but doable.
But doable, like possible. But 3 minutes and 3 seconds, you're trying to say to me that all those things are done? No. And then I'm looking at Albert and Higgins, and they're fat. They're not going to be able to run up flights of stairs with a 200-pound man carrying
Cullen
dead
wasn't
weight.
there. So,
Cullen's not there. But let's say we even threw Cullen in there. Let's say Cullen was magically there too. You're trying to tell me that these guys are going to lift this motherfucker up through the basement, a dead weight? Have you ever lifted anyone with dead weight? Even
oh my
100
God, yes, I have actually, to save their lives. And yeah, it's not fun to turn them for CPR. And yeah, it's
But
it's heavy.
imagine carrying dead weight like through upstairs.
I couldn't do it. No way. There's no way.
through
I could
a
do it.
yard, through the front yard, and not dropping him or dragging him. Like, are you
I worked in a men's prison, okay, in a men's prison. And you have to, you can restrain if they're getting violent, and there's a way to put full-grown men in restraints, but there's no way to carry a full-grown man, okay? Can't do it, and I can't do that. Like, no, that would take multiple people to do.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe I sat there, and I could not believe that this is the defense's theory for reasonable doubt. Because it's not
That's
reasonable.
all they got. It's not
I mean,
reasonable by
maybe-
any stretch of the imagination, and a lot of their parts of it have been debunked. So, like, that's the problem.
Chaos is not reasonable by definition. They
Yeah.
have created chaos, not reasonable doubt. The
I mean,
jury
right.
can tell the difference.
I think what they're hoping the jury is just ignores their own theory, ignores the defense's own theory. Because if you actually analyze the theory, because unlike most free Karen Read people, I listen to the other side. I listen to I listen to Alan Jackson. I listen to Yannetti. I listen to Little.
A lot of us.
And it makes no sense.
A lot of us do, just to see if, like, maybe we're missing something. Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, but no. No.
It makes no sense. It makes zero sense. It's impossible. Unless we're dealing with Time Lords here from the Doctor Who universe.
Doctor Who, bro.
Like we need, like, unless there's like going to be a fucking we find out Doctor Who was in the police box that beat up John O'Keefe. This is not possible.
Right. And Misty, that's the same juror that they kept saying was the one that was dismissed. So I think nothing of it. I think it's just a crap rumor at this point because they say that's why the last one was dismissed. So, I mean, I really don't think a damn thing about it because not for nothing, but she's done a lot more smirking and laughing and being snide than she has smiling at anything, including a juror. So, yeah.
Here's the big question that remains unanswered for me about the car, and it's going to remain unanswered because he's not being called. And similar to Bill Reed, it blows my mind. Why? Because he was in possession and control of the murder weapon for 45 minutes, driving it to Dighton, is Karen Reed's fucking brother, the Lexus dealer.
Yeah.
What did he do to that car while he was driving it back to Dighton alone?
And the weirdest thing is Karen Reed smiling, Yannetti's smiling, and I feel like
It's a bad look in front of any jury. Any good attorney will tell you that.
And I'm telling you, this is going to be a very, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think the jury's going to come back in a half hour and say innocent or anything like that.
I give them a day, 3 hours.
I think that it's going to be, I think there's going to be points of confusion, but I think the verdict's going to take a little more time than we're going to see what's going to happen. I think they're going to get guilty. I think the Commonwealth has proven for like manslaughter and leaving the scene of an accident. But for the second degree, I don't know about that. I think they definitely added a case of cover up and all that stuff. But they could be like, you know, those messages that were like how angry she was could be used in a defensive. People think themselves, oh, maybe she just didn't realize she hit him with the car.
No, right.
I think the faster the jury comes back, the more likely it is a guilty, because
Correct.
that means the less confusion that that the defense actually sowed in them, and the better able they were to see through all the fog.
You know what the wildest thing about this whole thing is that the whole defense of Karen Reed was basically done by the FBI.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you remove the FBI, they don't have the two witnesses, right?
Nope.
They don't have the cell phone data from Proctor, where you got his messages and stuff like that. You don't have the cell phone data from like Jen and all these other people, really like you know, stuff like that. This was all by the FBI, and basically the defense did nothing. Actually, it was the FBI that was defending Karen Reed.
He actually
With all
did
this stuff.
a lot of that today, Liza. He did do a lot of that today. And we are reasonable. So don't get it twisted, dude. People here in Massachusetts are reasonable. You know, I'm not saying that everyone is reasonable, but we are reasonable, normal thinking people. You have to remember, I live here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm from here. So like, it's not that, I mean, I know what you're seeing is a circus, but like I have no doubt, especially from the ages and the way they dress, like the looks of the jury, like that some of those people are very reasonable.
Listen,
they're not stupid.
DJ, no one never smile when you're going for when you're charged with murder in a
Ever.
courtroom. Because let me
Never.
explain something. You are sitting. They picked the worst courtroom, by the way. The defense. You are sitting there smiling while the victim's family is right behind you with grieving and crying faces. Not a good look. Number two.
No, it's a terrible look.
You never know what a jury might find as evidence. There's already been a report that one of the juries didn't like Karen Reed smiling all the time. Instead of stopping smiling, she continues. Matter of fact, she smiles a little bit while hearing about like in the autopsy, like looking at the guy's pictures and looking at the jury. It's like, no, that's not good. The lady needs to like calm the fuck down, but it's a little bit too late because she smiled for like almost a month. But
Yeah.
like, also,
And she's looking bored and laughing her way through autopsy photos while Peg O'Keefe is bawling and gets so upset she had to miss half of the next witness to compose herself.
Another situation is you never know with a verdict. I tell you right now, I don't know. If I sat here and I said, oh, she's 100% going to be convicted, 100% the jury's going to come back, I don't know. I have no clue. The jury could be like, oh, I don't believe any of the Commonwealth's witnesses, and I think they're full of shit. And
Yeah, they
be
could.
like, and they could say, acquitter, and that would be that. It
Yep.
could just easily like that. I don't know. It's a fool's errand to predict what a jury is. So if I was Karen Reed, I wouldn't be predicting that I'd be getting off. I'd be worried. Until that verdict comes back, you are on the hook, and you don't know.
Well, it's not my city. It's not my city, Liz. I don't live in that city. But I live in this state, not far from there. And I totally get it, dude. Seeing those people are definitely not reasonable.
Yeah. So, in part.
Last words, anybody? Last wrap-up words before I end this shenanigan?
No, I think we're good. I'll see you Monday. You have a good one.
Sounds
See
good.
you soon, Tim.
Yep.
My wrap up, I remain FKR, but my F ain't free. And I love you, and I will see you Monday.
Okay, love you. All right, everybody, I'm going to wrap this up real quick with a pretty little bow and say Monday should be the last day. The defense is claiming that they're going to wrap everything up Monday, and then you're going to hear closing, and then we're going to have jury deliberations. So maybe a day, maybe 2 days. I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out. Before I play the outro, can make sure you do a like and a share. Those always help the channel. Please think about donating to the channel. We're very small. We only run on donations from people like you. So if I'm not reading them out during the stream, that means they're not coming in. I love all your stinking faces, and I might be there tomorrow.